Welcome to MacroCode Complete Blazor Students Management System. By the end of this course, you should be able to actually create a complete students management system using Blazor. You should be able to log into the system, integrate the system to Admin LTE, create some modules. As you can see, you create a front office module whereby you are able to have the complaints, create a new complaint, link this to some of the options, have the academics module, you're able to create students, create a new student, attach a photo, and should be able to view the students' details. As you can see, you're able to see the students' details. You should be able to as well create parents, add new parent, attach a photo, have the drop-down list, cascading drop-down list. Also have the teachers. You should be able to create teachers within the system, attach their photos and all their social media links. We also have a library module. By the end of this course, you should be able to create a new book. As you can see, indicate the book name, author, the number of copies, and even the book categories. And you can actually issue books to students. By the end of this course, you should be able to issue books to students and as well return books, receive the return books by the students. Also, by the end of this course, you should be able to create a hostels module, whereby you can create a new hostel, link the hostel whether they are boys, girls, and even if they are combined hostels. And you should also create rooms linked to the hostels. As you can see, you have the room number, the cost per bed, the number of beds, the description, the room type, the hostel name, and also we have the system settings module where you can create students' grades. So by the end of this course, you should be able to create students' grades. You should be able also to create countries. As you can see, we have a setup for countries. We also have the system codes. This is where you will be able to group whether it is gender. Then under system settings, we have the system code details where you'll be able to have the specific options under the group name called gender, like the female, male, and female, and you can add more. Then you also have a section where you'll be able to capture system users. And by the end of this course, you should be able to register a new user within the system and even attach a photo, have the gender, the password, and the confirmed password, and also manage academic years for students. So that is it for this course.
Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we're going to start a new series on .NET8.0 with auto-render magic, entity framework core, and SQL Server. So to begin with, we are going to create a new project. Then we are going to choose Blazor. So Blazor. So I'm going to choose Blazor. So we have different options here. So you can see we have Blazor Web App, we have Blazor Web Assembly Standalone, Blazor Web Assembly App Empty. So I'm going to choose a Blazor Web App. So if you choose this, then we can have define our location where we'll want our project. So we'll have my project there. Then I can say this is students. So the name of our project is Students Management. Then next. So here we are going to choose .NET 8. Then authentication mode, we can have individual accounts. Then interactive render mode. So we actually have three modes. We have the server, WebAssembly, and auto. That is server and WebAssembly combined. So we are going to go with auto. Then we can create our project. So as our projects create, so you can see we have our project, that is students management client, and you have here students management. So after we've done that, you can see we have our data application DB context already defined. Then we have our application user. Then we also have program.cs file, and we also have our app settings. We are going to connect these to our database. So we just launch this project. So this is our default .NET 8 Blazor with auto render mode. So it's actually combined for server and web assembly. So if we just launch our project, there you go. So this is our project. We have a counter, we have the weather. So this is the data. We have authentication. You can actually register a user and you can log in. So we can actually create a database for our project. So I'm going to use MS SQL. So let's launch SQL Server Management Studio. So I'm going to create a project called student. Create a database for students. So I'll create a new database. Then I'll say students Blazor app. So we will click OK. So we can actually now connect these to our project. On our server here, we put in my server name. So I can actually get the server name from here. So this is my server name. So I'll add it here. Then our database name, I'll take my database name. This is my database name. Come and paste it here. Sorry, so I'll have it here. So as you can see, we have trust connection through multiple active result set, and I can add another one. You can say trust server certificate. Then we can have these as true. So if I save that, so our connection, our default connection is now connected to, so it is actually on our, so this is our default connection. Another thing that we can do is we can create a model. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create a folder here. Let's create a folder for models. So I'm going to create a model for students. So I'm going to create a student model. Then we can have these as public int. So this is our key. Then the next thing is we want to have our string. So I'll say string, then first name. Sorry, first name. So I'll also do string, that middle name. Also do last name, string, that last name. Then I can do here string, email address. Can also have my string that can say address, and also have a string. Then you can say here phone number. Can also have here string. Then I can say country. So this one is our model. So we want to have this as one of our tables. So what I need to do, come to data, application DB context. So here, let's see. So this is our application DB context. I'm going to have, I'm going to set here my, table, say public, then DB set. Then I'm going to have my student, then I'll say students. So this is our table name. So if I do this, I'm going to use my model. So if that is it, so the next thing that we can do, we can add migrations to create these tables to our database. So I'll come to Tools, Package Manager Console. Then I can add initial. So I can add migration. Then I'll give the name of the migration. So I can say initial migration. So if I add it, let's see what happens. So our migration should be created. There you go. If you come to the data then migration folder, you'll see an initial migration file has been created with the students table. You can see we will have our, let me just minimize this and this. So we'll have our first name, ID, first name, middle name, and primary key will be the ID. So this table will be created. So to do that, we can effect these changes, because if you come to our database, you will not be able to see this kind of table. So if we come here, tables, you see we don't have any table. So to add this table to our database, you will do update database. Press enter. Then if everything goes well, our table should be created. You can see it is actually generating SQL commands. You can see here it is a create students table ID, int not null, identity, first name, middle name, last name, email address, phone number, country, and we have our constraint, which is our primary key. So if we come to our database, refresh, we will have some tables. One is our EFCO migrations. So we'll have the name of our migrations. Then you also have our SPNet roles table, SPNet roles claims, SPNet user claims, SPNet logins, and you have SPNet user roles, SPNet users, SPNet tokens, and you have now our students table. So that is how you can create a sample Blazor with .NET 8. So this is just a simple project that we've just created. So we'll be continuing with this series. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching some of the videos that we have created. So if we launch our project, we can be able to see that everything is going on well. So the next thing that we are going to do is now to do a CRUD operation. So we need to do a CRUD operation, and you can actually register a user. So if we come to this project and we say email, so we say test@admin.com, then we put in password. Then you click register. You can see our project as registered, and we can say confirm email account. So if we come to our users, if we come to our SPNet users, we should be able to see that the account has been created. You can see username, email address, password, everything is fine. And we can actually now log in. We can actually now log into our project. So if we come here and I put in the password and I say login, you can see welcome to our new app. So you can see our account is here, test@admin.com, and we can actually log out.
So we created our simple Blazor web app, and you can see we created our model here. Then we have our app settings. We connected this to our SQL database. So if I just open our database, here is our database. Then we have some tables. We have the roles, the normal default SPNet tables. Then we have now our student table that we just created. So if you come to our project, we have the student class here. We have defined the ID, the first name, middle name, last name, address. So you can have these as required. So just copy this here. So this is required. You can have these as required. You can have these as required. Then you can have these as required. So we've just created our class here. We have connected this to ASP to our database. Then the next thing that we want us to do is to add some packages. So when you come to our packages, we have some packages. I think we had actually added. We have SQL Server tools. You can also add. So let's click it. So I'm going to stop our project. So let's add some nuggets. So I'm going to add design. So I'll just do design. You can do Microsoft. Then I'm going to install. Sorry, Microsoft Entity Framework. So I'm going to do design. Let's see, we can have the name. So I'm going to install code generator design. So I'll install version 8, accept that. Then let's see if we have entity framework core. So we can have entity framework. So we'll be using entity framework. We need to install this. So apply. So there we are. So we've actually installed now SQL Server, Entity Framework Core. We have tools, code generator, and we also have identity. So that is it. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create a shared library. So I want us to create on our project. So I want us to create our project. Then we say, let's just do. So let's just do here, new, then add new project. So I want us to create a shared library, shared project. So let's see, class library. So I want us to create a class library. Then I'm going to say students management dot shared. So we'll just create that. Then new. I'm using .NET 8 create. So there we are. So we now have our shared library. So I want us to also migrate some of our folders. So I want us to move this folder from our students management to a shared library. So I'm going to paste this here. So we'll have our students folder, but now this will be .shared, then models. So there we go. So if we come to application DB context, this will now need the shared. Don't know if it will get it. So you can have these. So we need to have these as so we need to add. So let's just add let's remove this. Then if we hover here, we can add the reference. We can add the reference to shared. There we go. So we are now getting this from our shared library. So we have now a model on the shared so that we can actually reuse it if there is need. So the next thing that I want us to do is we had actually done the configuration on our ASP.NET, that is our program.cs file. We had our default connection connecting to our database, and we are actually now using SQL Server. Then you can see here we have our email sender. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create our student repository. So to create our repository, I want us to come to our shared library. Then I want us to create a folder. So this folder, we'll call it student repository. So you can create this as a repository, student repository. Then I want us to create a class here.
So we'll name these so I want us to create not a class but an interface. So an interface, and I'm going to name these iStudent repository. iStudent repository. Then after we've done that, so I'll do here public. So on our student repo, I want us to have some tasks here. So we'll do task, sorry, so task, then student. So we want to create want to add a student. So let's say add student async. So here we will pass our student, then these will be student, then we can copy this, we can have want to update, so we'll say update student. We'll also do another one for deletion, so we'll say delete student. So the next one is to get all students. So we'll get a list of students. So see, these will be, we need to get a list of students. Then here we'll say get all students. So get all students async. Here, what are we passing? We don't want anything here. On our delete, we can actually pass a student ID. So we'll do student ID. So the next thing is to get a student by an ID. So we'll do here. So these will be single record. So we'll get student by ID sync. So there we go. So here we'll also pass student ID. So we'll do student ID. So after that, the next thing is now we want to implement these to create the service. So on the service, I'll not be having these on our shared library, but I want us to have it on our server. So I'll create here a folder called implementations, or we call it services. So on our services, I'm going to create a class implementing our interface. So we'll do here student. We'll do student repository. So we'll do student repository .cs. So this is our class. So we now do iStudent. There we go. So here I want us to implement. So if you just hover here, you can implement our interface. So we've just added all the methods. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create a constructor here. So I want us to create a constructor for student. There we go. Then we need to have our application DB context. So I'll just do, then here we'll say application DB context. Here should be, I can say context. Then here I want us to implement it. So we'll just do application DB context. Then here, then I'll just assign this. Let's say this dot that one. So there we go. So for the add, so we need to now bring in some logic to our service. So for the add one, here we are receiving a student model. So I want us to first check. So if we say if student that, we throw a null exception. Then we say we can define variable student, say is equals to, can say this student record. say is equals to await context dot product, say context dot student, so students. So here I want us to add the students. So here we'll say, so you can say variable new student equals to, say, context dot add. So we'll have our student here. So we'll do that. Then we'll just do await, then save changes. Then we can even return. We can return the student that has been saved. So we can return this new student. So that will save our, so say dot student dot add. Then you can say this dot entity. Then you can save. So you can do that. So once we've added, so the next thing is to delete. So we are receiving a student ID. So I want us to do, we need to get that student. So we'll say student, we'll get the student. We can do first or default sync, and you can actually pass our ID. So you can say student ID that way, and you can have here await. So we do that await. So this one should, so here we can do, so we'll say, so we can do this, can say that ID equals to student ID. We'll say x to x. And just pass that. Can just do where. Let's just do where. Then you can say x dot ID equals to student ID. Then we just do first or default. So if we do that, we're able to get our student. And this student that we've got here, we need, so if it's null, you can say if it's, that is null, we can return a null argument exception. But if it is, so we can actually return here, we can say, instead of that, we can return null. But now after that, we can say our context, we need to remove it, and we can now save our changes. Then we can return the student that we've just removed. So this one will now remove our student. So we can, this will not be nullable. Yeah, this can be nullable, so that's fine. So after we've done that, I want us to do another one to get the list of students. So to get all the list of students, we need, so here we'll just come here, then we say, so just do that. Then we do variable, say students equals to await, wait dot, and we say context dot students dot to list. So you can just get all the students, and we can now return it here. We can return all our students. So this will give us all the students Then we can get a student by ID. So you can actually reuse this, the one we've just deleted. So we can get here student by ID. So you just do that. So you can do student. So what is the issue? So I want us to single, so just define this single student. Then I want us to get student. So we'll say that, yes, it was fine. So we need to get the student, and this can be nullable. We can even change this. Let's not make it nullable. So if it returns null, this will be fine. Let's make them nullable here and here as well. So if we do that, so you're able to get single student with the ID that we've returned. Then on update, we are getting the student record, so you can actually use what we did here on return. So if we do that, we can actually return null. So we'll make these, so we'll say return null. This can be nullable. And we can make these async. So here we can do a wait. So I want us to update. So we are updating this. Sorry. So then we can actually save the changes. So we can now get our student and we can return our, let's remove that. Make this async. See, remove that. So on our delete, and do away with that. So that is fine. So I want us now to create a controller. So we have our update student function, get student by an ID, can remove this. So let's just retain it as it is. Then as you can see, everything looks good. So I want us to create a controller inside our students management. So I'll create a folder, then call it controllers. So I'll create a controller for student. So I'm going to create a controller for student. So I'm just going to create an empty one. So it's actually an empty API controller. So I'll just create that. Then I'll say this is a student controller. So you can see this is my student controller now. I can have my constructor. Then we do that. So I now have my API controller, this API controller. So I want us to inject our student repository here. So I want us to do private read only. Then you can do student repository. Then I can do underscore student. I'll just take this, then say here underscore. Then I can close it. Then I can actually have this here. Then say student repository. So inside here, I'll just do these students. This should be underscore student repo. Should be that way. So our first method here is to now get all the students. So I'll just do public. So I'll say public async task. Then I'll do action result. So I'll do that. Then within here, I'm expecting a list of students. So I'm expecting a list of students. So then I'll say get all students async. So this is my method. Then I'm expecting to do something here to return a list of students. So I'll say var students equals to await. So this is await. Then I'll say student repo dot get all students. So let's just rename our function here. Should be get all students async. Let's change also our implementation service. So we should change here to get this one. Sorry, it should be get students. So that solves it. So if we come to our controller, we should have these as get students, get all students. So once we have all our students, then what do? We return. I do that, close it, then we return K with our students list. So at the top here, we can define the root. So I'll just say this is HTTP get, and we need to pass these to, so you can say this is all students. So once we do that, I'm okay. I want to recopy this here. Then I want us to get single student. Then I'll say get single student. This is giving us only a single student, so I'll do that. Then remember we are passing an ID. So here we need to do this, then we pass an ID. So I'll just do that. Here we are passing an ID. Then here we also passing an ID. Sorry. So we're passing an ID here. Then here we'll now get student by ID. Then we pass the ID that we've just been given there. Then remember this is now a student record. Move that. So we return a student. So you're able to get now a single student record. So the next one is to add our product. So the next one is to add our student. So I'll say add students. So I'll just say add student. This will be get single student. Then this will be, so I'll call this get single student async. Then I call this add. So I'll say add new student. Add new student async. So here we are passing our student model. Then here we have that. Then on our repo, we are going to have, say, new student is equals to add student. Then we are passing our student. Then we are able to return student here. So once we've done that, so the next one is to delete. So we need to define our delete. So to do that, so we'll define here. So I'll just copy this. Then I can do delete student. We need to pass an ID. Then we can say here delete student async. We only require an ID. So I'll also say delete student. Then I'll pass an ID here. Then delete. So I'll say this is deleted student. Then I should be able to return now my student that has been deleted. So that is it for we've now created a student repository. You can see we have our repo to add student here. We can actually return null instead of that. So you can say return null. So this should be return null. So So this will add our students to the database. We have one here to delete our student. We have one to get our students list. We have one to get a student by an ID. Then we have this one to update our student. Then we've just done our, so we have our interface here to add students, update students, delete student, get student by all students, then get student by an ID. Then we now have our API here that will be doing our magic for us. So that is the basic implementation that we had to do. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create our, so we've now created our controller here. So we have our API here. But now on our client, we need to create our service that it will be consuming and now calling our API here. So what we need to do, I want us to create a folder. Then we call these services. So here, I'll just create another class. Then I want to call this student service. So in our student service, I want us to implement our repo that we have here. So remember we have our, so we can do hi student repository. So we need to add this stuff. So we need to add the reference. There we go. And we can now implement our interface. So that is it. So I want us to have a constructor here. So I'll say just do public student service. Then you can do that. Then once you are done with that, so I want us to use a HTTP client. So you can do private read only. Then I'll do HTTP client that way. You can have this here. Then you can do HTTP client. Then we have these as these .http client. You can do that. So on our add product, we are going to get now our students here. Then for the implementation here, we are going to do variable student equals to await. Then we'll do HTTP. So I'm going to use this HTTP dot. So these are posts. So I'll just do post. I don't know if we define that on our controller here. So this one should be, the add one should be HTTP post. So this one should be HTTP post. And when adding a student, what we need is not the ID. So I think there's something we missed there when we were creating the add student here. We should not have this. So you just do HTTP post, then we do that. So on our service here, we should now do add student. We're expecting that. Then we do HTTP post. Then we need now to, so you can say post as JSON. So you'll say post as JSON async. Then we can do API. So here we can do API. Then we say student. Then what is our endpoint? We say add student. So then this one we should supply it with our model. So we'll say student, the data that we want to add there. So after we've done that, so we'll say add, so this will be new student. Then let me just do that. Then our response will be, so you'll need to get a response. So our response will be equals to await. then we say new student dot content dot read string. So this we need to read from JSON async. So I'll say read from JSON async, and we need to map this to our model so that we're able to get it. So we'll say student, then we need to do that. So then we need to return our response. So we need to return our response here. So that is it. So this response might be null. So that's fine. So the next one is to delete. Let's do the get all students. So here, let's just copy this. Then we'll say all students. So we want to get all students. So we'll say HTTP. So this one is we need to say this is async. You say HTTP. Then we now get async. Then API student. Then we need to say get async. Then this should be all students. So let's confirm our endpoint, and our controller should be all students. So come to our service. This should be students. Then here we are not passing anything. Then our response should be all students. Then we need to convert this to a list because we are getting them as a list. Then we now return our response. But to get a single student by an ID here, what we need to do is say single student. Need to do this as a sync. Then we say HTTP get. Then student will do single student. Let's confirm our endpoint here. Should be single student. Come to our service, single student. Then we'll say single student dot content read from JSON. Then we just need a student here. Then we'll return the response. So the next one that we need to do is to update. So I'll just take the one that we did for adding. So I'll do that. Then here, I'll also do, but now this is a post. So I'll just do a sync here. Then update student. I'll now do update student. Confirm our endpoint. Where is our update student? We don't have that method here. Let's check our interface. Let's check our interface. So we have delete update student. We should be on our service. We have add student, delete student, get student by ID, update student. There we are. But on our controller, do we have that? So yeah, we should actually do it. So we need to do it here. So I'll just add this here. Then say update student. This should be update student. So we are updating that. So for us to update students, we need to do update student async. Then you can say this is update student, and you can return the updated student record. So that is it. So if we come to our service, we can now do post, then update students, confirm our endpoint. It is update student. Our service here should be update student. Then we pass our student record to be updated. Then we read from our students. So after we have done that, I think that is now fine. So this is the service that you are going to use it on our application. So it will be interacting with our API here. So we've just created an API consuming some of the details that we've done. So we have actually done our student repository. We are actually using it here. So the next thing is, let's come to our program.cs class. I want us to add now our service. So here, I want us to add our service. So we'll just do builder.services dot add scoped. Then we can now provide our service. So we'll just do student. We'll just do I student repository, comma, then we'll just do student repository here. So using service, then I can do that. So we've actually registered now our service there. Then the next thing that I want us to do is to define our API. So to define our API, remember we have been using, so here on our controller, on our service here, on our service, where is our service here? We are actually using HTTP client, that is under client service. So we are actually using HTTP client. So we need to define something. So we need to define our service within our client. So if you come to our app settings.json, so I want us to add a service. So I want us to add it here. So we'll do base address. So our service, that is our API. So our API will be, so let's confirm, let's launch our app, then we confirm our link. So you can do that, or even come to launch settings, then you're able to see our link here. So you're able to get our link here. So something went wrong? Yes, so let's come to our app settings here. We need to have done this. So let's confirm. But you can actually confirm that under app settings, then HTTPS, you can see there is application URL here. For the profile, you have it here. So these, I'm expecting this to be our URL. So let's confirm. So our app is there. You can see this is 7226. You can also find it here. You can see on our properties, then launch settings, you will see the link there. So for us to update it, I'm going to paste this link here. So this is our link. So this is our link for the API. So for us to use that link, we need to now register that API on our application. So what we need to do, come to our program.cs. Then I'm going to register our HTTP client here. So I'll just do builder.services.add scoped. So I'll do that. Then I open the brackets. So I'll say HTTP equals to, I'll do that. Then I say new HTTP client. Then I want to open this. Then inside here, I'll define my base address. My base address, I'll need to give it the URI. So I'll say builder dot configuration dot, so I'll say dot get section. So I want us to get a section 4, and we'll have to pass our value. So the value that we are going to pass is the base address. So this should be base address. Then on our app program.cs, I'm going to pass this as the value, and on this base address, we just want the value. So going to do that. Then we need to close our service here. So that is it. So we've just done that. So we've actually registered now our base address.
on our project. So the next thing also that I want us to do is on our students management.client on our program.cs. So here I also want us to register our service. So I'll just do builder.services.add scoped. Then I'll do iStudent repository. Then I'll also do now my service. I'll actually have this service here. This is the one that I'm going to use. So I'll just come here. Then I have this. Then I do that and close it. So we've now registered our service that we are going to use it. Then another thing is we also need the HTTP address. So I'll just do here builder.services.add scoped. Then I need to do HTTP. So you can actually copy what we have done at the top here. So I'll just copy this. So let me copy this. Come to our program.cs for the client. Then now on the URI, I'm going to do builder dot, then I'm going to do host environment. Then I'm going to do base address. So then I don't need this. So that will suffice. So just host dot. So we are going to have that which come from the local host. So our API is actually hosted within here. So you can see we are going to use that. So today we are going to proceed with our series on Blazor. So on our previous video, we created a list on how to retrieve the records from our API. So just to give you a recap. So we have our controller here that actually gives us the list of all the students. We also have, you're able to get the list of a single student. You can add a student, delete a student, and you can update a student details. We also have our student repository here, implementing our iStudent repository with all the methods. Then we also have our application DB context. So we have only our students table that we have just linked to our database. So we have this. Then you've specified our base address, which is our API that will help us now retrieve the data from these endpoints. Then we have our students list. So on our client project, we have our students list. So we created our students list whereby we have we are getting all the students, then looping through, and we have the edit and delete buttons. Then we have, if there are no students, then we are able to get this. So on our form, we have the, so let me just, so we have this section here. So load students, where we are getting all the details of our students. Then we have, we now add these students that we get to our students list over here. So if I just launch this project, we are able to see something like this. So what happens if we need to now add the students to our database? So that is what we are going to cover today. So I want us to introduce a button here. So I want us to have a button. So for this button, we want to have, so let me just close it that way. Then I can give it a class, say this button, btn, then success. Then I want to call this button add new student. So if we launch this, so we now have our button, but where are we going to have our form to create the students data? So if we just come to our list, we now have add new student. We can actually float this to come to an end. So we can do this float, then we'll do end. So we need to create another razor component to add that will now help us add new students details. So I'll call this add new student.
So that is our page that we are going to use to add a new student. But now on this form, I want us to have the form, the details that we are going to save to our students to the database. And some of these details will be now the first name, middle name, the last name that we just have it on our list here. So all these details, we need to save it to our form. So on our add student form, I want us to do something. So here, so we'll have the title as add new student. Then in our form, this will be our title. Can break this. Then down here, I want us to do a div class. So we need to have this as a row. Then I can do that. So let me stop the project. Then here, I want us to have this class. So MD12. Then here I'll do edit form. Then I'll say model. So before we actually define the model, I want us to define something here inside the code. So I want us to define our students. So we can actually borrow this from our list here. Let me get away with this. So we can actually, let's just define this public. Then we say students should be student. Then you can say stud object. Then get set. So this is, then we can initialize this. But now to use this student, we need to import using models. So we can actually import all of this here. So I'll just have it at the top here. So I'll have my services and the models. Then I'll do that. So here, so I now have my student. There's something I think we can just borrow all of this. Then here I want us to define. So for our page, we'll call this add. We'll call this add student. So we'll call this add student. So that is our navigation. So what is the issue here? So once we have that, so on our edit form model, we'll specify our model. So our model will be student object. So I'll just do student object, and I can close this so that we don't get any issues. Then inside our edit form, I'll say on validate submit, I can have a method that will be creating a student. So I can just create it inside here. So I'll say protected, then we'll say async, then task, then we'll say create student. So this is a method, and we can do that. So this is so when you submit this form, this is the method that gets triggered. Then form name, so you can give it a form name. So you'll say add student. So inside our form now, I want us to close it this way. So inside our form here, we need to have this closed that way. So inside our form, we can define data annotation, validation. Then we can close that. We can also define some validation summary, do that. Then inside here, I want us to define a div class row. So I'll do MD12. Sorry, I'll do that. Then I can close this. Then inside here, I want us to do a div class row. Then do that. Then we need now to have our inputs. So I'll also do a div class called MD6. Then Inside here, I'll do div class form group. Form group. Then I'll close it. Sorry, this should be here. So I'll do that. So this close this, then there is a tag that has not been closed. Yes, so I can do another one here. So if I do this, format it. So on our div form group, I want us to have a label. So I'll do label class, then control label. Then I can close this. I'll have this as first name. Then on our, I'll need an entry here, so I'll say input text. It'll be input text. Then I say for equals to. So it should be first name. Then our class form control. Then we need at binding bind value equals to. So we'll do at stud object dot first name. Then I can close this. So then down here I can do validate message for. So I'll do this equals to. Then I'll do stud object. Sorry. So I'll do stud should be at. So I need to copy this. Then I can have it here. I say first name. So then I can close this. So you can now reuse this section so that we go faster. So I'm going to recopy this. Then paste here. Then I'll change this is middle name. Then I do here middle name. Then I do here middle name. This is middle name. I'll also copy. Do another one. The next one will be last name. Last name. This is last name. Then I can do here last name. Sorry. So I'll go to my phone. This is last name. This is last name. Copy this again. So let me just minimize this so that you're able to see it. So I'll also do another one. So this is can do email address here. So this is our email address. You can also do email address. So take that, have it here, then you can do that. So the next one is our can do that. Then we do can do address. You can say student address. So we'll do address. Then you can do your address. You can do your address. Then so I'll also do, so that is address. I'll also do this. Then I can do here student country. So I'll do here country as well. So I'll also do your country. So we have country. So we now have our form. So to just check on how our form look like. But now before we do that, we need to have a button. So here, I want us to have a button. So I'll do my buttons here. So I'll do div class. Then I do form group. Then I can do empty4. Then I can close this. And I can also do button. So we're having our button type submit. Then you can do class btn primary. Then I can close this. Save student will be our name of the button. Down here I can copy the same button. Then I can say this is a default. Then I can say here you can have this, so I can close this. Then I can say this is a cancel. I can have you even danger. So once we have that, let's see how our form looks like. So if we create new, but now we need to before we actually check that, we need to reference our on our list, students list, our button here. Remember, we need, when you click it, we navigate back to our students list. So what we'll do slash, then here we take the name of our page, add students. We'll do that, add students. So if we run now our page, we should be able to get our form. So let's see how it goes. So if we come to students, we have no data. If we click add student, then we're able to get the form. So this is the form, add new student. So we have the first name, middle name, last name, and the student country. Do we have something here? I think we missed something on our add form. We missed the phone number. So I'll just recopy this, then have it here. It says phone number. So I'll do phone number. Then here you can do phone number. And you can replace this here and here. Then we have the country. I think that is fine. So the only thing that is now missing, we can confirm on our list, last name, email, phone number, that is fine. So, but now on our form, we said when you click create student, we should actually save the data. So on this student form, we need now to effect the changes. Once you click save, we take the data that we've just added, then we save the student details to the database. So how do we do that? So we need now to come to on this method and now make some changes so that we're able to save those students to the database. And to do that, I want us to do something. So come here and say var result equals to, then await. Remember, we had developed our student service. So I'll say student service dot add student async. Then we pass our object. So if we do that, then we should be able to add our student. But after adding student, what should happen? So we have our navigation. We should redirect. So we are using the navigation manager and we are calling it navigation. So navigation.navigate to, then we pass the link where we want our students to go. So we should take this to the list page, and the list page you access it via this. So we come to add student, then we do navigate to list, then we do that. So when you click on the cancel button, what should happen? So on the cancel button, you should actually return maybe to the list. So I'll just do public void, then I'll do cancel. So I'll do that. So then here I'll just navigate to the list if you cancel. So we can even say this back to list and call this back to list. Then you can have this as navigation. But now on our back to list, we can say at navigate at click. When this is clicked, what should happen? So if that is clicked, we should actually check so we should actually do this, then we can cancel. So we can actually trigger that. So we'll just do that. So that will be our options. So let's try to add a new student. So if we do this, we should be able to add a new student. So you see on our students list, create student, then you are able to add a new student. But now let's decorate something here before even proceeding. Here on our object, you can say supply parameter from form. So that is it. So we'll just do that. Then let's see what our form will give us. So we can actually put a breakpoint here. We see if the data is coming. So if we come to students, add new student. So I'll just put in some weird characters for now. Then if I click save, do we have some data on our form? You can see this is the data that we have. So if I click continue, it will take us back to the list. So you see we have the ID, first name, middle name, last name, email address, phone number, edit and delete. So we have those buttons. So phone number, how did we name it on our list? So this should be phone number. So you can see we've now successfully saved our data to the database, and we have this data being submitted here. So if I do this again, so I can do that, save. Let me remove my breakpoint. So I can save the record. So I can continue saving some data here. So you can see, save. So that makes the, so if we do that, then we have some records. But now that is our backlist. So you can see our backlist. So if you come to our student, add new students, click backlist, we're able to, but there is something it is doing. You see, it is actually submitting some data to our database, which is empty. So I think we'll look into that. But now what I want us to do is one thing. So this should be, you can do this as a button so that it doesn't behave that way. So let me just click. We see how it behaves. So if we come to the list, then we do add new student, back button. It's not saving. So you'll be able to see how to address that. But now I want us to do something. I want us to do the editing. So we have our data here, but when you click edit, you can see you are getting an error because we need to specify to create the edit page. You see it takes us to student.edit. But I want us to add another razor component. Then you can call these edit student. So if I do that, we now have our form. But the edit button looks similar to create form. So what I want us to just duplicate, copy everything and paste it here. Then I want us to say update on our title. I want us to say update student details. Update students details. Then here I want us to call this, so I want us to call this student edit. But now on a student edit, there's something different. We are passing a parameter. So we'll do student edit, then slash. I want us to pass a parameter ID, then we call this int. So you're expecting an ID with int. So on our student object, instead of create student, we can rename this to update student function. Update student, then we can replace it here. Then you can call our form update student. Then the object is still the same. We are using the same details. But now the things that changes here now is, one, we have a parameter, our student ID that we are getting from our edit button. So this is the parameter. We need to define it here. And at the top of it, you can annotate it as a parameter. So we are expecting an ID parameter. Now I want us, when you just initialize or come to this page, I want us to do something. We can copy this.
the one we are retrieving. We need to retrieve the student details that has been called. So on initialize, I want us to load student. So we can call this student. Then we can replace this here. So if you load student, what should happen? It is a single student. Remember, we have our endpoint to get student by a single student. So if we come to our controller, we have single student and we pass an ID, then it will give us the student data. So on our edit, I want us to do something. So do await students, then we say get student by an ID, because we already have the IDs applied to us as a parameter here. So once we get these students by an ID, I want us to assign it to our object. So instead of doing variable, we can do that. So on initialize, it will load student, get the student, and assign it, get the student by an ID that we've just received. Then our update function will now do update student, and it will take the object, then navigate us back to our student list. So that is it, just to have the update function work. So let's just try to run our project again, then we see. So you should be able to get the student data and we can update. So let's see what happens. So let me just put in a breakpoint here on update so that we see if the data is changing. So if we do that on our list, so I want us to update the first record. If I click edit, you can see we now have the data retrieved from our database, but I want us to change this to that. Just put in some numbers. So I just put in some numbers, then I can save. If I click save, you see it is eating our object. Then you can see the numbers are not changing. It has not updated to our record. So I'll just break it. I want us to do something. I want us to define our render mode here. So I can do render mode. Then I want us to use interactive server. If we do that, run our application, then you should be able to see any changes that happens. So if we come to students, edit, then I can do put in some numbers, put in some numbers, put in some numbers, then save. You can see it has updated our students to numbers. So we can change the name of our button. We can now call this update student. So you can see now we can update the students details to some characters, and we can save it on our database. So you can see. So but now we need to do something. What about on delete? So we need to define our delete option. So I want us to, let's stop the project. I want us to create another as a component. So I'll create another as a component. Then I call this delete student. Delete student. So if I do that, on our delete student, we need to populate the data that we've just, the data for the students that you want to delete. So I'll just borrow some things here on the edit. So I'll just do this, borrow some sections. Then I'll call this delete students details. Then here, I want us to close this. Can close this again. So we have this. So we can format our page here. So inside here, I want us to have a table. So do that, then I'll say class table. Then I can close it. So inside our table, I want us to have a table row. Then on each table row, I want us to have a table head. Then I can close this. I can say first. So I want us to see the students that we are deleting. But before deleting anything, we need to get the student details. So like the edit, so I'm going to copy these data here. Then on our delete, I want us to have it here. So our object
So not receiving anything from that. So we still have the parameter. So to access our student delete option, we are using the same, can define the navigation. So I want us to define the navigation here. We say instead of edit, we can do delete. Then we are also expecting an ID. This is the parameter that you're expecting. Then on initialize, we load the student that you are deleting and we assign it to our object, which will be populated here. Then we now pass the delete. We now call the delete method. So I'll do delete student. These delete students will now do delete student, then pass the ID. So you just pass the ID that you want to delete. So let's call this delete. So then once deleted, it should take us back to our list. Now let's proceed with our form to display the data for our students. So I'll do here td, then I'll do at stud object dot first name. So for each data, I need now to duplicate these. I can say this is middle name, then I can do your middle name. Can also copy this here. I'll do last name. This is last name. I can also copy this here. Then I'll do, after last name, I can do email address. Can do email address. I can also do email address here. Then after the email address, I can copy this, have it here. Then I can call student address and I can call this address. Can also duplicate this, have it here. Then I can call this phone number. Then I can have this as phone number. So after I have that, I also need my first row. This is country. So this should be closed. Then I can have here country. So after this, we will be able to see the students' details that we are deleting. So this is delete student details. Then I just want us to have a button here to delete now the students' details. So I'll do div class. I'll do form group. Sorry, I'll do form group. Then I can close this. So inside I can now define my buttons type. I can call this submit. Then on my button, I want to do class btn, then a danger. Then I can define at one click. If this is clicked, then I can do can call the delete function. I'll just do that. Then I can do delete student. Then I can copy this button. Then I can have it down here. Can do button. Then I can say, I can just leave this. I can say cancel. So that is cancel. Then you can close this. So when we click the delete student button, it should call our delete method, which is here, which will now delete our student. So let's try to see what will happen now if we launch our app. So if I launch our app, so if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below. So there you are. So if we go to our list, so this is our list. So if I click delete, you're able to see I have this data. So you can change the color of our screen. So I'll just do delete. I can do here primary. It's color of our button. So I'll just move this, then I'll do that. So if we do delete, we should be able to see the student details that we are deleting, and we can actually delete. So if we come to student, delete, There you see you have the details that we want to delete. So if we click delete student, you can see our details is being deleted. So you can delete these ones that have empty data. So, and that is how we've created a simple CRUD application on our Blazor. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing on this channel. Like the video, comment down below.
So as you can see on our screen, we created a video previously on students management. So we are going to continue with this video. So previously we created a video on how to add a student. So we were able to add some data to our application. So I'll just do something here. Then I put in some details. So we'll be doing some validations. So if we click save, you can see we're able to add this data to our application. Then we were able to update some details as well. Update test. Then we can add some data. You can change this to test. Then you can add some information. So we were able to update. As you can see, these are the data that we just updated, and you can also delete. So you can see the data here and you can delete. So this was a simple CRUD Blazor app on students management. So today we are going to proceed. We want to enhance our application so that it looks better, and also it has some information about to represent a real scenario on students management application. So if we add a new student, you can see we have student country. But what we want to prevent is when you enter the first name, middle name, email address, and you also enter the phone number, what we want to do is for the countries, we want to have a drop-down list for the countries. And we are going to enhance this so that we also have our student departments, courses that they are enrolling, and how to enroll student courses, and also capture some of the information that are missing within this application. So we are going to create a model. So I want us to go to our source code. So if you're new to this channel and you find this video interesting, we have the source code down below in our description. You can access it and follow what we are doing. So as you can see on our project, just to quickly give you a recap, we have our students management. Then we have the clients. So this is so we have the student management, we have the clients. Then we also have a shared class library where we are storing our models. For the students client, we are storing our pages. So you can see under pages, then we have students. We have the students list eraser page that gives us the list of all the students. The edit section that you are able to edit students details. The delete page gives us the information of the student that you are going to delete, and the add new student. So this is a form that allows us to capture and submit the student details. So for those who are new to this channel, we also created a student repository with these methods. So we have the add students, update students detailed, delete, get all students, and get student by an ID. Then we have the implementation service for that interface. So you can see this is the service implementing our iStudent repository. We are using the HTTP client. Then you are able to add students calling the API student add student endpoint. So get all students calling this endpoint. And where is this endpoint? We have our endpoint on our controllers under students management. So we have this controller that does all the logics for our students. So that is just a quick recap. Then we have our app settings that links to our database. So we have this database called Students Blazor app. Then these are connection settings. These are server name. So if you are using a server, you can provide an IP to that server with the port so that you can connect to the database.
Then on our program.cs file, the only thing that we added is our students repository, and we also added our HTTP client connection to our API. So the next thing that I want us to do now is to add some tables. So on our share library, I want us to add, so we are using what we call code first approach to actually create our tables into our database. So I want us to add a class for, I want us to add a class for country. So we are calling this country. So on our country, so this is a public. So let me just zoom this so that you are able to see. Then here I want us to define our primary key. So our primary key is ID. You can actually do this, but Entity Framework Core will be able to know that this is actually a primary key. So the next thing is I want us to define the country code. Then I want us to also define, so this is a string. I want us to define the country name. So we'll just do the name. I think that is it for the country. I want us also to add something. What another thing that you can add to our, I want us to add something called system code. So on our system code, I want us to do public. So this is where we'll be storing all our system codes, and these will be defining, for example, the gender, the marital status. Instead of having each of the tables for all those option types, we just create one table that will be storing all these options. And how do we do that? I'm going to show you how we can be able to have that without duplicating and having tables for each of the options. For example, the gender, for example, the marital status, and all those details. So what we are going to do is to create just one table that will give us all these options. Then we will be able to reference them. So I'm going to create a string. Then I'll call this code. Then I can do here a string, and I'll call this description. So let me just call this description. Then what other thing is so this one I'm going to create another. So this table will hold the parent system codes. For example, we'll create a system code called gender. So we'll have the code called gender, then we'll say this is the system code representing gender. So these will be the parent. Then for the for the actual option types, like the male and female, we are going to create a table called system code details. So I'm using a header detail kind of approach, system code detail. So this should be singular. So if I add this, I'll do here public. Then on my system code detail, I want to have my primary key, which will be my ID. I'll just specify this as a key, but EFCO can be able to know that. So then I'll have something called here. I'll have something called an int. I can represent now the foreign key. Then I'll say system code ID. So system code ID will be linked to this system code. So on my system code, to specify that this is a foreign key, what I need to do is represent here with our model system code. The ID should be the primary key from the system code table. So I'll just do that. So this is system code. So our application will know that this is a foreign key. Then I'm going to also do I now want to capture the code. For example, the male and female. I can capture the code of the system code, and I can also capture the description. So I'll just do description. The description. So the next thing is, assuming I want to order the option types. For example, gender, male and female. I want male to always start when on our drop down list. So what I can do, I can always give an order numbers when adding. So I'll just make that nullable. You can order or not. Then I can say order number. So this order number, if I say 1, 2, 3, I can order always by this. So each of the option type will have an order number. So you can order based on how you want them to appear. So that is it for these tables. So we now have our system code. Then you have our system code detail. So what I want us to do now, how do we effect these changes to our database? So I want us to go to our program application DB context, which is under management, students management, then data, then we have the application DB context. We only have the DB set for students. So you can see the model is student, then the table is students. So we can copy this, and you can see on the top here, references, you're able to see all the sections where this table has been referenced. So that is the good thing about this. So you're able to know. So you can see that. So I can now add our table. Our first table is the country. So this is our model. Then our table name will be countries. So that you should actually know that. So you can see now references as 0. So we haven't used this table anywhere. So then I'm going to do a system code. So that is our model. Then our table name should be system codes. Then I'm also going to do another one for system code detail. Our table name should be system code details. So after I've done with this, so we have added these 3 tables. But when we go to our database, I just go to our database. This is the name of our database. If I refresh, you'll be able to see we don't have those tables here. We only have the students table. For us to effect those changes to the database, we are going to apply migrations. And to do that, come to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, then Console Manager, Package Manager Console. Then I'm going to do add. So these are very important commands. Add migration. Then you give the name of the migration. So we'll say system codes. So if I press enter, it will add a migration file to our application. And where does our migration file resides? So it resides under this folder, under data, then migrations. So you can see it has completed. So if we go to migrations folder here, we'll see there's a file called systems codes, and it has actually added a timestamp. So if we click on it, you'll see there is some SQL commands that has been generated. So you can see we have 2 methods, the up and the down. So these 2 methods, the first one, you can be able to see it has the create table, countries, with these columns, ID, code, and the name. And it actually gives us a constraint for the primary key, which is the ID. Then we have another table, system codes and the system code details. It has also done the same for our system code details. Remember, we added a foreign key for the system code ID. So these are a foreign key. And you can see it has actually created a foreign key. But if you go to our database, you will see that these tables are not there. So if we just refresh, the tables are still not there. So how do we ensure that these tables, and it has also created our index for easy retrieval of our records. So to apply these changes to our database, we need to apply another command. So we do update database. So if we say update database, press enter. So it will now apply these changes to our database, and you can see it is actually running some commands here. So you can see these are some of the SQL statements. So if you now come to our database, you're able to see that those tables are there. You can see the students code details and the students and the system codes details, the system code details and the system codes, and also countries. So if I select this table, I'll see the ID, code, and the name. For the system codes, I'll be able to see the ID, system code ID, which is a foreign key, the code description, and the order number. Then we have the system codes. So these are the tables that we've just added. So once we are done with that, what we want to do is, if we come to our client project, then under pages, we can create a folder for countries. So I'll create a folder. Then I'll call these countries. Then here I'll create a razor component. Then I'll say this is a add country. So this is a razor page for adding the country. So for this, I'll just give the title as add country. Then, because we had done something on add, so we've added our razor component here. So I want us to add some layouts and even the entry fields for adding a new page. The entry fields for adding a new country. Sorry. So what I want us to do, there is something we had done on students. So I'm going to copy that and add it here. So here I'm going to, let me just minimize this so that you're able to see. So for the country, I'm going to define some, I'm going to come here. Then I want us to, inside the code, we define our object. So this should be country. So this should be country. Then you say country object. So this should be country. So what I want us to do, I want us to copy this, and I can actually copy all of this. So at the top here, I want us to add our reference to our services, our models. Then here we can say add. So this page, to get for this page, this is our URL, add country. So this should actually, so this should be country. So then our objects, so our object should be, so we can have this as the country. Then we can say this is add country. Then you can say on submit, we want to have, so let's just remove this before we do anything. Then I want us to add, so for the object, we'll say code. So we can have the code. Say this is code. And this is, you can say country code. Then you can say this is code. Then another thing is I say country name. Say this is name. Then here we'll say name. So here we also have name. So that's the only thing you are saving. So you can get rid of this. So you only have two entry fields. the country code and the name. So what we need here, is we also want a cancel button. So let's get it from here. So come here, can do cancel. So that is solved. Then you can also add a button for create. So you call this create country. Then here we'll actually add we'll add our implementation here. So here we'll now say on validate submit, you should create. So we should call the create country method. So we now have our object. So this is our page add country. So we have the country code, then the object country name, then the name, then we have the save. So let's call this save country. Then we have the back to list. So let's add another page, another other components to display the list of all the countries that we've just added. So we'll say this is countries. So we'll say countries list. So after we've done with that, I'll just copy what we have here. I'll just copy this for the lists. Then I'll say this is so I'll just copy here. So this is I'll say this is a countries list. So here, for us to get the list of countries, we need to define something here. So I'll just copy this. So we have all the lists. So I'll just have the countries. So this is should be country model. It will give us all the countries that we've just added. So this is a collection. Then on initialize, I want us to load all. So we'll say all countries. Then it will actually load here. Then once it loads, it needs to add. So let's just comment this. We'll actually do something. Then we need to now have, so I'll just comment also this one. I'll just comment it for now, but I'll show you how we'll enhance that. So after we have done, so these all countries will be now, it will check if there is the data in our list. Then it will say loading countries. So if there is list within our countries, it will add the ID. Then you can say country code. Then you can have the country name. Country name. Then you can also edit. We don't delete. You can leave the delete button, but I'll show you. We should not be deleting countries in our database. Then you can now say, so this should be country. So we'll say for each, we'll have the ID. Then you can have the code. Then you can have the name. So that is it. Then you can remove all the rest. Then you can have the country ID and the country code. Then you can say there is no countries list available. So that is it. So this page should be students list. So this should be countries list now. So this is the countries list. So we have the add country. So for us to see the countries list, we should actually load this page first. So then after loading this list page, we have a button here. You can see we have a button for add new country. So you'll say this is add new country. Then it should now reference our add country page. So here we should give the redirection add country. Then when you click that, you should now open this page for adding a new country. So for us, let's now go to our navigation. So that is under components, then layout, menu layout. For us to see that, we need to add the link. So I'll copy the link for this, the link for students. Then here, I'm going to say countries. Then for us to get the list of countries, we'll have this. So it should, the navigation link should be the countries list. So the countries list, where is the countries list? On our navigation layout under pages, the countries list, so this is the list that I'm talking about. So on our navigation, this is what we should reference. Then we'll have the countries. So if we just launch our app, we should be able to see these countries. And when you click it, it will take us to the list of countries, and we can now add the list. But now we have not completed this section. We need to add we need to have to create our functions to add the countries. That is the repository for the countries, and updating, deleting, and doing the rest. So if we just launch, you'll see we have the countries. So if I click countries, you'll see there is loading countries, then there is no countries list available because we have not added. So if I click add country, you'll see it has given us the add country code and the country name. But now this section will not do anything, because when we come to add countries, we need to implement our add countries code. So how do we do that? The same way we did for the students. So we have the students service, and we need to implement our add students repository. So our add student repository, if I come to service, you'll see we need to take a student's record and call an endpoint called API students add students. So that one we need to have it under controllers for adding. So this is our endpoint for adding students. So what we are going to do for this video, we are going to create our endpoint for adding countries. So I'm going to create a controller. I just stop our project. Stop this. So I'm going to add a controller, so which is an API controller using Entity Framework Core. Then I'm going to generate for our countries. So our country, so which is the model. So we are checking for the country model. So this is the country model. Then DB context, that is it. Then we are going to call this controller countries controller. So if I generate, it will generate my API and the endpoints for all the endpoints that I need for that controller. So let's see how it will work. So it's scaffolding. So there we go. So we have generated our API controller, application DB context. So we have the get country by an ID, then put country, so for updating, post country, and delete country, then check if the country exists. So for us here, so you can see for the students, we were using the iStudent repository. Then we were actually now injecting all this. So we'll be able to change that. Now I want us to do something. So for our API and a controller countries, I want us to give it the name. So we'll say all countries. So this, if you call that, you'll be able to get all the countries. Then for the get student by an ID, so you can replace this here. Then you can say this is a single country. So that is a get still. Then I also want us for the post. So I'm going to copy that. Where is the post? So this is the post. So I'll say this is add country. Then another one is for the delete. So we're going to say delete country. So we'll say this delete country. Then which other one? Put is for the update. So we are going to, that is post, but this should be put. We update a single student. So if we come here, I'll just say update country. Then I do that. So this will update a country. Which other one? We've forgotten. So this is it. So I like naming get all. So I'll say this is get all countries. Then get single country by an ID. Then I'll say this is update single country. Then I can say this is add new country. Then I can say this is delete country. So that is our endpoint. So we've generated our endpoints for updating, deleting, and so we can also do the same for the others. So I'll just do API. That is it. Then I can do for system codes. So I'll say system code application DB contact. Then I can generate that. So it will give me the endpoints. Then I can just decorate the way I want, so that I'm able to get all the endpoints. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our videos, comment down below for us to get to know what you need. So I'll just decorate my endpoints. So here I'll just do this. So this is all system codes. So get all. So I'll say get all system codes. Then I can also do here single system code. Then I'll say get single system code. Then here I'll also say update system code. Then here I'll say update single system code. So that is my endpoints. Then here I'll also say, so this is add system code. Then this is, I'll update this to add new system code. Then delete, I'll say delete system code. So this is the delete. Then that is it for my endpoints. So can check that. So let's generate the last one. Controller API controller with actions using EFCO. Then I'm going to now select our system code details and also generate. So your scaffolding. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below for us to know where we can improve. So I'll also do the same here. So this is all system code details. So this will give us all system code details. So I'll also do here single system code detail. So get single, I'll just do that. Then here say update system code detail. So this is update system code detail. Then I'll do add. So this will be add system code detail. So this is add system code detail. I'll say add new system code detail. Then delete. So I'll say delete system code detail. Then I'll pass the ID. So we now have the endpoints to do everything that we need. So we have our controller for countries to add countries, for students to add students, system code details to add system code details, and system codes endpoints to add system codes. So today we are going to continue with our series with Blazor. So on this series, we created a link. So we created a section for students list. So this is actually a students management system that we are doing with Blazor. So if you can see on our screen, we have this option where you can actually add a new student. So you can actually key in some student details. So I'll just key in some random data. So if you save it, you're able to see the data is being saved here. And you can actually retrieve and update some of these information. So if we save, so you can actually update it. So let me just do another one. Test, can do test, can also do test and save it. So you can see these are the data that we have saved. So I can also delete some of these records. So you can see we can delete here. So on our previous video, for those who are following this, so this is how our source code looks like, and we have a link down below on the comment section, so you can actually pull the source code and follow this video. So what we did previously is we actually created some endpoints for the countries. So we wanted to update our project with countries, as you can see here, but now we created the link, the endpoints for the country. So under the students management project, we have our countries controller. So then we have all the countries endpoints. We have an endpoint to get all the countries. We also have an endpoint to get a single country. We have the endpoint to update a country by an ID, and even to add a country, and the one to delete a country. Then we also have an endpoint for system codes. So this is where we'll be storing all the codes that are required by the system. For example, marital status, gender, departments. So based on what we'll be doing within our application. So you can see here we have all the codes that will give us all the system codes. We also have a single retrieving of a single system code, updating the system codes. So if you want to watch how we did this, you can also have here how we are actually creating or adding a new system code. So we are going to proceed with something here. So on our project, we added a section for adding countries. And as you can see, we have this add country. Then we have our object here. So we actually using this country object. So for this country object, we have done some binding. So you can see we have the country code and the country name. Then we can actually save a country. Then we also, so when you
click on this, so this should not be, so when you click on this form, let me see for the students. So when you click on that form, we are actually saving or supplying this data to create a country method. So on this section now, we need, where we were is we need to have the countries list. So you can see we have the countries list here, and at the top here, our navigation list is the countries list. So that means on addition of the country, after creating a new country, we should actually navigate to our countries list, and here we should also navigate to our countries list. So we have the cancel button, we have it here, and the create a country. So, but now when you come to our project, when you click on the countries, you'll see that we have an empty list of countries. Then when you say add new country, we are being given this country code and the country name. So what you are remaining to do is when you click on add country name and save, we should have now update our database. So when you come to our add country code razor, that is component, you will see that for this method we are not doing anything. So what we need to do, I want us to do something interesting. So I want us to copy what we did with our application or our students. But now add countries. So what we need to do, you can see on our project we have the students repository. So I want us to add the repository for the countries. So I'm going to do students. So I'm going to add here country repository. Then if we add it, I'm going to have this as an interface. Then I'm going to use what we just add on our students, but I'll alter now the methods. So here we'll be having the country. Then I have here my country, list of countries. Then I can just, instead of specifying these names here, I can just say add async, then I can say update async, then I can just delete async, and I'll say get all async, then I can say get by. So that is it. Then here I'll just do country, then I can just do mode, can also do mode, then I can just do ID, then I can just do ID. So after I'm done with that, I can now come to my services and I can create a class, then say country service. So this service, I want to now implement iCountry. So if I click that and just do implement interface, I'll have all my methods. Now on my methods, I'm going just to reuse what we have on our countries. So I'm going to have this at the top to initialize my HTTP client. But now I'll be having my constructor as countries. So you can see my country, I'm using HTTP client. Then add async country. So I'll now have to send my data to my endpoint. So I'll just copy that. So as you can see, I'll just say data is equals to. So as you can see, this is, I'll just remove this. Let's see how we, yeah, I can just do async here. Then it will solve my problem. Then we'll do this data. Then now you can see these will be mode. But now on our endpoint, then we will return here country. Yes, so this should be country. On my endpoint, I'll come to my countries and choose the endpoint to add country. I'm supplying the country model. So if I just have this, so my endpoint will be, so it will be this
controller, which is the countries. So if I come to my service, it will be countries, then my endpoint to add the country. So that is for adding country. So we'll do the same for the delete. So I'll just copy this for the delete country. So I'll just do the same here. I'll do a sync. Then I'll delete. So these will be countries. Then it will be delete country. Let's just confirm. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So the countries, I'll just come here and say delete. Then I'll pass my country here. Then that will solve the problem. So if I go to the next one is get all. So this one, so I'm going just to replace this. So get all. I want here to be just because we'll be reusing this. I want it to have kind of generic namings. So I'll also want here say data. We need to have this as a sync. Then we do here data. Then this one will be having countries. Then get all, we need to get all countries. So we'll choose the endpoint to get all countries. So this is the endpoint. Come to countries, then replace this. Then here we'll be returning a list of countries. So then get by an ID. We need to do that. So take this, come here, then we do data. Then we need to say async. Then these will be countries. Then get by an ID. So we are getting countries by an ID. So this is the one, single country. Remember, we are supplying an ID. So when you come here, we just update this. Then we actually need to supply this. So you can actually do that here. Then this should be, you should have this here. So you should actually supply this, get by an ID. So this should be get async. So then it will actually give us one country. Yes. So this should be fine. So then we also need an update. So we have it here. So then that means this one is not working. So we need to change this to, need to update this here. Get single student, you should supply an ID. We can do that. Then it will be able to get. So we can copy this. Sorry for guys as I'm trying to copy so that we go faster. So sync. Then we are updating countries. Remember our controller name. Then the name of our endpoint is update country. Then we supply an ID. So we are updating that. Then instead of doing that, so for the update, what are we expecting? So we are expecting an ID with the country. So what we did with our students update, we just updated. So we can actually reuse this instead of the other one. So let me just use this. Yes, so instead of that, I'll just say update country here. reduce a lot of work. Then I'll just say a country. Then I can do here country. Then here we'll just do context. Then update. Then you just apply this. Then you can just say country. Just say updated country. So if we do that, then we can update the country. So what is the issue here? We can actually do that. We can do that, then we can actually say await context. Let's say changes async. Then we return country. Yes. So once we do that, we should be fine. So this should be country. Then we need our model here. So that is fine. And here we should supply our country. Then here we should say data. And this is data. So this is data. So we now have our country service. You can see we have the add async to add a country, and we have get all to get all the list of countries. So what we need to do after we have developed this, we need to come to our pages, and pages, then countries. Instead of now using the student service, remember on our add student, we were injecting the student service. So I want us to now have, so remember all these services that we had. So I think we had injected it here. So we have them here. You can actually remove this. You're not using any JS. Then when you come here, I want us to do country service. So you see this country service, we need to say add. So we should be able to see, say country. So let's see if we go to this country service. What are we looking at? We say add async. So if we come to this, we'll do add async. Then here, the object should be the country object. So after we have done with that, we need to inject something on our imports. So imports.razor, we need to inject our country repository. Then I want to call this a country service. So if we do that, then go back to our add country, this error will have gone. So you can see now we have countries.add async, then we pass our model. So when this is done, then our countries list will be, and we will actually navigate to our countries list. So for our countries list, if we go back, we're expecting, so let's just remove this. So we're expecting data from all countries. And you can see here, all countries is a list of countries, and it's being initialized, then we load them. So here we'll say all countries. So you can say countries here. We should get them from country service. Sorry, country service. Then we get, so we get all async. So if we just do get all async, what was our method? This should be country service. Sorry, get all async. Then once we get all the countries here, we clear anything on our collection. Then we loop. So we need to loop. So you can see here, if countries is null, just return null. else we say country. In our countries, we need to add it to our list of countries. So that is it. But instead of doing this, you can actually do something different. So if this is not null, then you clear. And you can also do all countries, then you can do add range, and you just add all of these countries here. Instead of doing all of this loop, you can just do it simpler with this code here. So let's try to run this project and see if everything goes well. So if we launch this, so if everything is okay, then our project should be able to start. So if we run, let's see. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So we've hit on an error. So let's see what is the issue. So this is the issue. We should actually have an student ID here. There is also another error. Yeah, let's try to run. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below. So when you say, so let's see. So our app has launched. So if you go to students, we should get our students as earlier. So we have not tampered with this. So when you go to countries, so you can see the input contains. So for today, we are going to stop there. So on our next video, we are going to remember we have our country service that we've just created, and we have our student service that we've just we created. Then we have our country repository, and we have our student repository. So in our next video, you're going to now have our implementation for the country repository, which is the same as this one. So we'll be able to see how we need to implement this. So we are going to proceed with our video on Blazor. So on previous video, we actually added our students' data. So we were able to add a student's data. Then let me just add some data. So when you save this, you should be able to see the data being saved, and you are able to edit this to something else. So that is part of the series that you have done for those who are new to this channel. Then you can be able to delete. So you're able to delete the data from our list. Then we also did something on countries. So we were able to add a new country. So you're able to add a new country. So this is Sudan. So if we save this, we're able to save the data to our database, and you can actually delete the country. Now, today's video, when you see on our students, when you add a student, you can see we are required to provide the student country, and we are required to provide the student country, and we have the countries list here. So what I want us to do, instead of typing on our countries when on the countries when adding students, I want us to pre-populate the list of countries from this data that we just added. So to do that, let's just go back to our code. So this is our code so we have two folders. Let me just close this. So on our students folder, we have under pages, you have the countries and the students folder. So under students folder, we have add new country. So the add new country as a component is what we are going to modify on this video today. So what I want us to do on this, where we have countries here, I want us to change this to input select. So input select, then this is for country, class name we have a country, then the binding value is the country. Now within here, I want us to do something. I want us to, for this input select, instead of closing it this way, I want us to do this.
Then we say input select. Then inside here, I want us to have the options. So I want us to have the first option. So we'll say option. Then you can say value. Then you can have empty. Then you can say the first option is select. So this will be what will be seen before any country is selected. Then after that, I want us to define a list of countries. So let's come down here inside the code. Then I want us to define a list of countries. So this will provide our country there. Then you can say this is countries. So you can say this is countries. So once we do that, so you can actually do this. You can say public. Then you can say, so you can actually say get set. So I want us to get a list of countries. Now we can actually, let's do this. Let's just initialize. Instead of doing that, we can initialize this and you say new list country. Then you can do that. So we have our list of countries. But now, how do we get this list of countries? The list of countries, remember we created a service to get the list of countries. So under services, we have the country service. On this country service, we have an endpoint to give us the list of all the countries that we have added. So when you come to our app, when you come to our API, just here, you'll see under controllers, we have the countries. So if we go to our page, so let's go to the page, add student. So we've defined our list countries here. So what I want us to do, how do we get now the countries from here? So remember we have our countries list. So I want us to assign this countries list some data. So these countries, we can assign it the list of the countries that we register, and we can get the list of countries from the country service. Then we just do get all. So this will give us all the countries that we've registered and assign it to this collection here. So then now when we come to our options here, I want us to look through. So you can say now at for each, you can do at for each, then we say var country in. So I want us to look through our countries. Then we can do here within each of these, I want us to present the values. So the value will be at, so we'll present the value will be at country. Then what do we need? The ID, or we can save the name. Let's just save the name. So the name of the country. Then what needs to be displayed as well is the at country, then the name. So this is the value that will be displayed for the user to choose, but the value that will be supplied to the database is actually this one. So this is the options, and let's see how our app will look like. So we now have a list of countries here, and we'll be able to see the collection from here. So let's launch our app and see what will happen. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below, and let us know what you feel we need to do. So let's go and see. So that is it. So our app has launched. So if we go to country students, then add, you can see we have, so we can add the student name, the middle name, the last name, the email address, the student address, the phone number. Then countries, you can see we don't have the list of countries. So why don't we have this list of the countries? So if we come here, I think we added this in the wrong place. So we need to initialize. Yes, so we need to initialize that. So what we need to do is protected. So we can say protected. Then we say override async. Then we say task. Then on initialize. So we'll do on initialize. On initialized async. So you do that. So on initialized async, so we need now to have this. So we need to get the list of countries just on when this is initialized. But now, so this is a protected override async task. So there's something that we need to, I think we can actually reuse what we had done on our student list. So this will be on initialize, can do this. Let's just add it on our here. So on initialized async, yes, so that is the correct name. So let me just zoom. So if we just launch now our app, we expect to see the list of countries. We expect to see the list of countries within our form. So if we go to students, then add, if we click here, you'll see we have now the list of countries: Kenya, Tanzania, United States. So let me just save testing country. Let me just leave that one. Then testing. Then we do here. Let's give it some numbers. Then we say this is Rwanda. So if we click save, we need to see the country here. So let's add the country on our grid under the students list. So under the students list, we can add the country. So let's just add the country. We see if our option worked. So when you come here, you can now have the country. Then let's launch our app. Then you'll need to see all the list of the countries with the respective students. So if we go to students, there you go. So you can see we have Rwanda here. So if I click again and save another student, then we choose the name to be United States of America and save it. You see the name of the country is being saved. So that is how you can actually do a cascading drop-down, a drop-down list from our Razor page and our app. So we have just added this. So on our next video, we'll actually try to now add a cascading drop-down list on Blazor. So that is it for today. And remember to subscribe if you are new to this channel. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, like the video, and comment down below. See you. So we are going to proceed with our video on Blazor. So on previous video, we actually added our students' data. So we were able to add a student's data. Then let me just add some data. So when you save this, you should be able to see the data being saved, and you are able to edit this to something else. So that is part of the series that you have done for those who are new to this channel. Then you can be able to delete. So you're able to delete the data from our list. Then we also did something on countries. So you are able to add a new country. So you're able to add a new country. So this is Sudan. So if we save this, we're able to save the data to our database, and you can actually delete the country. Now, today's video, when you see on our students, when you add a student, you can see we are required to provide the student country. And we are required to provide the student country. And we have the countries list here. So what I want us to do, instead of typing on our countries when on the countries when adding students, I want us to pre-populate the list of countries from this data that we just added. So to do that, let's just go back to our code. So this is our code so we have two folders. Let me just close this. So on our students folder, we have under pages, you have the countries and the students folder. So under students folder, we have add new country. So the add new country as a component is what we are going to modify on this video today. So what I want us to do on this, where we have countries here, I want us to change this to input select. So input select, then this is for country, class name we have a country, then the binding value is the country. Now within here, I want us to do something. I want us to, for this input select, instead of closing it this way, I want us to do this. Then we say input select. Then inside here, I want us to have the options. So I want us to have the first option. So we'll say option. Then you can say value. Then you can have empty. Then you can say the first option is select. So this will be what will be seen before any country is selected. Then after that, I want us to define a list of countries. So let's come down here inside the code. Then I want us to define a list of countries. So this will provide our country there. Then you can say this is countries. So you can say this is countries. So once we do that, so you can actually do this. You can say public. Then you can say, so you can actually say get set. So I want us to get a list of countries. Now we can actually, let's do this. Let's just initialize. Instead of doing that, you can initialize this and you say new list country. Then you can do that. So we have our list of countries. But now, how do we get this list of countries? The list of countries, remember we created a service to get the list of countries. So under services, we have the country service. On this country service, we have an endpoint to give us the list of all the countries that we have added. So when you come to our app, when you come to our API, just here, you'll see under controllers, we have the countries. So if we go to our page, so let's go to the page, add student. So we've defined our list countries here. So what I want us to do, how do we get now the countries from here? So remember we have our countries list. So I want us to assign this countries list some data. So these countries, we can assign it the list of the countries that we register, and we can get the list of countries from the country service. Then we just do get all. So this will give us all the countries that we've registered and assign it to this collection here. So then now when we come to our options here, I want us to look through. So you can say now at for each, you can do at for each, then you say var country in. So I want us to look through our countries. Then you can do here within each of these, I want us to present the values. So the value will be at, so we'll present the value will be at country. Then what do we need? The ID, or we can save the name. Let's just save the name. so the name of the country. Then what needs to be displayed as well is the @country, then the name. So this is the value that will be displayed for the user to choose, but the value that will be supplied to the database is actually this one. So this is the options, and let's see how our app will look like. So we now have a list of countries here, and we'll be able to see the collection from here. So let's launch our app and see what will happen. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below, and let us know what you feel we need to do. So let's go and see. So that is it. So our app has launched. So if we go to country, students, then add, you can see we have, so we can add the student name, the middle name, the last name, the email address, the student address, the phone number. Then countries, you can see we don't have the list of countries. So why don't we have this list of the countries? So if we come here, I think we added this in the wrong place. So we need to initialize. Yes, so we need to initialize that. So what we need to do is protected. So we can say protected. Then we say override async. Then we say task. Then on initialize. So we'll do on initialize. On initialized async. So you do that. So on initialized async, so we need now to have this. So we need to get the list of countries just on when this is initialized. But now, so this is a protected override async task. So there's something that we need to, I think we can actually reuse what we had done on our student list. So this will be on initialize, can do this. Let's just add it on our here. So on initialized async, yes, so that is the correct name. So let me just zoom. So if we just launch now our app, we expect to see the list of countries. We expect to see the list of countries within our form. So if we go to students, then add, if we click here, you'll see we have now the list of countries: Kenya, Tanzania, United States. So let me just save testing country. Let me just leave that one. Then testing. Then we do here. Let's give it some numbers. Then we say this is Rwanda. So if we click save, we need to see the country here. So let's add the country on our grid under the students list. So under the students list, we can add the country. So let's just add the country. We see if our option worked. So when you come here, you can now have the country. Then let's launch our app. Then you'll need to see all the list of the countries with the respective students. So if we go to students, there you go. So you can see we have Rwanda here. So if I click again and save another student, then we choose the name to be United States of America and save it. You see the name of the country is being saved. So that is how you can actually do a cascading drop-down, a drop-down list from our Razor page and our app. So we have just added this. So on our next video, we'll actually try to now add a cascading drop-down list on Blazor. So that is it for today, and remember to subscribe if you are new to this channel, and if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. like the video and comment down below. So today we are going to enhance our application that is running on Blazor. So we have been able to do some of the items on this application, and for those who are new, I'll just quickly take you through some of the enhancements that we have done. So we have been able to create a student form whereby we are able to enhance to actually provide registration number, the first name, the middle name, the last name, the email address, the address, the phone number. Then you're able to select a country and even the gender. Then you can provide the date of birth. Then you can save the data. So these are some of the information that we have. Then you can also able to edit the details of the student. You can change the country. You can even change the date and save the details. So we were able to also add countries. So the countries that you see on our form here is actually coming from this section. So you can be able to add a country here. Then you can say Burundi. Then this is Burundi. When you save, you are able to see the country here. Then you can also update the country details and you can even remove it. Then there's something interesting that we've done, and you can actually do the same. So this is just a simple CRUD. So on our previous video, we indicated that we are going to create some of the codes that we'll be using so that we don't actually create duplicate tables. So for example, we have the gender, the marital status, education level, and salutation. So these codes, we can have a gender. So gender, we can have male and female and others if you want to specify. Then marital status, you can have divorced, married, all those options. So you can actually categorize. This is kind of groupings that we are doing. So we can actually add something like religion. Then you can also add religion here. Then when you save, you are able to see this, and you can as well update. So I think we are still doing some things there. Then when we come to system codes details, you can see we now have male, female, single, married, divorced, and Mr. So all these are kind of now the options for these codes here. So for example, for the salutation, I can actually add Miss. So I'll choose Miss. Then for the system code, I'll now choose the maritos, the salutation. Then when I save, I'm able to see the Miss here. Then I can also do maybe Mrs. Can do Mrs. Then I can also choose salutation and I can save it. For the gender, we have all the options. But now, I think it will be best to have the categories on this other end. So we can actually include something on our system codes. So on how this looks like, if you go to our code, we have the folder for the system codes. This is the folder. We have all these options, and you can actually borrow what we have done on the countries, on the videos that you have done, and see how this is. It's just a simple CRUD. Then we have the system codes and the system code details. You are able to create that. So for our list on the system codes, I want us to add on the system code details. I want us to add the option for the system code so that you're able to categorize and see that this system code. Then here I want us to add the option for the system code. Then we want the description. So, but now this will not be okay until if you come to our system code repository, we need to include here. I think this is included where I think here. So we need to have include. Then you can say x dot system code. So I prefer doing this using a one dot per line rule. So if I just run my app, I should now be able to see the system codes with their respective the system code details with their respective system codes. So if I just go to my system codes, I should be able to see that you can see now I'm able to identify that this is male, and male description here belongs to the gender. These ones belong to the marital status, and this one belongs to the salutation. So for today's video, I want us to enhance this application and actually provide some of the things. And one of the things that I want us to do is I want us to create a list of parents for the students. So the list of parents, the first thing that we need to do is actually to create the model. So if you go to the application, I want us to create a model. So we're creating a class here, and we are going to call this parent. Then for our parent, I want us to capture the details for the students' parents. So I'm going to borrow some of the. You can just proceed. So one is the ID, which is our primary key. Then I am going to capture the string. Then I want us to capture the father. So I want us to capture the father name. So I'll do father name. Then we can do mother name. Mother name. Then we can also do email address. Email address. You can also do, what else can you capture? You can also capture gender. Then you can also capture address. And you can also capture phone number. Phone, you can say father phone number. You can also capture mother. Or you can do this. I want us to do it a bit. So let's just do first name. I want us to do first name. Then you can do middle name. Then I want us to do email address, gender. Then you can do phone number. Then do gender. Then do phone number. Then address. Then what I want us to do is I want to tie this parent to a student. So we'll do here int. Then we'll do student ID. Then we also need to ensure that this is a foreign key relating to connecting us to our student table. So here we'll say student. So this is student. Then here we'll do student. Then for this student, I also want us to identify whether it's a mother or father. So what I want us to do is I'll choose and say parent type ID. Then the option, we are going to get the options from our system code detail. So I want us to get the option from our system code detail. Then we'll call this parent type. So that ensures that this is our foreign key from this table. So these are the details. So we have the parent first name, middle name. Then we can actually do last name. Yeah. Then you can say this is last name. Then once this is done, so once we have done with this, we need to have it on our application DB context. So go to our application DB context. Then you can add here public DB set. Then you can have our parent. Then our table name will be called parents. Ensure it's plural. Then once this is done, the next thing is to add the migration. So we are going to add the migrations. Package NuGet manager. Then I'm going to, let me just clear this. Then To add migration, we use the add migration command. Then we say parent details. So if we press enter, our migration file should be generated if everything is fine. So let's just wait and see if all goes well. So our migration file has been generated, as you can see. So to update the database, we run the update database command. So let's just do that using the update database command. So then press enter. So if this is done, then we should be able to have the parents table in our database. You can see everything works well. So if you go to our database, let me just refresh my database. Then on my tables, I'm expecting to see the parents table. So this is the parents table. So you can see here, I have the first name, middle name, last name, email address, gender, and the rest. But now there's something we missed. So on our gender, on our parents, you can see you said here gender is a string, but we want to get the options from the system code detail. So I'm going to say this is gender ID. Then I'm going to specify that this is getting it from the gender. So this will be gender. Then I'm going to update my, so this should be int. Then I'm going to update my table. So I'll just do NuGet package console manager. Then I need to add migration as well. So I'm going to add migration, then I'll say parent updated details. Then when that works well, everything should be fine. So let's see what our migration. So you can see the only command, the only thing that is being updated is one column. So let me run now the update database command to update our database. So everything goes well. So we now have our parents table. The gender is now a gender ID. And it's actually, if you go to the tables and you check on the keys, the gender is now a foreign key from the system code detail. So once that is done, I want us now to add the forms. So come to our pages. So I want us to add a folder. So let's add a razor. Now let's just add the folder first. So then we can call these parents. Then on this folder, actually we've added it on the wrong, so I'll move it at the top. Yes, so on this parent, I want us to add now on this folder, I want us to add the component. So I'm going to say add parent. So if you do that, we have our parent component, add parent component. So I'm going to reuse the add student razor component and just reuse it here. So I've just copied that and we are going to update with you guys. So this one will say add parent. Then I'm going to say, so let's just check on at the bottom here. So our model will be the parent model that is just created. Then this will be parent object. So let's just say parent object. Then let me just remove this. I can actually also remove this, or let me just leave it that you will see. So create parent. So this is so this is our method to create the parent. Then you'll be able to see those details. But now our parent object, this one, is what we are going to use here. So this will be a parent object. Then you are saying create parent. Sorry. Create parent. Then we say add parents. Then we are going to say, so here we are going to use our parent object. These are parent objects. So the first thing is the first name. So we are going to use the first name. So these will be the first name. Yes. So you are going to have these as the first name for the parent. And you are going to say here will be the middle name. And you're going to use that. So you're going to choose this here. You're going to use middle name. Then this will be here. Remember, this is our object. Then you're going to have these as middle name. Then when you move down, this will be our last name. This will be our last name. Then you're going to say last name. This will be our parent object. Then email address, you're going to as well use that. Hope it is email address. Yes. So that is it. Then the email address, then the address, our object will be that way. This is the address, then the phone number. So we are going to change the object that you are binding. Hope this is the phone number. Phone. Let's just check. Yes, so it's phone number. So this is what we should be having here. So the next thing is what other thing do we need? We have the first name, middle name, last name, email address, then the gender and the address, then the parent type. So when you come here on the parent, we can copy this. Do you have the address? Yes, we have the address, then the phone number. So the next thing is the gender. So on the gender, we say select gender. Then we specify the object here. We'll say this is the gender ID. So remember, we are using the gender ID. Select gender, then this will be gender ID, and this will be our object. This should be that way. Then, in fact, we have it here. So I think that will be easier. So I think we have it here. So let me just copy this, and we have it here. So I need to close it. I missed something here. Yeah. So we have the gender. So the gender is we'll just change the gender object. We have it here. Then any other thing, I think that's fine. So the next thing we've actually captured the gender. Yes. So the next thing is to capture the student. So the student. So when you come to this form here, after selecting the gender, we say student. So we can capture the student. Then on the student, we will be capturing the student ID. So we'll say student ID. Then here we'll just copy that. Here we'll have the student ID, and here will be the student ID, and we say select student. So I'll show you this loop. So we need to loop the list of students before doing actually anything. Then the next thing is after we've captured the student here, we need to capture the parent type, whether it's mother or father, or guardian. So we'll actually do that. So when you come here, I'm going to, and you can actually add the date of birth. So I'll add this field. So let's just update it here. Then we will add it. So what I want us to also capture is the parent type. So you can say parent type. So the parent type here, you can say here parent type ID. Your parent type ID. So the date of birth. So let's add the field for the date of birth. So if you come to our model, we need to add the date of birth. So I'll just say date. So this will be date, time. Then I'll say this is date of birth. So when you come to our add parent, we now have the date of birth. So we need to populate these options now. We need to pre-populate the options for the gender, the options for the students. You see these options for the gender, the options for the student, and the options for the parent type. So what I want us to do, when you come here, you will see the options for the gender. We already have it here. So the options for the parent type, I want us also to have it. So I'll change that to parent type. Then that options is coming from this table. Then here, instead of saying countries, I'll say parent type. Then I'm going to just reuse these options on initialization. Get the service, then the options should, you can say the code should be parent type. So the next thing that we need to pre-populate as well, so you see here we now have the list of parent type. So I'll just come here and I'll loop through the parent type and say type here. Then my type will be, I want to save the ID, but what the user should see is the name. So I think that is fine. So the next thing that we need to pre-populate is the students. So for the student, on initialize, it should load all the students. So here, I'll also get the list of students. Then I just say here students. Then I just get here students, student. Then I just get here the students. So this is the students. So we need to pre-populate the list and have it on this collection here. Then I'll say the service will be student service, and we are getting all the students. Get all the students, and we should be able to get the students list. So this students list, we should actually bind it now to this option. So we'll have here student. Then our student, we want to display the ID. We want to display the name and actually save the ID. So that is it. So we now have our options pre-populated. So there is something that we need now to do. When creating the parent, we need to have the parent service. So I'm going to create the service here under services. So I mean, not even the service, the repository for the parents. So I'm going to create one. So I'm going to create an interface, then call it so parent repository. Then once we do that, I'm going to, once that is fine, I'm going to reuse some of the methods here. So on this parent, so here, I'm going now to replace this with our parent model. So that is it, that is it, that is it. So I'm just copying and replacing. So once this is done, we need to implement this interface. So we are going to implement the interface. So I'm going to create the parent repository service, implementing our parent. So I'm going to do that. Then we have our this one. Then we need to do something here. We say parent repository. So we need to implement our parent repository. Then you can now, if you hover, you can actually say implement interface. Then it will add all the methods here. So we can borrow some things here. So we are going to have our constructor with application DB context. So we'll have this. Then we can have our constructor here. So for the add parent, you see it is coming now with that. So I'm going to reuse some of the methods that we have here for the, so let me just borrow some. that we had created for the system code. So I'm going to reuse some of them things here. So I'm going to copy and paste because they are kind of similar. Then just change here, we say parents. So we're actually saving the data. Then remember this is a sync. So delete, I'm going to copy this. Then on the parent, I can say this is a delete. Then you can say this is a parents. Then here we'll say it is actually a sync. Then this is parents. I'm reusing this, but I'm sure you can be able to see. Then get all, so that we go faster. So this will give us the list of all the parents. So that is it. So this is get all parents. Then remember this is a sync. Then get by an ID. So I'm getting this data by an ID. So I'm paste there. Then this is parents. Then here we say async. Then update. So this is to update the parents details. Then we can come here and say update. This is parents. Then it's actually saved, and remember to have these as a sync. So we've actually now implemented our interface with this one. So the next thing that I want us to do is on our page, before even going to the page, on our program.cs file, we need for the server. So on our program.cs file, we need to register our service. So we need to register our service that we've just created, the interface and the service implementing it. So here we'll say parent repository. Then I can say here parent. So parent repository. So that is already registered now. So for the parent page, to navigate, let's change at the top here. We say add parent. So that is our navigation link. So when you come to that, it will take you to that. So we now have our service for the parent, and we need now to add the parent data. But before that, we need to import our repository. So I'm going to inject it here on our imports. Then I'm going to have hi parent repository. Then I'm going to say parent service. Then when I come to my add parent page, I'm going now to use the parent service. I'm going to use the parent service and say add async and ensure I pass my parent object. So I pass the parent object here. So that is it. Then once this is saved, it should navigate back to the list, but we don't have the list. So let's create the list of the parents. So the list table. So I'm going to create the list component. So and say parent list. So I'm going to have the parents list. So then I'll reuse the list for the students. So under the, I'll just paste that. Then here I'll say this is parents list. Then we can say here add parent. So when you click add parent, so we'll choose this to add new parent. The add new parent link will navigate us to the add parent, and the add parent is what we've just changed at the top here. So this will be our root. So when you come here, that is fine. Then we need to get the list of all the parents. So we need to get the list of all the parents. And to do that, we should first register this, declare this, and we say this gives us all the parents. And on initializer, we need to get all the parents. Get all the parents. So this is all the parents. Then when you load, it should actually load this. Then this is so let's just remove this. So this should be all parents. Let's just say parents. Then we can clear, then we can reload. But now when you reload the parents, we need to use the parent service that we've just registered, the parent service, and we can actually get all the parents. Then once we can actually say data instead of this, because we can actually reuse this. So we can just say data, and we can say this is item, so that we can actually reuse it. So once that is fine, we can be able to see now, we can be able to get all the list of parents and add to our all parents collection list. So if we go at the top, we can now loop. We can loop and check if our parents have data. So we can say loading parents. Then we can display the ID, first name, middle name, last name, email, phone number, and we can say student. We can say student, or what do we display? We can actually display student. Yes, just display students. So then once we display, so here we'll say student, then we can get the name, the first name, but I'll show you how to get the full names. So once that is fine, we can have here the list of parents is not available. But when you click edit, it should take you to the list of edit. But when you delete, we can actually get the delete. I mean, should be the parent service. Then you say delete, and you can pass the ID. Then you can actually load now. After deleting, you can reload the list of parents. So I think so far up to there, we've done much. So what I want us to do is now to preview what you have done. So, but before that, we need to add that link to our navigation pane and navigation menu. So you'll do that under the and the components, then layout, then navigation menu. So on our navigation menu, I want us to just below the students, let me just zoom. I want us to add the navigation to the parents list. So here we'll say parents. So I'll just do here parents. Then to navigate to parents, we need to navigate to our parents list. And so this is the navigation link that we indicated. So what we need to do on here, we need to specify that when you click on that link, it should take you to the parents list. So if everything is fine, then we are good to now preview our app. So I'm going to build, then preview and see how it looks like. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. Comment down below in case you have anything that you feel we need to do. So I think there is an issue. So let's just check on our component, add parent component. There is something with that. So on add parent component, we still have something referencing the students because we were copying. So let's see where it is. So this should be save parent. Then is there somewhere we specifying the student? So if we just launch, let's see. There is somewhere we are specifying the student. Let's see, yes, here. So that is it. So if we replace that, let's launch the app and see. We still have some. So there's an issue somewhere. Yes. Yeah. So for the student, we only have the first name. So the parent type should be the description. Yeah? It should be description, and here we should say select parent type. Then for the student, we should actually get the first name, then Yeah, so that's fine. When we launch the app, everything should be fine and you should be able to access the parents navigation link with the list section. Then you should be able to see how to add the parent details. So let's see how our app looks like. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below. So you can see we now have our navigation link for the parents. So if we click parents, it should take us to the parents list. But now we made some changes to our model. So we need to apply those changes. So let's go to our tools, NuGet Package Manager. Then we need to clear. I think we added the date of birth. So parents, so you can say parent date of birth, DOB details. Then press enter. Then our updates, our file should be generated, migration file. Then once this is generated, you can update our database. So you can actually use the commands, then update the database. So let's see. So if everything goes well, then we are good. So let's launch our app now, and we should be able to navigate to the page. So we'll be doing this video until we actually complete this app. So if you click on the parents, you can see the parents list is not available. So if we click add parent, it is now taking us to our list that we just created, add new parent. So, and you can see it has the first name, middle name, last name. I think we have 2 middle names, so we'll check that. Then email address, phone number, gender. You see it is giving us the options for the male and female. Then the students. You can see it is loading the students that we have here. So all our students are actually named James for the first name. So I want us to do some modification. First, let's remove this. Then I want us, instead of displaying just first name, we display the full name here. So how do we do that? Let's go back to our add razor component. Then on our add razor component, I want us to remove this duplicate here. Then let's go to our model for the students. On the model for the students, I want us to add another property here. So instead of saying, I want us to say full name, and this full name is actually a combination of some of the names. So it's a combination of one first name. Sorry. So it'll say first name. So let me just copy here. Then another one is middle name. Sorry. Middle name. Then another one is, sorry. So another name is the last name. So once we do that, our first name, we should now get the full name of the student. So when you go to our razor component here, instead of displaying under the students list here, we can now display the full name. Then on our parents list, instead of displaying the student first name, we can actually do now the full list. Then another thing that you were to do was, I think that's fine. We can now try to add the parent for a particular student, then see how it will work. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, comment down below. We notice some of you guys are watching our videos and you don't subscribe. So if you come to parents and click add, so I'm going to add Paul Kariuki Mwangi. Then I'm going to say the email address is paul@gmail.com. Then I'll just put in some, then the phone number, that is the phone number, then the gender is male. Select the student. So you can now see we have the full name of the student. So I'm going to say James Karanja. Then the parent type, yes, so we have an issue. we don't have the parent type here. So when you go to our code, on the add parent, we specify that we want to get the parent from the system codes, and the code should be the parent type. So to get that data here, we need to go to the system codes first, then add the system code parent type, and we say this will be parent type. Then when we save, we have the parent type here. Then we need to specify the options. So I'm going to add the option will be father. Then you can say this is the father. Then I'm saying this is the parent type. I can save. Then I can add another one. I can say mother. Then mother. Then I specify this is parent type. Then I can also add another one. I can say uncle. So this is uncle. Then I can say this is parent type. So when I save, we now have the options for the parent types. So you can see we have the father, mother, and the uncle. So when you click on the parents, I can now add a parent, Paul Kariuki Mwangi. This is the email address. This is the phone number. Then I can say mail. Students was this one. Then when you click on the parent type, you can see now I have the father, mother, and the uncle. So I'll select father. Then I can have their date of birth. So I'll just do 1990. Then when I save parent, it is taking us to the students list. But when you click on the parents, we have something wrong. Yes. Now that is good. So what we need to do first, when you click on the add parent, we should navigate back to the parents list. So I'm going to change that navigation, come to the add parent, then we should always navigate to the parents list. Then when we add on the parents list, for us to get the parents, the student details here, we should go to our repository for the parent, where we are getting all the parents. Yeah, where is it? Here, where we are getting all the parents, and we should actually include, for us to know the student, we should include the student name. Sorry, I'll just do include. Then I'll just do include. Then I'll just do x. Then I say student. So we should be able to get the details of that student. So let's launch our app and see. But when you go to our database, we should be able to see some data within our parent table. You see, these are the data that we just saved. So the issue was actually displaying. So when you go to our parents, we should now get the list of the parents that we just added. You can see now we have Paul Kariuki Mwangi, email address, and the student name that we just selected. So if we just add another parent, I say Obi, then Kimani Opio, then I can say Obi, then I'll do some addresses here, then phone number, I'll just do random one, then I'll select the gender, select the student for that, and I can select that, then I'll put in the date of birth. Then when I save, it is now doing the correct thing. You can see now Obi, Kimani, Opio, that is it. So I think up to there guys, you've learned a lot, and if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series. So as you can see, we are able to add students from this application. We're able to create parents, add the parents, select the gender, all this data. Then you are able to add some system codes. So you are able to add the system codes and the system code details. So if you're new to this channel, watch our previous video to understand where we are on this project. So what we are going to do today, we are going to integrate our admin LTE. So I'm going to integrate this template
to our Blazor app so that it looks a bit more better and even appealing. Then you are going to use this customized template. So as you can see on this template, we are going to download. It's actually a free template. Then we are going to integrate this template to our app. So we are going to integrate this template to our So we are going to integrate this template to our app. So to begin with, we are going to download this template. So we can download it. So if you are new to this channel, you can actually subscribe and comment down below. So I'm going to download the source code for this template. So it's downloading. So this is my template. It has already downloaded. So I'm going to extract. I'm going to extract the same folder, just the downloads. So so that is the template. Let's wait and see. It's extracting. So for those who are new, please subscribe to our channel. Okay, so we have already extracted, and this is the template. So if I just click one of these navigation, you'll see that we are able to actually open this template, and we can navigate through some of the sections. So now I want us to now reuse this template. So I'll just go to our code, and the first thing that I want us to do is I want us to copy the styles for our application. So for the styles, I want us to copy the styles. So I want us to copy the styles to this folder. So here, I want us to create a folder here called Admin LTE. So I'm going to call it Admin LTE. So for this Admin LTE, we are going to copy all these files, the plugins, the dist folder, and the build. So I want us to copy all these, and I want us to paste them here. So it's copying. So I want us to have that so that we are able to see how our template will look like. So there you go. So we have a build, this folder, and the plugins. So the next thing that I want us to do, if you go back to our folder, you'll see that those are the files that we've copied. So I want us to open, let's see I want us to open the index file. So I want us to open the index file, this one. Then I'm going to open with Notepad++. So this is how the HTML looks like. So what I want us to do, if we go to our app, I want us to go to our server. Then on our components, we have the layouts. So if you go to the main layout, this is how it looks like. Then if you go to the menu, this is how the menu looks like. Then if you go to the app.razor, you'll see that it has these options. So the first thing that you'll see is it has these styles. So this is where we have the header and the body, and then we have so that is how, so these are the sections that we are going to manipulate. So if you check on the roots, this is how it looks. So I'm going to copy the file. So if you go to our index file, I want us to copy all this data, all these links that it is within the header tag, and I want us to replace it here. So I want us to have them here. So then, so we can remove this. Let me just remove. I can try to zoom this a bit so that you're able to see. So I'm going to remove this as well. Going to remove that. trying to remove those, so making it a bit clean. Then, as you can see, our styles are under plugins. But now, remember on our folder, on our what we did, we actually created a folder under the www root. So I'm going to copy this, and I want us to replace, to actually have admin LTE as the first, because this is where our plugins folder is. So I want us to add this before plugins, and even the dist folder, all this. So then we can actually change the title, and we can say students management system. So after we are done with that, I want us to also add something. So as you can check on the app, so when you check on the app, so if you come to our components, then on the app, we have the head, which we have actually replaced with what we have here. So you see this is what we have on the head from there to here. Then on the body, I want us to replace we actually add the style, this class to the body. Then you see we have the roots, then the scripts. So for the scripts, I want us to also add the scripts. So these are the scripts. So if you scroll down you'll see we have these scripts. So these are the scripts. So I want us to add them here. So there you go. So as you can see, I want us to clean this as well. So if you do that, so let's see. So we're cleaning this, trying to remove all this, trying to remove all of this, trying to remove all of this. Then I want us to copy this and replace it with admin LTE. It's called admin LTE. Then we do this. I want to replace all plugins with this. So if we just do replace current document, there you go. So we've replaced that to make our work easier. Then we can also replace this. So there you go. So we now have so the next thing that we are going to do, you see on our navigation menu, this is how our navigation menu looks like. But now I want us to do something. On this navigation menu, I want us to copy it. Then I can just create a file here and paste it there. But now when you see on this navigation menu, you will see we have the top bar navigation where it's students management. Then we have the checkbox, all these. So I want us to replace this with our template navigation. You see this layout here? I want us to replace with this sidebar. So if you come to our index file, you'll be able to see we have how this has been arranged. You'll be able to see we have this div. So this div wrapper, we have the preloader, the navigation bar, and we have the main sidebar. You see this main sidebar, and you have the content wrapper. So all these, you see orders, so these are the contents. So if I just click here, the sidebar, I have it here. So if I just, so for the navigation menu, yeah, I can actually borrow this. So for the sidebar, I have this one. So this will be my sidebar. So I'm going to close this, and I can have my sidebar here. So if I just paste that, sorry, so I'm going to copy this. Let me just scroll down. This is where it ends. So I'm going to copy this. This is actually the navigation. Scrolling up to here. So this is my sidebar. I'm going to copy that way, then go back to our code. Then I'm going to replace it that way. Then I'm going to clean this sidebar. There's a lot of information that I don't want. So then the next thing on this, you can see I want to ensure that our file is actually referencing the correct. So this should be dist. So anything that is within dist, I want to replace it with this. So if I just replace, I'll get the correct root. Then I can remove this. So I can say this is students management. So I can remove this, or I can just call it students. Then I can also try to remove this. Have this. This is my side menu. Then on the navigation, I want to remove all this link here and just have sorry, I want to remove this. Then here I just want to have students. So if I just do that, then here I can say, so here I want to remove this batch. So I can actually say this is parents. Then I can actually replace this. Yeah, I think this is fine. Can remove this. So that is students, parents. Then I can say, can also get away with this. Let me just remove it. You want to clean it. I'm removing all those navigations. So if you see on our, sorry, if you see on this template, I'm removing all these other navigations so that we get the just a small one to work with. So I'm trying to remove all this, but we shall be able to copy them if we need them. I'm trying to remove this, all of this, all of this. Let me just close them. So remove all of this. So we now have these two. We have the students. So I can now add the ones that I want. I want system codes. Then we have system code details. So this is my navigation now. I have the parents, students, system codes, and system code details. Then, so this is how my layout looks like. So if you go to our app, there is something that we need to do. So if we just scroll down here, we have the content wrapper. So this content wrapper, if we go to the navigation layout, main layout, you'll see that we have the nav menu, which is this one, and we also have the main where we'll be actually having our body. So what I want us to do on our template, when you see this nav menu, this navigation menu is actually inside this div wrapper. So this div wrapper, I want us to have it here. Then the navigation menu, I don't want, before the navigation menu, I want us to have these two, the preloader and the nav. So I want us to replace this sidebar and have those two. So if we just click this one, the nav menu ends where? Let me just scroll down, it ends here. So I want to copy that. Copy that up to here. So I want us to paste it here. So that is our navigation menu. That is our nav bar. So anything that is a link like this one, we need to provide the correct reference. So like that one, then we replace. So that we get, if it is images, then we will get the correct images. So let me just click this, remove this, so that we have it clean. So after this, after this, we'll now have our navigation sidebar. So if you scroll down, you'll see this is where our nav menu comes in, and our nav menu is this one. So this is our nav menu where it starts from the side, a side class, the same way it is on this other side. You see this one. So after that, then we need to wrap everything on our, so everything that we'll be having will be within this content wrapper. So these are kind of the content. So on our app, the navigation menu here is now fine. So we'll remove this. Then here, I want us to remove all of this, and I want us to have content, just do div content wrapper. Then I want us to do div, then remove this and have their body. So once we have that body, then everything within body will be tied within this. So you see all this main content section. So all the content will be here. So if we try now to run this app, let's just try and see and run, then we see what will happen. So if we launch this app, we're expecting, let's see what will happen when the app runs. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. We'll be doing a complete Blazor series on this channel. And if, in case you have anything that you feel we can cover, please comment down below and we'll be happy to do so. So let's see how our app will look like. There you go. So you can see how our app looks like. We have, so there is some items that are not good, but we are almost there. So this is our navigation. You see we have the students, parents, system codes. So there is something on how we've actually done, but we are going to correct that. So if you see that, let's go to our navigation layout. So on our navigation menu, ensure this is closed. I think that is fine. Then on our main navigation layout,
think this is where the problem is. So we have the div class wrapper. This is closed. Then ensure this is closed. Then we have our menu there. Then this should be closed, and that should be closed. So then on our app, we check, we ensure everything is fine. So remove this. Then you have the body layout. Yes, so this is the body layout. Then at the roots. So let's see. So the reason as to why we could be having this issue is because of our styles. So let's just look on our styles. Under the layout, we see if everything is fine. So if you come to main layout, I mean under the app. So yes, so you can see we actually have two folders being referenced, but on our www root, we actually have just a single folder called Admin LTE. So you should actually remove one. So you should actually check this navigation to ensure that you have the correct source here. So if I just remove that and save, then I can relaunch our app, then we see how it will look like. So let's see how our app looks like after doing that. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So there you go. So you can see now our app is a bit better. So we have the parents system codes and the system code details. So I'm going to remove under the navigation layout, I'm going to remove the search bar, this one. I'm going to remove this. Then I can leave the, let's see, if we remove that, then you can actually have another navigation layout here. I can just have this. Then I can call these students. Then I can call this dashboard. So if we just do that, dashboard. So if I launch the app, our app should be a bit better. But now I want us to connect to the links for the pages that we had created. Remember we had the students and the parents pages. Then I want us also to add the dashboard. So you can see we now have the students, parents, system codes, and the dashboard. But look on how our dashboard look like. We have the hello world. So you can also update the admin LTE footer here. So where is our footer located? For those, you can actually copy the footer. If you had not copied, we have the footer just below here. This is the footer. So just copy that, then go to the layout, then paste just down after our div within the wrapper. So this wrapper, ensure that it is outside the wrapper and you copy it here. So instead of just hard coding this, I want us to provide the exact date. So you can say date time dot now, then we say dot here. Then here we can actually remove this, and I can say this is designed and developed by macro code. So I can just remove this. This is macro code. So all rights reserved, and we can have that. Then the next thing that I want us to do, when you open our navigation layout on our template, this is how our template looks like. So I want us to borrow this content. You see this content here. I want us to borrow this content so that on our app, instead of having hello world, we have that content. So to borrow that content, come to our template within the index page. Then just after the sidebar, if I just close that,
Then we have this content wrapper. If you open the content wrapper, we have the content header. So you see this content header, then we have this one, then we have now the main section where we have the content and the content fluid. So I want us to copy from the content section, this section here. So when you copy that section, I want us to go to our index page, just on our index page. So where is our index page? Where we are having the hello world. Where we are having the hello world. So on the pages, just go to home, just within the, so this is our pages. So go to home. Then instead of having all this, I want us now to replace this and have that. So I'm going to format. So replace all those code and now have all of this. So this is how our app now looks like. So because we had actually copied this on our layout, if you go to our main layout, we actually have the section and the div content fluid. So I want us to remove these two. So I want us to remove these two so that we don't repeat ourselves. So I want us to remove these two. So it should be, let's see, it will be the div. Where is the, let's just return. So where is that closing? Being closed here. Yes, and this section. So yeah, should remove that. And also these two here. So if we remove these two, then let me format. So if we launch our app, we should actually see the dashboards. We shall actually see the dashboards on our application. So let's just see. So if we open the app, there you go. So you can see this is now our app, and you can see what you have just added: the copyright 2024, designed and developed by NetCode, already served, and this is the version. So then we have our links. So I want us to restore our links here. So I'm going to rename on my layout, instead of having the name macrocode, Alexander, I want to remove Alexander from my app. So where was he? In the navigation. So I'm going to say macro code. So I remove Alexander here. So you remember the links that we copied. So these are the links that we copied on our app. The navigations links to students and home and even countries. And yeah, I actually forgot we had a link for countries. So I'll just add these countries here. So if I just do that, I can say countries. So what I want us to do, I want us to replace the links. You see these links. I want us to replace the links with our links. So I just come here. Then let's see how it looks. Let me just copy down here. We see how it looks. So this is so you can actually kind of say this is our navigation link. Then this is the icon, and this is the country, and we have, this is the reference. So we can do that. So let me just remove this. So we can duplicate this. So we can say this is our navigation link, and the reference to system codes, I can borrow what we had done here. So I'll just copy that and paste it here. Sorry. So that is it. Then we can also do the same for the system code details. So this is navigation link, Then our navigation link should take us to the system codes list. So if we do that, I can go to system codes list, and this should be navigation link. There you go. Then the next one is parents. So that is the link. Our navigation link was taking us to the parents list. So I'm going to use that. So once you are done with that, you can also do the students. And our students list was taking us to the students list. So if we do that, this navigation here. Then the next one was our home. So this is our home link. And that one was taking us to the, it was taking us to the navigation. So this was the, it was not taking us anywhere. And that was the match, nav link match all. So if we just do that, and let's try to see if we can access our links. So if I just run my app, I should be able now to access our pages that we had done. So the students and the others. So that is, so let's see how it happens. So these are students. So if I click students, let's see what will happen. There you go. So you can see now we have our students. Then if we click parents, there you go. We are able to see the parents, countries. We're able to see countries, then system codes, system codes, system code details, and then we are able to see the system code details. So we've now created that, so we can actually kind of decorate now our app. So if we go to students list, just at the top, we can actually have within here, we can say, so let's actually see how the template has been decorated for the data tables. So let's just see for the list, something like this one. So if we just open this, we can actually kind of view this. Then for the list, we can add that to our, we can borrow some styles that has been used. So before the list, yeah. So this is the list. So we can have the cards. So I can just borrow this, and you can have the cards. So here, you can just do this. So here, you can have the card. This is the header. That is it. So let me try to see if I can close it here. So let's see how many. So if we click that, we should get the, yes, that's closed. So you can say this is a students list. So if I do that, so you'll be having this card here. So I can actually copy that and replace it to all the lists. So I'll just do, or you cannot, before doing that, let's just see how it looks like. So I'll just do that. Let's see how it looks like. So it's launching. So if we open the app, click students, there you go. You see how our students now looks like. We have the students list, then add students, and this is how it looks like. I think it's better. So I can just now add that. I can add that to the countries list. So I'll remove the container, then try to close these three here. So try to format so that it is well aligned. Then I can say countries list. So I can also copy this go to which other list do we have, the parents list, then try to update this, then also have this here. So I can do that. Then I can also copy this. You can say this is parents, or you can say students parents. So that is it. So if we copy this, we can also go to we've done the students then system codes. I can just go replace this, then I can do this here. So I'll just do that. Then I can say this is a system code details. The system code details. I'll just remove that. Then I can also borrow this and do it here. I'll remove that, paste those. So I'm just pasting some styles, so don't worry. So there's something wrong somewhere. That's closed up to there. Yeah, so this is not. So then I format to ensure it is well aligned. So then I can do system codes. So I just do system codes. So if we launch the app, let's relaunch the app and see how it looks like. So guys, we have managed to successfully integrate our template to our project, and we'll be now moving forward with this template. So you can see we have now the students list. You can see we have the parents, we have the countries, we have the system codes, and that. I think for the countries we missed something. So if we just go to the layout, I want us to go to the main layout, I mean the navigation menu. Then instead of countries is referencing students. Yes. So what was it was a countries list. So we do countries list, and that should be fine. So let's try to see if our add form is well aligned or it has been distorted. So that is it. So let's see. So let's see if we can add one more student. Then we call it a day for today's video. So if I just come to students, then I click add, you can see my form. So I just provide some registration number, name, just provide the names and the addresses, phone number, and gender, then date of birth. So I'll do year 1990. So if I save, I think everything is fine. So our app is still okay. So we can try to add a title at the top here. So how do we do that? Let's go to our main layout. So for this navigation bar menu here, instead of having this, I want us to have a kind of so I want us to remove these searches. Yes. Let me just here, I can just have let me try to have a header, say students management system. Let's see how it looks like, or it will be distorted. Let's see. So app is launching. So yeah, so you can actually have that. So that one, then we'll be able to style these application as we go along. We can also rename some of these headers here. So let's go to our home page. So instead of saying orders, we are dealing with the students app. So we can say new students. Then you can say students Excel students success rate. So you can say success rate. You can also say here you can say teachers. You can say here teachers. Then you can say here this is unique visitors. That will make sense. So you can say the students, trying to just make it a bit better. So let's launch our app and see. So that is it for today's guys. So we've been able to integrate our template to our Blazor. Then we can be able to do more on our next video. So we'll be trying to enhance this application to ensure that we have a concrete app on Blazor. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series app. That is the students management system. So as you can see, on our previous video, we tried to integrate our app with our admin. That is the Admin LTE template. So as you can see, so if you're new to this channel, you can actually consider watching our previous video on how we integrated this application with our LTE template. So as you can see on our app, we already have the data that we had created. That is the first name, middle name. So we can actually save a student. So I can just do one for those who are new to this channel. So if I just do that, I can save the first name, the middle name, the last name, the email address, phone number. Then I can do gender, then date of birth. So if I save this, we are able to see the data here. So this is the data that we've actually saved. Then you can actually update the student details, and you can also delete. So that was for the students. Then we have the parents. So we are able to add the parent details. And these parent details, you are able to tie these parent details to actually the student. So you are able to select the gender, the students. So you can select the student, the parent type, whether it's father, mother, or uncle. Then you can actually rename that relationship. So then you can save that. So you can see we are able to save that. So we can actually change this. So yeah, there's something wrong with our edit. So we'll be able to check that for the parent. So if you see on our parent, when you edit this parent type, we can actually change this to relationship type. So if you go to our application, so for those who are following, so you'll go to our application and add parent. Then you're going to change, instead of saying relationship, the parent type, you can actually say relationship. So relationship type. Then you can do the same for the, I don't know if we are displaying it on the list. No, so we are not displaying it on the list. So as you can see for the parent, we should be able to edit. So I think there is an issue with the edit. So we didn't actually complete that. So let's add the edit button for our parents. So I'm going to add actually a razor component, not the button. A razor component for editing the parent details. So I'm going to say edit parent. So if we just do edit parent, then create that component, then we are going to duplicate this detail. Duplicate the component for the add parent. So I'm going to copy this component. So I'm going to copy everything here. Go to my edit
parent, then paste it here. So then I'm going to update, say update. So we are calling this update parent. Then here we'll say update parent details. Then for our app, instead of saying create parent, we are going to say update parent. Then for the parent service, we are going to do an update. So we'll call the update async. Then we're still passing the same data from the parent, then all these other options. So, but the only thing that you are going to change is on our on initialize method here. So we are going to preload the parent date object with some data from the parent that has been selected. So what we are going to do, we are going to say parent is equals to await. Then we'll do parent service. So we'll just do parent service dot get by ID. So we are going to say get by ID. So where are we getting this ID? Remember, when we edit, we are actually supplying an ID. So we should actually define our page, the root for the edit button, for the edit page. We are going to define it. We are expecting a parameter. So we'll just say parent. So that will be our navigation. Then we'll say edit. So we can actually do that. Parent, then edit. Then you're expecting an ID. So this will be update parent. So we'll just do update parent. Then for the ID, we are expecting a parameter. So we need to define that parameter. So I'm going to copy it. So this is the parameter. So we'll just have it on our edit parent razor component. So down here, we need to define that we are expecting a parameter of an ID. And this is the ID that you are going to pass here when we are supplying so that we get the parent object. So the first time we load the edit section, we are going to load this. And also we will be loading the student and the rest. So what we need to do, instead of us loading the student, so we'll first pre-populate that with the data. So let's just see how that works. But now to click on the edit section, remember we have the root here. So this root, we are going to specify it on our parents list. So when you click on edit parent, it should actually take you to the edit parent. Then this should not be student, but we can say parent. Then we can actually replace all these here. So this should be parent, 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 all this data. Then this should be parent ID. Are we deleting parent data? No. So we should actually remove that. So let's just work with that. So when you click edit, it will take us to the edit page with the parent ID and preload all the data for the parent. So this should be update parent. We'll just do update parent and it will pre-fill all the details with the parent data. So if I just launch this app, so let's try to launch. So we should be able now to edit the parent details. So let's try and see how it will work. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and comment down below in case you have any suggestion or you have anything that we can include on this application. So as you can see, we can be able to go to parents. Then for the parents, we'll get the list. So we need to remove this. So if we just do edit, you can see it is now taking us to the parent edit with an ID 1. Then it is actually preloading all the details for the parents. Then you can actually change the relationship. Say it's uncle, then you're able to save it. So if we just edit back, you will see that the relationship now is uncle. So let's just remove that, or you can actually leave the delete option. So let me just leave the delete option. So we can have the delete. So you can have the delete. Let me just say delete.
I don't want us to be deleting parent data. We can actually block them, so it's not actually the. So I'll show you how we will do that. So let's just remove it for now. You can only update. So we now have the data for the parents. We have the countries. We also have the system codes that we added and the system codes details. So the next thing that I want us to do on this table, we are creating on this system, we are actually creating the students system. So what I want us to do today is to create something for the teachers. So I want us to create a model. I want us to create a model for the teachers. So to do that, let's go to our shared project. Then you are going to create here, we will say teacher. So I'll just do teacher. Then if you press that, I'll do here public. Then, sorry, public. Then for the teacher, you can actually have public int, then ID. So that is our primary key. Then we can do, so this is string. We can do first name. Can do first name. Then you can also do string. You can do middle name. So we can actually copy some of the data and parents. So I'll just copy this. So I'll copy that, then I can have it here. Then I can say this is a teacher. Then you can have the ID, first name, middle name, last name, email address, gender. Gender, we are expecting to get the gender from the system code, phone number, address. Then you can say we don't now have the student. Then you can say we can have here, we can actually add something we call marital status. Marital status ID. Then this will be our marital status. So we'll actually update for our parent model as well. Then the next thing that the only thing that I want us to add for the teachers, I want us to add, we can say about, or we can say maybe Facebook link. Can also do Twitter. Can have Twitter handles. So you can say Twitter link. You can also do LinkedIn linked. So you can do linked, sorry. So you can do LinkedIn link. Then another thing is now, another options that I want us to do is we can do a designation. So the designation we can actually borrow from our system codes. I can show you how we will do that. So here we will say designation ID, designation ID. Then this designation ID, this will be our foreign key, then that will be our, should come from the system code details. So we are using the code first approach to actually define our tables. So after this, I want us now to effect these changes to our database. How do we do that? Let's go to our data application DB context. Then we are going to define our have it here. Define our table name. So just have our DB set, then specify the model. Then here we'll say teachers. So that is the name of our table. Then after that, I want us to add migrations. So we'll just do NuGet package console. Then we'll add the migration. So I'll say add using the add migration command. Add migration, then I'll say teacher. So I'll just do teacher details. Then press enter. So if everything goes well, our migration should be generated and we should be fine to update the changes to our tables. So let's wait and see. So build succeeded. Then you expect to have the migration file. There you go. You can see the teacher details has been generated and the table is here. So you're expecting our table to be created with all those details.
So the next thing is to update the database using the update database command. We'll just do update database, press enter. Then our database, our tables will be created. So if our table will be created, then everything will work well. So you can see that is fine. So all these columns has been created. You see this is actually an SQL statement creating our tables. So after we are done with that, I want us now to create a folder to create the components. So let's go to our pages. Then I want us to add a page for. So let's just create a folder first. Create a folder for teachers. So we'll just call these teachers. So for the under teachers, I want us to first create a list component. So the list component will call this teachers list. Teachers list. Then once we do that, then I'm going to duplicate the parents list. So I'll just reuse the parents list. Come here, paste that. Then I'm going to use here, I'll say teachers list. Then I'll say this is teachers. So that is teachers. Then we'll say add new teacher. Then our list down here, sorry. So our list down here will be all teachers. Then we'll have our teacher here as the model. Then we'll be now having our collection that will be pulling from the teacher. So for now, we can have it that way. Then our object here, so this is the list. So we're expecting all the list of teachers. We now loop. So we say this is loading teachers. Then this is the list of teachers. So we should just have a phone number. You can remove this, or you can actually have it as gender. You can have this as gender. Then here we'll say gender. Then gender. Then we take the description of the gender. Then we can say, so that is our navigation. Then we'll say this is a teacher list and available. So we already have our teachers list, but now I want us to add to our navigation menu. So to add this to our navigation menu, let's go to our navigation layout and components, then main navigation. So I'm going to add this to our, it's actually under nav menu. So I'm going to add this to our section. So we'll have these, and we say this is teachers. So these teachers should take us to the list that we just created under pages, then parents. I mean teachers, not parents. Where is it? Yes, here. So this is the list here. So this is our root. So it's teachers. So if we go back to our nav menu, we should actually reference this to teachers. So that will take us now to the teachers list. But we need to add another component. We need to add another component, that is the component to add the teacher. So I'll just say add teacher. Add teacher. Then if we do add teacher, I'm going to borrow the same thing as add parents. So I'll copy that, then come and paste it here. So then I'm going to modify. So I'll say add teacher. That is our root. Sorry, so this is add teacher. Then we'll say add new teacher details. So we'll remove that. Then when you come down here, I want us to add, so our teacher model, this will be our teacher model. Then this will be our teach. So we'll say teach object. Then these other ones can remain. So let's just update our model first from the top. So this will be our model. Then you can say this add add teacher, the form name. Then our model should reference our teacher object. So this is then that should fine. We still have the first name, middle name. You also have the last name for the teacher. You also have the address, so you'll be replacing this. Then you also have the address as well. Then the next thing is we also have the gender, so we'll be replacing that. Then you also have so we didn't have the students, so let's just remove this. We have a relationship, so we can actually remove this as well. We can change this to date of birth. Let's leave it. So for the teacher, then you'll say save teacher. Save teacher. So for the teacher, we added some few items. One is we added the, let's just go to the model. So for the model, we added the Facebook link, Twitter link, that is, then so we can actually add it. So we'll say here Facebook link. So for the Facebook link, then you can do here, we are now using teacher. So this should be teacher, this should be teacher, then this should be teacher, this should be teacher. Then you can say Facebook link, we replace this with Facebook link. So let me just copy it here. Then also the next one we need to add is the Twitter link. So I'll copy that. Then you can say Twitter link. I'm also going to replace this with Twitter. So that is it. And here should be, then you can do the same here. Then you also have here we should say LinkedIn. We can have the LinkedIn link, and this is LinkedIn link. So we do that. Then the next thing we added, so gender. So you can actually borrow this to be at the top. So you can have it here. Let's just have it at the top here. So the next thing that we have is the relationship. So instead of relationship, I want us to define this to, we say designation. So designation, then we'll be using our teach object. Then this will be designation ID. Then you can say this is a designation ID. Then we say select designation. So if we do that, then we can select say designation. So we'll actually define that. Let's just do that. So here we'll have the designation ID, then date of birth. I think that is fine. So for the designation, we need to load this list. So we'll change our parent type here to designation. So we'll say designations. Then this will be the designation. Then the parent code that we're expecting, we can expect designation. So then we'll change this here. We'll now reuse here designation. Then we'll get that. So another thing that is simply an error. So here we now have to do something. So we don't have to get the students because we are not using it, but we can use the gender. So can do that. So detail. Sorry. So the next thing that I want us to do is to create our repository pattern for the parent. So to do that, I'll be reusing some of the items that we just did to go fast. So first is go to our repository pattern. Then I'm going to create an interface.
I'm going to create an interface, then call it iTeacher repository. So iTeacher repository. Then for the iTeacher repository, I'll just reuse the same as the parent. So then I'll paste this here. Then for each, I'll just change this model to teacher. Then this is teacher, 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 then teacher. Then for this, I'll also go to services. I'm going to create a services for our repository pattern, implementing this interface. So I'll just create a class. Then I'll just call it teacher repository. Then it will be implementing this. So it will be implementing that. So we'll just do implement interface and it will generate for us all these methods. But now I'll just copy what we have under parent because it's kind of the same. Then I'll just change the models. So I'll just duplicate this, sorry, to make it easier. So this is just a simple app. So this is a parent. Then here I'll just change where we have parent to teacher. So I'll just do teacher. This is teacher. So where there is parents, I'll say teachers. So we are getting a list of teachers. So there you go. So when you delete, you're deleting teacher. Then we'll just say teachers. Sorry, just teachers. Then this is first or default. So we'll just do first or default. And we remove parent. Teachers. Teachers. Sorry. Teachers. That's wrong. Teachers. Yes. Then get all. You're getting teachers. We'll just update that. Then do we have to include anything? Yes, you can include designation and you can also include gender. So you can include gender. Then here we are also getting by an ID. Our model is a parent, teacher, Then this is teachers. Then we get first or default. Updating, we are updating a teacher details. So we'll pass in the model for teachers. Then we'll get here teachers. Sorry. We'll just do teachers. Then we update. So this is our service, and this is implementing iTeacher repository. So we need to register it under the program.cs file. So I'm going to register that. So I think on our next videos, we'll actually see how we can lump all these into just a one. So that will be, let's just build our application. So I'll do iTeacher repository. Then I'm going to specify the service. So this is the service. So if we go to our, let's see on our clients, I think we are good. So to use this service, the service that we have on our add teacher here, we need to import it, and we need to import it here on our imports. So I'm going to inject it here. I'm going to inject iTeacher repository. Then I'll say here teacher service. So I'll just do teacher service. So this teacher service, I can now reuse it on our add teacher. Instead of saying create, so this should be create teacher. So when adding, so our form now should reference create teacher, and you should specify it on validate submit. Then when you go down here, we should specify we should use teacher service. Then
we say add async, and we should pass our teach object. Then it should now take us back to the list of our teachers. So it should take us, after adding, it should navigate us back to the list of teachers. The same case for the teachers list. We need to get the list of teachers. So this will be our add. Let's just see our root. It should be add teacher. That is when you are on the list of teachers and you click add new teacher, it should take you to add teacher. Then on our list here, on initialize, we should load all teachers. So this one should be load all teachers. Then these teachers should be loaded, and we should now get teachers from our service. So teacher service, then we get all async. Then we actually add all the data to our collection here. So so that is it. So load all teachers, then we are able to get everything. So I think up to there, we should be able to navigate to our app. So let's launch the app and see how everything works. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, comment down below, and let's see how the app looks like. So we have an error. So let's see what is the error. So there you go. So these are the errors. I think it's under the teachers list. Yes, on delete, I think we should load teachers, not. Yes, so this was the issue. And here we should actually use teacher and delete async. Then this should be delete teacher. So let's update that. Then this delete teacher. Yeah, I think we'll be able to see that. So let's launch and see. So let's launch and see how the app looks like. So if we open the app, we should be able to add a teacher, and you should see the list of details of the teacher that we just added. So our app is launching. So there you go. So we have our dashboard, the students. Let's see our students. Yes, so the students has loaded, then parents, then now we have the teachers. So you can see we don't have any list of teachers now available. So what we need to do, if we click add new teacher, it should take us to the form to add teacher details. So I'll just add some data. Then, so these are the teacher details of you. Then gender, select male. Then we shall have some email address. Then address, phone number, then link. So we'll just put in some link. So Twitter, just reuse this one. So we'll actually do some validations on this app. So for now, we are just taking the strings. Then designation. So why we don't have the designation is because we don't have it on our options. But before we add this, we need to create that. So how do we do that on our app, the way we've designed it? So you first come to system codes, then add the code designation. So this code will actually define the options that we are going to use it for our app. So we'll say designation, then designation. So if we save that, we're able to save the designation. So if we come to system codes, we should now add all the options for the system codes. So I'll say junior teacher. So I'll just have this as a, so I'll say junior teacher, then here I'll say junior teacher. Then this will be my designation, then I'll save it. So if you come down here, you'll see there is junior teacher, and it is actually part of the designation. So let me add some. So I'll say lecturer. So this is lecturer. Then I'll say designation. I'm also going to add a senior lecturer.
senior lecturer, then I'll say senior lecturer. Then it is my designation. Then I'll also call, you can say professor. Professor. This is my professor. Professor is single F, so I'll just do professor double S. Then I'll do designation, then save it. Then I can also do associate lecturer. I'll just do associate lecturer. So that is then I'll just do here associate lecturer, then I'll do designation. So if I save all this, you'll see we now have different options for the designation. So if I go to, sorry, should be teachers. So if I say add teacher, then I just say Joshua Mwangi. Then I say Karanja. Then I just do mail. Then test at, so I just do test at gmail.com. Then I just do here. Then we'll just have a phone number. Then you can say HTTPS. Then this will be Facebook. I'm going to use this. Then say here Twitter. Then here I'm going to use say LinkedIn. So that is it. Then we come to designation. You should actually see the options that has been populated here are the designations that we just added. So I'll just choose lecturer, then put in the date. So I'll just say 1990. So if I click save, our lecturer details should be saved. But now there's something we missed. You see, we have the marital status. We didn't add the marital status on our form. So we should actually include the marital status for the teacher. So if we come to add, I'll copy one of these. Then we should indicate. So we say marital status. Then on the marital status, we should actually take marital status ID. It is not nullable, so we should actually get all the marital status of teachers. So the select marital status. Then this should be an ID here. Then we should load all the list of marital status that we have. So if I just select here, I'll now define another options list. Then I say marital statuses, marital status. Then these marital status, we should actually when we just load our form, we should pre-populate it. So I'll just have it here. Then this should be our code. So if we go back to the options for the marital status here, we should check the marital status is not null. Then we say status. So for this status, we want to save the ID, but we want to display the description, and the one to be saved is this one. So if we just launch our app, we should be able to select now marital status and save the data to our database. So let's see how our app will look like. So if you're watching this video and you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and like the video so that you're able to help us reach more people. So when you go to our app on our teachers, you're going to see, so we click add new. Let's see if we have the marital status. There you go. And when you click, you see we already have the single, married, and divorced. So we had already defined that. So if you go back to our system codes, you already have the marital status. So you see all these. So let's try to add now our app and see how it will turn up. So that is a male, marital status married, that is the email address, phone number. So the links, then designation, and even the date of birth. So I'm going to do that one. So if we click save, there you go. So you can be able to see now we have our data for teachers. So if we add another teacher, I'll just say 1, say 2, say 3. Then I'll say female, then married, then that is the email. Then I can do another phone number, that is the link, that is the link, that is the professor, and we can say the date of birth is this one, then we can say maybe 1990. Then if we click save, we are now able to see the data is being pre-populated, and you can see we are displaying male instead of the IDs. So we need now to activate the edit options. So to do that, let's go to our teacher section. Then you can add a razor component for edit teacher. So I'll just do here edit teacher, edit teacher. So I just do edit teacher. Then if we click add razor component, you're able to add that. So I'm going to duplicate our add details because it's kind of look the same. So if we just do that, I'm going to say here now update teacher details. Then instead of saying add teacher, I'll say update. You can actually do say teacher, then you can say edit. So this edit, we should actually pass it with the parameter because we are editing the, so you can just use the one for the parent. We're editing the teacher details, so you're expecting a parameter for that case, for the teacher that we are updating. So that is how our navigation should look like. So, and this int, so I'll just do here update teacher. And instead of then I can also say here update teacher. So we are maintaining everything only these two. Then we can just come here, instead of saying create teacher, we say update teacher, and we change the, so this should be now, we are calling the update function method. Then once that is called, so on when this page is edited, we need to get first one thing. We need to get the ID that was supplied. So this ID that was applied is the one that we are going to pass so that we are able to update. So we need to get it as a parameter, and this is how you define. So let's go back to edit teacher. We need to define this. So we need this parameter ID, which is actually what we have specified at the top here. So we need to get the value of that ID. So once this, why do we need this? The reason as to why we need this, we need, before we do anything on the form, we actually need to load the data and append it to this object. And the way we load it, we could only load it if we have the ID of the teacher. So I'll just do await. Then we say teacher service. So that teacher service, then we get the details by an ID. So we'll get the details of the teacher by the ID that we've just specified here. We'll just pass the ID here and we close. So we should be able now to get the details before it is manipulated. So if I just open now our app, but before doing that, we already now have this navigation. So this navigation, we should specify it on our list. Under teachers list, you should ensure when you click the edit button, you should be taken to the teachers then edit. So that is what you should do. So once that is done, we can now edit our teacher details. So let's see how the app will look like. So let's see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So let's see how the app. So if we come now to the teachers, we should be able to edit the data. So to update the teacher's details, we can actually click on edit, then choose here Mercy. So we'll just specify Mercy, then Mwangi, then we'll say Wanjala.
So after that, this is female. So if we try to update, we can even change the date of birth. Then if we save the teacher, you can see now we have Mercy Mwangi Wanjala, and these are the details. So we've managed to add the teacher details. So I'll just do macro code, then I can say dev, and I'll just say male, then single, then I'll just do that, then that, provide the phone number, then just do that. So if we choose here professor, then I'll just do the date and specify the date of birth. So if I save it, you can see I'm able to save those data. So for today, guys, we are going to leave it at that point. So today we are going to proceed with our video on Blazor. So we're going to enhance our application. So we did a video on how to create a student. So you're able to save a student record, registration, first name, all these details. Select the country, gender, and even the date of birth. Then we also did a parents form where you can save the parents details, select the gender, student, relationship, and even the date of birth. We also did one for adding new teachers. So you're able to select all these details and also tie it to the designation and even date of birth and the link of the social media handles. Then we have the countries. So we are able to save a country, add new country, and actually save it. So when you add all these details, then you are able to select them when you are adding students. So you're able to select a country that you've just added. Then system codes, we are saving all the system codes based on grouping. So for example, like gender, then we save the codes. You are able to select that this is gender, then you put in maybe female and male. So you say male, maybe you say female, male as well. So it's of type gender. So when you come to system codes details, you'll be able to see those options. For example, the designation, we have all these options as designation. So instead of having each of the tables, then you are lumping them here, then we are grouping it. Then we are going to use it on our application across the system. So today I want us to add something. So we are doing a students management system. So one thing that we need to do is we actually need to create courses and even the subjects. So for example, today I want us to cover creation of the subjects. So where do we start? As normal, we are going to create a model. So we are going to create a class here for subjects. So I'm going just to call it subject. So this is subject. Then we save. Then say this is public. So sorry. So this is public. So here we'll say public int id. Sorry, id. Then we'll do that. Then for the subject, we have to capture the name, subject name, and here we can say name. Then you can capture the subject description. So I want us also to add something on our application. So to add the description, then I want us also to have something. So I want us to create another class. On this class, I want us to call it created, or we can call it creation, or you can say it user creation activity. So user creation activity, I want us to append some data. So for this, I want us to do one. We just do public string. Then I'll say created. So created by ID. Then I want us to do that.
Then I want us to add something. We say created by, then we say created on. So this will be date time. So these two fields, we'll be using them across our system. So what we need to do, come to the subject, then I want us to inherit these two fields. So we inherit that, so we'll be having those two fields on our subject table. So the next thing is to add this to our application DB context. So I'm going to add it to our application DB context. So I'll just add it here. So we're having a table for, so I'll just do public DB set. Then we just have our class. Then our table will call it subjects because it will hold our subjects. Then after that, we are done with that. So I want us to add on our pages. I want us to add a folder for subjects. So let's just create a folder. We group it, then we call these subjects. So you can call it subjects. Then on the subjects, I want us to add some razor component. One of the razor component is add subject. Then another one will be subject list. I'll just copy that. I'll just add another one called subjects list. Then you also add another one for edit. So another razor component for edit subject. So we'll just do edit subject. Then once you are done with that, I want us to duplicate some of the options that we have been using. So I'll just copy the one for list of countries. I'll copy that, come to our subjects list. Then I'll replace. Then I'll just go now and updating. So I'll say this is subjects list, and we need to add new subject. Then our list will be subjects, loading subjects. Then down here, instead of, so we'll say this is all subjects. Then we'll have our subject here. Then this is our subject. So we'll call this subject. Then on initialization, we load all the subjects from the database. Then we'll just load it here. Then we are going to create a service. So don't worry about that. So then we are now going to loop through this collection. And then we'll say subject name. Then you can say subject description. Then we'll just do an edit. Then after that, this will be subject. And we are accessing every item within our lists. So we'll just do, so actually we can say description, and remember we have added some items. So I want us to also do created on. And I want us also to say created by. So we actually show the activities and the person who created that. So we'll be duplicating this to our application across. So we'll just do that. Then we show the name, the description, and also we need to show the user and the timestamp. So I'll say created by and created on. So after that, so we'll be having only the edit section. Then we'll be passing our ID here. So for now, this will be subject, and then this is the ID. So we'll be loading, there is no subjects. So if there is no subjects, that is where we do. Then we should indicate that we are checking all the subjects here and even here. So after that, we need to ensure that the list here should be subjects list. Then there's an error down here. We need to ensure that we are adding. So this, we can comment this, then we'll come back on it. So after we have the list of subjects, we have to link these routes when adding a subject to an add form. And that brings us to the add subject as a component. So we are going to copy for the add country so that we are going faster. So if you are new to this channel, consider watching some of the videos previously and you'll be able to get more about how we are doing this. So I want us to do it so that I don't create things, then you guys will wonder how we came up with the whole solution. So we'll just do add subject. So this will take us to the add new subject form. Then if you scroll down, here we'll be having now our model. And here we will be doing our subject. So we'll be changing this even to a view model. So stay tuned on how we will see this transformation of this app. So I'll just do here a subject, then add subject. So I'll just do add subject. Then down here I'll say create subject. Then on create subject, just have this here. Then our object will do here create. So we'll say subject name, then we'll bind and we just do here name. So bind this and do name. Then I also do here name. Sorry. So then we'll also do another thing here. We'll say subject description. So this description will be based on, so we'll come from here. So we'll do description. Then there is also description. Then, sorry. So this is description. So you're getting that error if you don't give the correct names. So I'll just also provide it here. Then remember, I don't want to add the created by and the created on. That will be actually pre-populated by the application. So I'll just say save subject. Then down here, remember we are now using our object. So I'll just take this back here. Then instead of saying country, after saving the subject, it should take us back to the list. So our list navigation route is actually subjects list. So if you get back here and update these two. So once you update that, we need now to, so I want us actually to do the same for the edit. So for the edit, it kind of take the same approach. So I'll just copy that, then we do edit subject. I'll be copying from the country. Then here we'll do subject. So when editing, we need to pass the ID for that particular record. So our root will be the subject, then edit, then we pass the ID. So let's modify the bottom. So we'll just, our model is the subject. Then here will be subject object. Then you're expecting a parameter ID from the root, that is the navigation. Then, so we'll say here load subject. So you're only getting a single subject that you want to modify. Then we also need to do an update subject. So this function, this method should be at the top here. We'll just update it here. Then I'll want to duplicate this. So instead of doing that, I'll just copy what you have on the add section. So because it's similar, so I'll just copy this. Then update on the edit. I'll just update that. Then our subject object now, we replace it here. Then the next thing, I want us to comment this, then you are just coming there. You can also comment this. So once you edit subject, it will take you back to the list, and the list navigation route is subjects list. So we need to update that as well. So after that, I want us to create a repository for our creation of the subject. So I'll be creating a repository here. I'll just do I subject repository, I subject repository. Then once I add that, so I'll be reusing what we have on the country. I'll just copy this, come to our I subject, then paste it here. Then I'll just now update this to subject. Then when I do that, I'll be updating all of them. So after I've done with that, see, this is not a class, it should be actually an interface, sorry. So once we do that, we need now to create the implementation service for these I subject repository. So I'm going to do I class. Then instead of, I'll just remove I. Then I'll just do that. Then I wanted to implement the I subject repository. Then I'm going to use what we have on the country service and just update. The methods are kind of the same. So I'll just copy that, then come to the subject and paste it here. So the only thing that I'm going to change is our constructor. Then I'm also going to change our models. But the other things kind of remain the same. So these will be subjects. And I always want this to be, let me see, for the teacher. Yes. I think the teacher one looks better. So I'll just copy it, then update instead of using the country one. So if I do that, I'm just updating our repository. Then here I'll just say country. Not country, but subject. Subject. Then once we do the subject, I'll just do subject. Then here should be subjects. Then here should be subjects. Then here should be subjects. Then here is subject, getting all the subjects. So I'll just do subjects. Then I'll just remove that. Then I'll do here subjects. You're getting a subject by an ID. I'll just do subjects. Then here I'll do as well subject. Then this is subjects. So after I'm done with that, then I'll just come back now, come to my program.cs file, and I need to actually register my service. So I'll just do I subject repository is implemented by this service. So after that, for me to use this repository, I need to import it on my imports. So I'll just come here and inject. So I'll just inject it here. Sorry. So I'll say I subject. Then I'll say subject service. So once I have this, I'll now come to my pages, which now works easier. So I'll come to my pages. So under pages, then subjects. For me to add a subject, I need now to consume my service. So you remember this create subject, I just now have my subject service, then async, and I pass my object. Then it will be fine. When I come to the subjects list, this is loading all the list of the subjects. So I'll just do here, I'll just do, so I can just use this as data. This is data. Then I'll just do subject service, then we get all. Then I just do data, and this data, I now add it to my collection of subjects.
Then after that, we'll be having a list of all subjects. The same thing should happen to our update razor component. So we should be having, updating, so we'll say here data. So this data should actually not be data, but subject model. So before you actually do anything, you need to retrieve the subject that you want to edit. That's why we are preloading it here. Then here we'll just use the subject service. Then you get by an ID, and the ID is the parameter that we received from this form at the top here. So after we've done that, we need to update it. So you've got the object with the data from the database, then you've manipulated. So after that, you need to return that data. So we'll just do subject service, then update, and we pass our subject object that you have actually updated. Then we navigate back the user to the list. So we've done that. So on the edit subject list, we need to change our edit. You remember this edits button. It needs to go to the subject edit, then pass the ID of that subject. Then for the subject list, for you to add the subject, you also need to pass the add subject navigation. When you click add new subject, it will take you to add subject. So I think we are now good, but the only thing that is pending is we need to add now a navigation to the pages. So how do we do that? Come to components, then navigation menu. Then I want us to add it at the bottom here. So we'll just do after the countries, then we add our subjects. So subject should take us directly to the list. So you just do subjects list. So I think that is it. So let's try to see how our application looks. So I'll just launch the app. And before actually we launch the app, sorry guys. So I want us to, you remember when we were creating our application, we added two fields, the created by and the created on. But those two fields, we did not include it on our form. So we need those two fields to be populated by the user who is logged in, and also take the timestamp at the time that that data is being committed to the database. So if you just check on our app, when you click subjects, it should take us to the list of all the subjects. But you see there are some things that you have not done, adding the migrations of our new table and actually updating the database. So what we need to do, we need to come to tools, then NuGet package manager console. Then we need to add the migrations. So we'll say add migration, then give the name of the migration. So I'm going to call it subjects initials. Then add the migration. It should generate the migration file. Then after adding the migration, we need to update to the database. So for us to update the database, we need to run one of the command called update database. So after that is successful, then we need now to run that command, update database. So if you run that command, our database will be updated with new table called subjects. So after that has been updated, we need to, so that is done, we need to ensure that on our repository service for the subjects, we need to ensure that when you click add, it is actually taking that add, then come here and say created by. I want us to just put in macro code, but we will be doing sessions on this app. So for now, let's just work with that, but we'll be checking this later. Then we'll do created on. Then I want us to get the timestamp. So I'll just do here date time dot now. So I'll just do that. Then our data should be updated. Then I'll also do on the update, I'll also do the same thing. So this update we should be having, so I think we can just leave that. We will be adding new fields for the modifications. So let's just launch our app now and see what happens. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below. So we notice you guys are watching our video, like 90% of you are watching the videos, but you have not subscribed. So if you're one of them, please do so to help us reach more students and even experts. So if I click on subjects, I'll just go to now the list of subjects, but we'll see there is a loading subjects, there is no subjects list available. So if we click add subject, it will now give us an option to add the subject. So I'm going to add one of the subject called computer. Then I'll just say maybe computer studies. So if I click save, our data should be saved. And you can see it is now subject name, the subject is here, created by its macro code. Then the name they created on has been timestamped. I'll also create another subject called biology. Then we'll do biology studies. Then save. Our timestamp is there. Do another one for physics. I'll just do physics. Then I'll do physics studies. Save. Create another one for maths. So I'll just do maths studies. Then save it. Create another one for English. Just do English studies. Then save. Then you can do another one for history. Then we say history studies. So after we've saved that, you see now we are having all our records. Assuming we want to update the history. So if we click edit, it will pre-populate the subject name, history, and even studies. Then you say history, so we can say historical studies. If we save it, you will see it is actually updated to historical studies. So that is it for today, guys. We've added a new module. So we'll be adding on each series, we'll be adding a new module as we proceed. But we'll be doing actually an improvement of how we've structured some of the things to make it easier for us going forward. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, comment down below, and even wait for more updates. So today we are going to proceed with our video on a Blazor. So as you can see, we have some modules that we have been able to create for those who are following. We have the students module, we have the gender module, the students module, I mean. You're able to select countries based on the country's module. Then we have the gender options, which is actually part of our system codes, and the system codes are detailed. So you're able to see all these data. So you're also able to add parents, tie parents to students. Then you can able to select a relationship, gender, and even date of birth. Then you have teachers. You're able to add a teacher, provide the marital status, the gender, their Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn linked. Then we have the designation and the date of birth. Then you also have countries where we can add more countries as we want. Then we have subjects. We can add subjects. Then you also have the system codes and the system code details. So for today's video, we are going to create something interesting. So we are going to add subjects. So we are going to add anything related to academics. So that is subjects and the syllabus and departments and even the classroom. So where do we begin? So I'm going to start our video by first creating a model. So I'm just creating the model. So we are building this application until we have a complete students management. So the first thing that I want us to do is to create a department. So on this department, I want us to have the department name, the code public. So let's say they are public. Then this is public int ID.
ID. Then you're going to have public string. Then you can say code. So this will be department code. You can also say, let's just copy that. Here we can say name. Then you can also have the user activity. So here I'm going to inherit the user create activity. Then once we have this model, the next thing that we want to have is to have this on our application DB context. So I'm going to have it on our data application DB context as a table. So we'll add this as a table here. Then I'm going to say here department. Then you can have here departments. So you can say departments. What other thing can we create? So let's also create another submodule for subjects. So these are the subjects that our students will be able to undertake. So I think we had created subjects. Yeah, so these are the subjects. I don't know if we added the subjects module. I don't know if we added the pages for that. Yeah, we actually added the subjects. So the next thing that we can create will be now kind of, so we can create kind of books that you have in the library. So we'll be able to actually, so you can create books that you have in the library. So one is to create the model for the books. So let's just create a class again here. Then you can say a book. Then we can have this as a public. Then you can say public int ID. Then this will be public. Then the book, we can have it as the name. Then we can also have the author. We can also have you can have the number of copies in the library. So you can say number of copy, number of, you can say number of copy. Then you can also say the book category. So you can categorize our books. So for the books category, I want us to inherit some of the categories from our system codes. So you'll just do here int, then you can say book category. We can categorize our books, but this will be book category ID, but this is a foreign key. So we'll just say public int, not int, we'll say public system code detail. Then you can just say book category, then we'll have our get set. So this will be a foreign key from system code detail. Then we can have our book as a table on our application DB context. We'll just do that. Then we will do this. Then I'll say book, then these will be books. So after that, the next thing is to add migrations to our application. So we'll just do tools, NuGet package manager. Then here we'll say add migration. Then we'll say, so this will be add migration. Then we'll say this is books details. Press enter. Then our migration should be okay. So when the migration is fine, then we should be able to update our database. So let's just see. So for those who are following this channel, comment down below in case we proceed or we actually maybe add some new items. So then we can do update database. So then you'll say enter. So our database will be updated with our new tables. So once that is updated, then we should be fine to proceed. So that you can see everything is fine now. So let's add the pages. So I want us to add the pages for the books. So let's add a folder. Then you can call these books. Then the first page to add is the list page. So I'm going to add the razor component for the books list. So this is the books list. Then add it. Then I'm going to just use some of the data that we've just created. So I'm going to use the subjects list,
copy and I update it here so that we actually go faster. We need to complete this solution. So here we'll just say books list, then I can say this is books list. You can say add new book. So at the bottom here, I want to have this as a book. So then you'll say all books. Then this book will be having here as a book. Then this will be book. Then on the initialization, we need to load all the books. So we'll just load all. So we'll say all books. Then on the, we need to replace this here. Then for the service, let's just comment this, then we'll get back to it. Then on our books, we need now to loop on our list of books. So here, so we'll just say check if there is anything, then load books. Then here we loop through, then you can say book code, then you can say book name. So book name, then you have the other details. So here will be, this will be code. So we can actually call this book. Then we are looping through books. So we want to get the book of details. Then here we can say name. So I don't know what is this code. We have a name. Yeah, it's actually name. Book name. Then we can have author. Then we can have number of copies. So you can have here number of copies. Then here you'll say book name, then book author. Then we can say again what other thing is the number of copies. So you can say number of copies. So if we do that, then here we can say this number of copies. Then we can have the details for the created by, created. So the created by, I think we didn't add that on our model. So we can actually introduce that. So if we come to the book, we can inherit the user creation activity. Then once we do that, we actually need to update our database. So we'll run another migration, updated, then press enter. It will actually add the fields, the two fields, the created by and the created on. Something went wrong. So let's just do away with it, then we'll come back and add it. So I'm going to do away with these two, then we'll actually update it. So then for the book, we need the book ID for you to edit. Then we are checking there is no books list available in the library. So we now have the list of books. So for her to get the list of books, we need to add the razor component to add the books. So we'll say add book, press enter. Then I'm going to use this option for the subject. Then you'll just change here, add new book. Then I'm going to say, scroll down here. Then here we are using the book model. Then you can say book object. So then you are going to create book. Then here we are going to use now this model. Then we are going to say this is the object, then add book. Then you're going to say book name. Then you are going to use our object. Then you are also going to have the book author. Then you are going to have your author. Then we are using that as well. Say your author. Then this is author. Then we need to have also the book. So the input here will be numbers. So input number. So here we'll have a number of copies. So we should have number of copies. Copy.
So then you'll say a number of copies. Then we remove that. We can use the author here as well. So then create subject. We are going to create, it's actually create book now. So we'll do that. Then I think we should be fine. So I'll just comment this. Then for the edit, we'll just do the same. So I'm going to say add another as a component to edit a book. So I'm going to edit a book. Say edit book. So then press enter, copy the same. So I'm going to copy another here. So for the, not the add one, let's edit. So this will be used to edit our book. So we'll say update book. Actually on the subject here, I think we missed something. We should say update subject. Yes. Here is also update subject. Then for the book, we say update book. So we'll say update book. Then I'm going to have here my book as the object. Then I say book object. So then we need to load the books, the book that we have selected, so that we want to edit. So I'll say here load book. Then also here we can say update book, update book. Then this update book method, we are going to call it here. Then here our object now is book object. So we're going to have it here. Then I'm going to copy the add one because it's kind of similar. Copy this row up to here. Then I'm going to replace with what we have in our edit page. So you'll see we now have the book object. So this is the book object. Then everything is fine. Then we'll say save book. The same thing, save book. The same thing on the add, we should say save book. Then we now have the razor components for the book. For add new book, here we should now say add book. The root for the book list is the books list. Then the edit one, we should say update. We'll say book edit. So since we have all this, so here we can comment this and this. So the next thing that we are going to do is to add our repository for the books. So we just add that. We say a new class. We have the interface. Then we say book repository. So if I do that, I'm going to just use the one for the subjects. So that is it. Then we're going to use here the book. Then I'm going to have my book here. So that is it. Then book. This is book. Then after that, we are going to create our implementation service. So we are going to create our service for the book repository. So we just do that. Then another class. Then I'm going to create a book repository, which will be implementing iBook repository. Then we are going to use the same methods as a subject. So I'm going to just copy them, come to the book repository service, paste them here. Then I'm going to just replace my constructor. Then I'm going to say this is a book. Then here this is a book. So this is not there. We'll be adding this too. So then here we'll say books. So then we return. Then here is delete book. Then here is books. Then we get first or default. Then here we remove from books. Then you also do the same. We are getting the list of books. So here is books. Then we also getting here by an ID. So we get books. Then we do subject here, we replace with book, then we have to update books. So after we have done with that, we now have our repository. So the next thing is to register it on our application DB context. I mean on our program.cs class. So I'm going to say iBook repository. So on our next video, you're going to actually revamp all these methods into one, a generic one. So keep posted so that you're able to see how we are going to do that. Then after we've done the registration there, I want us to go to our import razor and I want us to inject our repository here. So here we'll say now iBook repository, then we'll say book service. So this will be book service. So after that, let's go to our list page. So we go to our pages, then books. Then for the books list, you are going to get the list of books. So here we are going to get the list of books. So we are going to use the book service to get data. And here instead of, now we are getting all our books, so we clear, then we add range. So it is getting the list of books. The same thing to our add book. We are going to use our service. So we say book service, then we are going to add our object. Then here we are going to navigate back to books. Then here you should also get to books. Same thing to our edit. Before, when we just click edit, we need to get the book by an ID. This ID is what we've passed here as a parameter. Then we also have update. So we need to call the book service update. Then we pass our object called book object. Then we navigate back to the books list. So this will be the books list. So after we have done with that, then we should be good to actually now load our application. So here for the edit, we are going to navigate to book, then edit. For the add, actually at the list at the top here, we need to say add book. Then we'll be able to navigate to the books page. Then edit, that's fine. So the next thing is now to include this to our navigation. So come to the components, then layout, then nav menu. We need to add the books here. We need to add the books. So we'll just have it here. Then we say, sorry, we need to copy this. Then we say here, books. Then these will be books list. So if we launch our app, we should be able now to add a book and update everything. So let's see our book model. Is there anything that yeah, so there is actually a book category. So we missed that, guys. So what we need to update is on our books page, on our add book, we need a drop-down list to add, the book category. So I'm going to pull what we have done on our students drop-down list, come to books, just below the number of copies, I'm going to add, we'll say book category. Then our object here will be the book category ID. Then I'm going to have select category. Then this book category, actually we need to load it on initialization. So I'm going to define that. So how do we do that? So on our page here, we need to define a collection of books category, book categories, which is coming from our system code detail. Then you're just borrowing what we did. So then we need to load it once we just click add on initialization. So we'll need the initialization on our add page. So I'll just do it here. So we just initialize, then instead of that, we just load the books categories by passing we'll say book category as our system code.
So then we'll now loop through the books categories here, and we'll say category, and our category will be, we'll want to save the ID and the name. Then our object is the book object, and we want the book category. So this will be description. So then this is for book category. So that is it. So the next, the same thing also we need to do for the edit page. We'll load the same thing, but now we have here we have the initialization. So we'll just copy this and add it here. So we'll just remove that. Then we'll have our book category being initialized, and we also need the drop down for the edit. So we'll just copy this again, come to the edit book, and you need to add it below here. So you are able to see that. Then another thing on our book repository, for the when we are getting the list of books, we can actually include. So you can do dot include, then we can say x dot book category, so that we get the book category name. That means on our list of books, you can actually show even the, here on our list, we can show the category here. So you can say category, and when we say that on our loop, we just do book category, then dot description. So we want to display the description. So that should be fine now. Let's now launch our app and see if everything works well. So we should be able to create a new book, do the edits, and actually view the list of books. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video. So we notice some of you guys are watching our videos and you have not subscribed. Almost 90% of you guys. So if you're one of them, please give us a favor and you subscribe. So you can see here now we have the books. So if we click books, it should take us to the list of books, which for now is actually empty. So you see, loading books, there is no books list available. So when we click add a book, we should be able to see that we can provide the book name, the author, the number of copies, and the category, but we don't have the category. So how are we doing that? You come to the system codes, we add category, we say book category, then we say here books categories, then save. So when you save, you should be able to see the category here. So we need to provide the options for that category. So I'll just add, then we say, so what options do we have? So you can say science. So you can say science fiction. So that is our code. Then our description will be science fiction. Then our code is actually the book categories that we've just added. So we are grouping them. We can add another one. So we can say short stories. Then here we'll say short stories, and it's actually a type of book category. The next one you can say poetry. You can say poetry. You can have here as well poetry. Then you can say this is book categories. We save. The next one you can say medical. You can also have here medical. Then this is book categories. Then save. You can also save. We can do programming. So that's we can group our books that way. Then you can say programming languages. Then you can also do book categories, then save it. So if you scroll down, you'll be able to see you have the book categories with their options here. So these are the options. So if we go to the books, add a new book, we should be able to see the list of our books categories that we've just added. So the first name of a book I can say is Life of a Programmer. Then I can say the author is macro code. The number of copies we have 56. Then you can say this is programming languages. Then I save. So you can see we have the book name, the book author, the number of copies, and the programming and the book category. So you can add another one. We can say the book. We can say the Lord of Rings. So we can say this is JKK or JRR. Then number of copies we can say we have 300. Then this is the book category. You can say short stories. We can also have we can say Blazor tutorial. Then you can say macro code, number of copies we can say 67. Then programming languages, save. Can also say the book name is subscribe. Subscribe, guys. So the author is macro code. Number of copies is 70. Then programming language is that. Then if we do that, we can also do another one. You can say little man. Macro code is the author. Then number of copies, short stories, and you save. So you can see you are able to save a lot of these details. So if you click edit, it will take us to the edit page. You see we are able to update. Then you can say little man updated, then save. So you can see the little man has been updated. So that is how we had books. So today we are going to proceed with the Blazor series. So we have actually categorized our app into academics. So we have the students, parents, teachers, and subjects. Then we also have a library where we have books. Then we have a system administration where we have the country, system codes, and the system code details. So today we are going to add another sub-module for departments. So we are going to categorize our departments. So in our previous video, we created a model about department. Then we have the ID, code, name. Then we are inheriting some properties from this class. So the created by and the created on. So we also added this to our application, that is the database. So we have it on our application DB context. So if we just check on our application DB context, we have our departments at table there. So the only thing that was pending was for us to create pages to actually add some of these data. So to do that, I'm going to create a folder. Then you're going to create a folder for, should be a folder. So I'm going to create a folder, then name it departments. So for the departments, then you are going to create another Blazor component called departments list. So I'm going to create departments list. Then we press enter. Then you are going to create another Blazor component for add department. So just add department. Then you are going to create another for editor. So you say edit department, edit department. Then that is it. So for the departments list, we can borrow the one for details from the books Blazor list. Then we add it on our departments. Then here we'll say departments list. Then we'll say add new department. Then we can say this can be department, our root. Then the list will be department list. Then on our collection, we'll call these all departments. So these will be all departments. Then we'll have here departments. Then here will be our department, and this is department. Then this is can give it the name. Then on initializing, we can load all departments. Then we'll just load this here.
then we can actually comment this, then we'll come back on it. Then for the collection, we'll just now loop through. So we'll be looping through departments. These departments, then the departments. Then you can also, so here we'll be now having the, so how is our model for the departments? So we have the ID, code, and the name. So for the list, we'll now display, for the departments, we'll now display the department code, then department name, then we can have created by here, created by, then you can have created on. Then we can now look through our departments. Then we'll say this is department. Then for the department, now we'll have our ID, the name, we have the code. So here is code, then here is name. Then here we'll have created by. Then you can have created on. Then after that, these will be, so we can have these as department. Then this will be our department.id. Then here will be our departments list doesn't exist. So departments list doesn't exist. So after that, we now have to add. So I'm going to copy what we had on our book. Then we paste it on our department, add department component. Then our root will be add department. Then here we'll say add new department. Then down here we will say this is a department. Then this is department object. Then here we are not expecting any collection for now, so we'll remove this. Then here we'll say create department. Then our department, after creating, should take us to the departments list. So this is our navigation. Then this will be our method here, create department. Then our object will be department object. So I'm going to have that there. Then you'll say here, add department. Then we'll have department code as our first entry. Then we'll also bind this. You can say code. Then you can say here code. Then this is code. So this is code. Then you can also do department name. Then we'll say this is a name. Then here you can do that. You can say this is name and this is name. Then for the, then I think that is the only two fields we are capturing. The other, the created by and the created on, should be created by the system. So we'll say here department. Then once we do that, I want us to, so we can comment this. So the next thing that we need to do is our edit. So is our edit. So I'll just copy the same thing. So I'll just copy that, then have it on our department, edit department component. Then I'm going to say this is so this is so I can say this is department. Then this is department object. Then I can have the ID. Then we don't have any collection. Then on initializing, we should only load the department. So before you edit, you need to get the details of that department. So we'll do here update department. Then we need to do, then this list will be department list. So the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to take what we had binded here and just update it on our this one. So I'll just do that, then replace this. Then our department, update departments method. So this should be that way. So I'll comment this and also this. So update department should now go to here. Then our object will be department object and should be here. Then here we'll say update department. Then here will be update department details. So since we are done with that, then here also the root will be department. Since we are done with that, we need to now create our repository pattern. Our repository, so I'll just create an interface, new class. Then I'm going to say I department repository. Press enter. Then I'm going to reuse the one for, so let me choose the one for the country. Then I can copy this. For the department, I can have it here. Then I just change my models to be departments. Here, this is department, this is department, this is department. Update this to department, also this one. So after that, I can now create the implementation service for this. So I'll just create here the service. Can do that. Then this is this will be department repository. Then I can copy the one for the country because it is what we have just borrowed. So here I'll copy this. So then we'll just change some few items. So for the department, I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to say here we are implementing iDepartment repository. Then this is department repository. Then here now we'll be using department. So this is department. This is department. Then here we'll call departments. Then this should be data. This is also data. Then just do data. Then here delete. We do that. Then departments. Then this is first or default. Then this is departments. This will be first or default async. Then the next thing is here we have department. Then we get the departments list. And this should be data. Can just say data. Then we also get by department by an ID. So you can do departments first or default. Then you can say data. There should be data. Then you can have here as data. Then update also, you can update a department. So we'll say here data. This is departments. Then we can say data. So we return data. So I think our service is now created. So the next thing that I want us to do is we need to register that service. So I'm going to have it on our program.cs. Then I'm going to say I department repository. Then we have to indicate our service. Then after that, come to our import razor. Then I want us to have to inject our service here. Then we'll just say I department. Then we'll call this department service. So since we have this department service, let's go back to our pages for the add department. So on the departments list, we are going to now use the department service to get the list. Then also this one. So all the list, we load it to our departments page. So that is sorted. We go to our add department. We also use it to load the departments. So we just add, and so this should be department object. Yes, so this should be this way. So then we need to use this now, is what we need to supply here. And here we need to do this get set. So then when we add that, it navigates us to the departments list. Then for the edit as well, we need to use our department object, and we need to get an ID. We should get the department by the ID that we've supplied here. Then also when you're updating, we need to use the department service to update, and you pass the updated object here. Then once that is solved, then we get this list. But not something that we missed out on our department service. We need, when creating the model, when adding data, we need to pass the created by. So we'll say this is for now, you can say macro code, but we'll be doing these two sessions. Then we can do created on. So created on, you can have its at date time dot now. So since that is fine, the next thing is to add our link to the navigation. So come to the nav menu. Then this is departments. So we are going to add it under academics. So I'm going to add departments here. Then I'll call these departments department list, and I believe that is it. So these departments. So let me just confirm for the departments list, what is the root? So check at the top is department list, and that should be what it is here. Then on the list, we should have the navigation link to add department, and should be the same root on the add department. So then on the edit, it should be edit. So this should be save department when saving, and also when adding should be save department. On the edit, it should be navigation, should be department edited pass the department ID, which is the same thing here, department edited pass the department ID. So if we just launch this application, we should be able to create a department. Then we should be able to see if there is anything that we missed out. So let's just check how that is going. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So let's launch our app and see. So that is it. So that is how our app looks like. We've tried to borrow the Blazor colors, and we have updated on our application. So if we just come to academics, you see there is now our link for departments. So if I click on it, it should take us to the departments list. But now we don't have a department. So what we need to do is to create a department. You can see if I just launch add department, there is something that went wrong. So let's just go to edit to add department. So on our add department, we should confirm our model. So department object should be equal to this. Let me just confirm anything. Yeah, we should actually instantiate. So we missed that. So our department object should be equal to that. Then that should be equal to this, and we should be good to go. Add department, create department, and this is the object. So let's launch our app again and see what happens. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. We'll be building this application until we complete. So for those who are following, so this is our app. So if we go to academics, then departments, I'm going to add, so this is the list. So if I click add, I'm going to say this is finance department. So I can call this finance department. Then I can save. So if I click save, you can see our department is saved.
we have the created by and created on and then department name. Then I can add another one. I call it HR. Can call it human resource. Then I can save it. I can also add another one called academics. Then I can also add that. Then I can add another one called student affairs. So this is the code, so I can call it affairs. Then if I save it, you can see now our departments are being saved. So I can be able to edit. So if I click edit, yeah, on our edit, we have 2 buttons. We need to remove one. So let's go to edit department. Yeah, we have this and that. So we do that. So if we try to launch our app and see, so we've added the departments. Now there are some things that we can now, instead of creating tables, we can reuse our system codes. So I want us to create some items. So let's see. So this is departments. So if we just go there, we can edit. We say HR, or you can say this human resource. If we save it, we should be able to edit, as you can see here. So we now have our departments in our application. So our application is now growing big. So you see we have the library module where we are able to save books. But now we need to have some items here. When we add a book, we are able to add a book, new, so you can say new subscriber as a book. Then you can say author is microcode, and the number of copies is 56. Then you can be able to select the category. So if we save it, we are able to get the new book. But now I want us to now try to improve this application. So assuming you are in a library and you now need to issue a book to, so we need to issue a book to a student. But for us to issue a book to a student, we need to have the issue date, return date. So I want us to create another model. So the application is now becoming interesting. So let's create a model to track all the activities of issuance to students. So you can say books. So you can say book issuance. So book issuance. So that is our class. Then I'm going to say this is public. Then I'm going to say here public int, then my ID. So then this is our primary key. So the next thing that I want us to have is our date time. So date time, and I want us to be this to be issuer issue date. So you can say issue date. Then I want also another date for return date. So return date, when the students should return the book. Return date. So this should be return date. So then another thing is we should be able to indicate the class where the student is. So either it's class 1, 2, 3. So for that one, I'm going to have an int, should be a foreign key here. Then you can say class ID. So our class ID, we can actually capture our classes in our system code detail. So I'll just have my system code. Then I say class. So that is a foreign key from this table. Then another thing is we need to capture the student who has borrowed the book. So we can capture the student here. So I'll just say student ID. Then where are we getting the students? So we are getting the students from our student table. Then we'll say this is student. Then the next thing that we need to capture is the book, the book that is being borrowed. So we have a list of our books. So this will be book ID. Then here we'll have the
book model. This is a foreign key from our book table, so we'll just indicate that way. Then we can actually now capture the notes. So we can have the librarian capture the notes. So you can, so this will be string. So I'll just have it as string, then I'll say this is a notes. So once we are done with that, I want us also to capture the activity. So we'll just do user activity, who created and when was it issued. So the user activity here. So the next thing is to create now our add this to our application DB context. So I'm going to add that to our application DB context here. So I'll just do this as book issuance. Then I can say this is book issuance history. So I can have that as my table name. Then I can, the next thing is to add migration. So let's add migrations to our table. So I'm going to add migrations. So I'll just say add migration, then say book issuance, press enter. Then if our migration is created fine, then we should be in a good position to update the database and now proceed with the other options. So let's see if everything goes well. So let's wait and see. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So our migration file has been created. So you can now do update database. So press enter. Then we are able to update that to our database. So we'll have our table now. So you can see that is how our table has been created. These are the statements. So after that, we are now in a good position to create our module for issuing books to students. So I'm going to create a folder called books issuance. So I'm going to create a folder called books issuance. Then we need to create a razor component for getting a list of books that has been issued so far. So you'll just say books issuance list. So create a razor component. Then I'm going to borrow the list page from the parents. Then I'm going to add it here. So here we are going to have, so we'll say this is books issuance history. Then I'm going to have add new issue new, we'll call this issue new book. Then this should be add issuance. So you can say add new issuance. So after that, our list should be from the book issuance. Then we'll say all books issuance. So this should be history. Then on initialization, it should load all the books issuance history. So we'll just say load all the books issuance history, and this will be our method. Then for now, because we don't have the service, I'm going to comment this because we'll be able to create that later. So then edit, so we need to edit, so we don't need this here. We also don't need this here. So let's just load. Then all our, when we load, we need now to loop. So we'll say we want all the books issuance history. Then we load it here. Then we now going to load. So we'll say issue date, then return date. Then we want the class name. Then we want the student name who has taken the book, and we also want the book name. So only those. So if we loop here, through our issuance. So we'll say issue. So this issue, we need to have a primary key, then we need to have our issue date. We also need to have our return date. We also need to have our class. So for that, we will do class, then name or description. Then we also do another student, but here now we'll do student, then full name. So for us to get the full name of the student, then you also do a book, then the name of the book. Then after that, that's it. Then for us to edit, we can now do edit. Then so this we can do that. So we now have our page to view all the issuance history. Then here we can say issuance history. So this is our list. So let's add another Blazor component to add now these issuance details to our table. So we'll say add new book issuance. So if we do that, I'm going to copy the Blazor component for add parents. Then I'll just paste it there. So here I will say add new book issuance details. Then just at the bottom here again, I'm going to have, this will be our book issuance model. Then we'll say issuance object. Then we are going to, for our model, we have the class. Our class is from this system called detail, and also we need books. So we'll have here books. So for us to select, we need to define this collection, and also we need the students. So we need class, student, and the book. So here, for the class, we need to append it on just adding, we need to pre-populate the class, and you can say class. Then the books, we actually need the books, and we should get the book service. We should use the book service. Then get all, and it will give us all the books. Then for the students, we also need all the students. So after that, we have here to create. So this is create issuance. So then we need now to define our form. So the first thing that we need to do is, let me just take our model here, issuance object. So we need to add it here. Then you say this is create issuance. Then, so this should be issuance. Then this is add book issuance. So then we need to have the issue date. So we'll just, that is our first date. Then we need to now have bind it to issue date. Then this is issue date. Then we should now take this here. Then here we should say input date. So the same thing we should have with return. So return date. Then we now have so this is our issuance object. Then we have return date here. So we'll say return date. Then you can say here return date. Then return date will be this one, and our input here will be input date. So after the input date, we need now to select. So I'm going to remove all this. I want the next options is to select. So we need to have a drop-down list for the class. So the next field here is class. So then I'm going to have these here. I'm also going to have, so this one will say class ID. then these will be select class. Then here we'll say this is class ID. Then after that, I'm saying here will be class ID. Then this is class. So we'll do that. Then here will be class, and here we can say item. Then we'll want to display take the ID but display the description of that class. So I think that should be fine. The next thing is student. The student, I think we have it, so this will be fine. The other thing will be the book. So here we'll say the books, or say book type. That's fine. So here, instead of now saying this, we'll just replace here now with the issuance object, and that should be okay. Here we'll do the issuance object, then we'll actually take now our book ID, and this is what we need to save here. Then here select book type, then this is books, so that is books. Then here issuance should be issuance, then book ID. So then the other thing will be notes. So here we now have the input text. Then here we'll say notes. These are the notes for the librarian. So for the book here, we have to have it as name. Then our issuance object. Then these will be notes. So then we have it here. Then you say this is notes. So if that is notes, then we need to save the issuance history. So just save the issuance history. Then we have an error at the top. Let's see what is it. Yeah, so let's see if we close that. We need to know if that is the issue. Yes, so we've closed that. So the next thing is for us to, so let's comment this. So we now have the edit, or the add option. I want us to add the razor component to edit. So let's just add another one. Then say edit book issuance. So if we do that, we'll need to copy. So I'm going to copy again for the parent. Then edit book issuance. I'm going to paste it there. Then for this row here, I'm going to take what we have on the add book issuance from here. So I'm going to copy this and replace it here so that we go fast. It's actually using the same thing. So then the only thing that we need to change is to have our object as book. Then here we say book issuance. Then we have our ID. So this one also we will say class. Then we have these as students. Then we have book. So we'll say books. Then here will be books. So this should be book, not books. Then here we also have a book. Then we can actually borrow what we have under add. So we'll just do this, copy that, come to edit, then you have it here. So, sorry, let me just undo. So we need this here. So for the object here, we need to comment this. I'll show you why we need that. Then we'll say update book issuance. Then comment this. Then here our list, what is our list root? So it is actually issuance history list. So we need to append it on our edit here, should be that. And also on our add. When we add, should take us to the book issuance list.
So for the edit options, we've now added all our options, but let's see, ensure we have these updated correctly at the top here, and also our on valid. We need our methods for updating. So on valid submit, then update book issuance here. So after that, we need now to create our repository for updating the books. So let's create our repository here. So I'll just do that. Then I just create an interface. Then I'll say I books issuance repository. So after I've created that, I can borrow the parent. Interface methods. Then I'll just do that. Then here I'll now have my book issuance. Should be issuance. So my book issuance, I'll add it here. Then this is my book issuance. Do the same here, do the same here, do the same here. So after that, I now need to create my service. So I'll just go to my services and create another class. So for this class, I'll call it a book issuance repository. Then I'll borrow what we have under the parent service. So I'm going to copy that so that we go fast. Then under the book repository, I'll just paste this. Then I'll make modifications. So it's implementing iBook issuance. Then here I'll just copy this and have it here. Then now I'll change my models to book issuance. Then I'll have this as a issuance. Then say book issuance history is our. Then I'm going also to have this. Then say book issuance history. So first or default async. Then we need the yearbook issuance history. Save that. Pass here we get everything. We get book issuance history. But now we need to add. So we want to get the details of the student. We also want to get the details of the class. And you also want to get the details of the book. So that is it. So the next thing is to add this. Sorry. So our get by ID, we need the book issuance model. Then here you'll say book issuance history. Then get first or default. To update as well, you do that. You pass that. Then this is book. Sorry. This is book issuance history. Then you save the changes. So this is fine. So the next thing is to register this to our program.cs. So I'm going to register this as well here and say this is I book issuance. Then our service will be that. Then after that, I want us to import that service to our imports eraser. Just add it here. Then I'm going to say I book issuance history. Then I'll say issuance service. Issuance service. So once we have this, let's go to our book issuance list. So here we will get now, let's uncomment. So here we'll now use our service. So we get our service, then we load our data to that and we loop and add. So you should be able to get the list of our issuance. So then for the add, we should also do the same. You take our service, then pass the object, which is the issuance object. And then once added, we should navigate back to our list. The same thing to our edit razor page. We should also get the object, that is the data of our issuance history that we want to edit. And we pass the ID, which is here. Then when updating also, we use the issuance service and we pass our object here. then we navigate back to the service. So since we have all this well defined, so our list here should be, we can say issuance. So issuance. So edit, and the same should apply to the list here. So you'll just do issuance, edit, then you pass the ID. So since we have that on our add as well, let's see what we appended on our add. So this should be add issuance. So let's go back to our list. We should say add issuance. So this is our root. So after that, we need to add our navigations now to our system. So go back to the library. Then I want us to add now. We'll call it book. We'll call it issue book. So we'll call it, we'll say issue book. So when we say issue book, so we need to navigate to the list of books, the issuance history, I mean. So what is our issuance history navigation? It is issuance history list. So go back to our nav menu, then we have these as our. So after that, we should be able to launch our app and now see what happens. So if we click our application, we should be able to now issue a book. So that is it for this video. So click the subscribe button, like our video, and comment down below. So let's see how the app behaves before we close our today's series. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So this is how our app looks like. So if you go to library, we can issue a book. So if you click issue a book, we should be able to get an empty list. So this should not be parents, but so let's just change that. For the issue list, we should say here there is no book. So we should say there is no book issuance history list available. So let's relaunch our app again and see what happens. So for those who are new to this channel, subscribe, like the video, comment down below as we progress with this application. So let's see. So our app is launching. So when we come now here, we say issue book. We are taken to the list of issuance history. We don't have any. So if we click issue new book, yes, you see there is something wrong with our grid. So let's just check how we have done our grid here. So this should be that. Yeah, so this is the challenge here. So this should be closed. That should be that way. This should be that way. That should be that way. And we need to remove this. So after that, let's relaunch our app again. So we should be able to issue a book. And now we'll be doing, the next video will be doing what happens if a student returns a book. So let's see if we can issue a book today. So if we do issue a book, then a new issue, there we go. So you're able to select the date. So I'll say 2024. Return date should be maybe 2024. Then class, we don't have a class, but we have students and we have books. So why don't we have the class? Remember, we need to define our system codes. So we'll just say we need to define class. So class, save, then come to these details. Then I'm going to add some classes. So I'll say class 1. So we'll say class 1. That is a class. We also say class 2. So then we say class 2. And this is a class. We define another class. We say class 3. Class 3. And we should be having a description. And this is a class as well.
we should say class 4. We'll also say class 4 here. Then this is also a class. We should also say class 5. Class 5. Then you should say class 5. So I'll define that for now. So if I save it, so we are able to see all the classes. So if we just navigate, then we'll see we have the class 5, class 1 up to 5. So if we go back to the library, we can now issue a class, a book to a class. So we'll say 2024, and they should return in the next month, 2024. Then you can see we now have the classes. So I'll just say class 2, and that is James. But now we'll be going to our cascading drop-down list. When you choose class, we should be able to get all the students in that class. Then we'll choose now the book and say good read. So if I just save issuance, there we go. What is the issue? We have an error with the created by and the created on. Remember, we need to log the activity. So we'll just go to our service, the book issuance. So when you click add, we say mod dot created by. So this should be mod. We'll say we want this is being done by macro code for now. Macro code. Then we also need the created date. They'll say it was created by microcode on which date. So we'll just do here date time, then we say now. So if we do that, let's now launch our app and see what will happen. So if we launch our app, we should be able to now issue a book. So if you're new to this channel, subscribe, comment down below, and let's see how our application will behave. So there you go. So I'll just go to the library issue book. Then I'm going to say issue. Then I'm indicate maybe you're collecting the book on this date, 2024. There is an issue there. I think we'll also try to validate the years. So this is 2024. Then we'll have a date here. They should return it on the next month. Then 2024 as well. Then the class is 3. We choose the student, the book type, Blazor. Then we say good read. So if we save this, we should be able now to save our issuance. You see, we have the issue date, we have the return date, we have the class name, and the student who has borrowed the book, and the book name. So if we just add another one, so I'll just do here that way, say 2024. Return date should be maybe in March 2024. Class 5. The student was James Macrocode. The books was a new subscriber. Then we say, please subscribe. So if we do that, then we save. Then we should be able now to see. As you can see, we are now able to issue books to our students. So today's video, you're going to proceed with the Blazor series. So as you can see on our app, we created academics module. We have the students, where you can add students, parents, where you can add parents, teachers, where you can add teachers, and even subjects, where you can add subjects. Then we have departments, where you can also add departments. Then we have a module for library, where you are able to add books, and also you can actually issue books to students. So if you click add, you're able to issue a book. Return date, you're able to specify that. Then you have the class and the student. Then you have the
book type. So we'll be doing some of these updates to our, then if you click issue book, then you should be able to see the entries down here. So today we are going to do something. I want us to have a section for us to return a book. So we have actually issued a book. So what will happen if the student need to return the book? So what we are going to do, we are going to go to our application under the books issuance list. Then I want us to update here, and we have another action. So for this action, we'll have edit, and we'll also have return. Or we can actually, yes, we can call this return. Then on return, I want us to have these as, let's have it as secondary. Then you can have these as a return. So let's see. So for those, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. So let's see our app how it looks like. So if we come to issue book, so we will have our list of books that has been issued. Then we should be able to, you see, we have the edit, return, and we have all these other buttons. We've added these buttons. So for now, let's just work with the buttons. Then we'll see how to deal with the icons later. So we've added these two buttons. So I want us, when you click return, we should be able to update the details of the books that has been returned. So I'll just go to my books issuance. Then I'm going to say here, add another razor component. Then for this razor component, I'm going to say return book. So if I just click that, then I'm going to use the one for edit issuance. So for the edit issuance, I'm going to update. So I'm going to say return book. Then for the return book, so this one will be return. Then down here, I want us to get we will be using the book issuance. Then all these details, then you are going to now use the return book issuance. So we'll be using the same method. So if I just do that, I'll update here. Then here you can say return book. Then the issue date will be able to see the issue date of that book, the return date when it is supposed to be returned, the class. So for the class here, we'll just have to pick the one that was defined. So I'm going to use that. Then we just leave it. Then we'll be able to see the student, the book type, and the notes that was captured. Then you can say save. So you can say save return. So you'll say save return details. So I'll just do here return details. So then you should be able to do that. So on our book, on our list, we will now have a return here. So we'll just go to the books issuance list. Then here we'll say return. Then I can say this is return edit. That's fine. Then this will be our return book. So if we just launch our app and click return, we should be able to get the details of our book that was borrowed, and we should now be in a position to actually return the book. So let's see. So we go to issue book. Then here if we click return, it takes us to this page, return. So you can see we have an issue with our navigation. So I'm going to update that on our edit, on our return book. I think we have two buttons, so I'm going to remove that. Then I'm going to do away with that.
Then I need to close this. I think we also have the same issue for the edit because we borrowed from that one. So I'm going to remove also this. Going to remove this here and this. Then I'm going to update it to close this here. So if I do that, relaunch my app, then I should be in a position to return our book. So let's see. So let's see what will happen. So if I just go to issue book, then I have here the, if I click return, then where did I go wrong? So yeah, I've closed the row. It will not be that way. So this one should be this one, this one. So here is where you were supposed to close. Yeah. So the other one is fine. Same thing to return. Yes, I should have closed this one here. So if I do that, let's see our app. If I launch it, we should be able to see or return a book. So let's see. So our app is launching. So let's go to our library, then issue book. Then if we say return, there we go. So you see the issue date, return date, class, book type, and the details. But I want us to do some modification. Here, you see we have the return date, but I want us to change that model. Instead of saying return date, I want us to go to the book issuance. Then instead of saying return date, so this return date, I want us to have two things here. One thing, I want us to have the due date. So this due date and this one are compulsory, but this one will be nullable. So I want us to have it as a nullable date. That means these will be nullable in creating the records. So if I do that, I can now update our database. So I'll run the migrations. So I'll say add migration, then books return. So if I press enter, if our applications work fine, then our migrations will work also. Then we should be able to update our database. So let's see if our migrations is generated. That is fine. So this is generated, as you can see. So we should now be able to update database. So we've added a new date called add column, and we've actually modified another date which should be nullable. So that is fine. So when adding a date, when adding now a book, when you are creating the book issuance, instead of updating the return date here, I want us to be adding the due date. So here we'll say due date. So we'll be using the due date. Then when we are on our books list as well, we'll use the due date. Then here we'll say due date. Due date. Then on our edit also, we'll update it to due date. So this will be due date, due date. This is due date as well. Then now when we are doing the return date, we're returning the book, we'll have the due date and we'll also have the return date. So the due date, then we'll be having, so this will be due date, and here we'll have the, we'll have the due date here, then we'll have the return date. So that will be our difference. So if we just go now to, then we can actually use the same thing. We can update our model, we can update our record. So let's just go and edit our application, click return, then you should be able to see that. So if we just go to our app, then try to return a book, then we should be in a position to return a book. So let's go to issue book. Then you can see we have a return. So if we click return, you will see we have an issue date, and due date doesn't have it has a default date. Then you have the return date. So the due date here, so how is our return date? So on our dates, return date should be return date, then due date should be due date. How is our model? Hope we did the correct thing. On our model, under book issuance, yeah. So if we capture that, then you can say that is the date, then we can actually update. So if we update it, you can see our due date is now, our application is giving us due date instead of return date. So, so the return date was updated to null. So let's just see our return date. So let's add another, let's try to issue another book. So we do here 2024, then we do here due date, we say 2024, we select class, we select student and the book, and we say good. So if we save, we should be able to get the data. So you see the details are saving, so our date is being saved. So that is the due date. So if we return, we should be able to get the date, but the return date should be null, as you can see here. So that works fine. So we should be able to select that. And the only thing we should be able to select is this one and the notes. You can say returned. So if we save this, we should be able to maintain the same record, but we now have our return date. You see, this should be having a record. So if we save, if we click return, let's see what is the issue with the return date. Return date, return date, return date. So if we save that, we now have our return date. So we can actually now issue books and it can be returned. So you can say 2024, you can also say 2025, then you select student, you save, and you should be able to see all those details. So we can actually subdivide this into issue book, and we have the returned book. So we can add another sub-module on our navigation. Just go to menu. Then I'm going to add another here called return book. So you can say return. You can say return books. Then I'm going to use the same list. So I can just recopy the same list. I want to have different lists, but now I want to do something. So on our list for return book, for the book issuance, so I'm going to go to pages, then I'll add another as a component. Then I'll say returned, I'll just say returned books. So if I just click on that, I'm going to copy the list component. Then I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to say returned. So I'm going to say returned. This will be capital, returned books history. Then I am going to say returned history list. So here we can, so I'll remove this. Then I can say, so I'll just rename my list here. Instead of all books return, so I'll say return history. Then I'm going to reuse this, so it will get all my list. Then I'm going to do that here. Then loading books return history. Then I'm going to remove any edits. I just have my return history. There is no book return history. Then what I want to do is I want to, when I fetch all the data here, I can say dot where x is equals to, so I'll do that, then say x date return date is not equal to null. So I want to get all the books that has been returned. So if I just come to, so I'll edit this, I'll say returned books list. So I'll edit that component. So I'll now use my link here. So for my link, I'll navigate to now return history list. But here on my navigation menu, I'm going to navigate to return history list. So I'm going to use that. So I'll come here, then I'll use return history list. So if I launch my app now, I'll be having another submodule for returned. So I'll say returned books. So let me just relaunch. This will be returned books. So I'll be having an history of all the books that has been returned. So let's see how our app looks like. So if we go to our application, then library, we now have a returned books. So if I click on it, it should give me all the books where the return date is not null. So let me just go to remove the, so on our list, I want to remove the buttons. So I'll remove this, so I can say return. I want us to have the returned date. So then I'll remove that. Then I'm going to now have a return date. So return date. So if I do that, run my application, I should be able to get now all my books with, so I should be able to get all the returned books history. So you can see I have now my issue date, return date, class name, student, and we have the return date. But now you see these two books, it doesn't have returned date, so it has not been returned. So how do I eliminate that? So on our list, you can see that I have now the data here. So I can say variable returned books is equals to that. So then I'll now look through the books that I have returned and I can add it. So let's see if it will eliminate the two books. So let's see how our app looks like. So I'm going to now look at our application, then come to return books. Then you'll see this is now eliminated. So we now have our ID. You can be able to see the issue date, the class name, the student, the book, and the return date. So we now have the returned book history. So we've now issued a book here. So I'll just issue a book. So I'll say 2024. Then we now have that a student. I select the book and you can say good. Then if we save that, we should be able also to return this book and select the return date and say this has been returned. And when we save, come back to our history and you should be able to get that book here. So that is it, guys. So we are able to do that and return a book. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So just to give a quick highlight of what we have done. So we have the students module on Blazor. So you can actually add a student, registration name, first name, all these details up to the country, gender, and even the date of birth. Then once you save the data, you are able to see all the details of a student. Then you also have parents. You can add parents, select the gender, student, link the parent to student, the relationship at the date of birth, and save it. Then you have the teachers. You can actually add a teacher, save all these details, and even click save. Then you are able to see all the parents' details. Then you also have the subjects. You are able to add a new subject. As you can see, you save the subject, and once you save that, you are able to see the subject details. Then we also have departments. If you add a department, you can add the department name. So you can say this is library. So save the department name, click save, then you're able to see the department's detail, the created by and the created on. Then once we are done with that, so we've categorized this into academics, then we have the books. You can actually save a book. You can say the life of a programmer, this is the author. You give the number of copies and you actually select the book category. Then you're able to see all those details. Then you also have issue book. You can actually issue a book. You click new issue. You select the issue date. Say this is the date. Then a return date. Maybe you can put in that. Then after that, you select the class. Select the student name, the book, and even give the notes. So once you save, the details is you can see the details has been saved. Then we now, so on our last video, we now work on the returns. So for the returns, we work on returning a book. So what you do, when you click a return, then you get the issue date of that book, the due date. Then you have to indicate the return date that was returned. Then the class is already there, the student is there, and the book is there. So you just have to give them returned. So we'll say returned date, returned good. So just the notes. Then when you save the book, you're able to see the book has been returned. So when you come to the returns books, you'll see that now the details should be updated here. But I want us to make this quite interesting. So when you click a new return, you add, you issue a book. I want us, once you issue a book, I want us to get the status of that issuance, whether it has been issued or returned. So to do that, I want us to come to our model. So come to our model. Then under the book issuance, these are the details: ID, issue date, return date, due date, return date, the class ID, the student ID, the book ID, and the notes. So I want us to add status. So I want us to add the status. And for the status, so I'll say this is status ID. Then I'll say this is status. I want us to track whether the book has been issued. Instead of using the dates here, the return date, I want us to use the status of that book. So of that issuance, I mean. So what I want us to do after adding this, I want us to come to our tools, NuGet Package Manager.
Then I want us to add the migrations. So I say add migration. Then you can say book issuance status. Add the migrations. Then once you add the migrations, we need to apply these migrations to our database so that we are able to make the changes to the tables. So after migrations is okay, then we will proceed to update the database. So there we go. So we'll run the second command, update database. So I'll just do update database. Then we should be fine with our status. So we should have the status on our database. There you go. You see the foreign key. So what we need to do, we already have some data. So I'm going to go to our database, then our tables. Then for the book issuance, you see we have some data. So what I want us to do, I want us to kind of delete all these records. So I'll just do delete from that. Then, sorry. So delete from that. Then I want us to now proceed and update the database. So we actually got this error because our table has some data. So after that, when we go to our issuance book service, so we need to ensure that we are actually getting the service. So here, when we add, we need to do something. So here, we need to assign so here we'll say status ID, but first I want us to do this. I'll just say status. So I'll give it issued status equals to, say, system codes details. Then I want us to include system codes, sorry. So I want us to include system code. Then I'll say dot where. So I want to get the specific code, system code dot code. So I'll just say system code dot code is equals to, so I'll say book issuance, just say book issuance status. Then when that is that, and x.code equals to, so our status will be issued. Then I just want the first or default. Then once we have that, so this will be our status. Then we'll just now assign our status ID here. Then dot ID. So I always want to apply the one dot per line rule. I'll just do that. Then I'll do that. So we'll now get our status here, and this status we'll assign it to our record. So created by, we'll leave it as it is. Then once that is done, for the return date, when updating, so when doing return date, so I want us to change this and call a different function. Instead of updating, we'll say return book update async. Remember, this is not there in our repository, so we need to define it. So I'm going to have it here. So I'll just copy this. We are using the same parameters. So this will be task. Then we'll have these as update book issuance. So on our return repository here, I want us now to update the status. So we should update the status of our book. And here I'll just do that again, and I'll say returned. So then we also update. So we'll take our mode. Then we say status ID is equals to, we say returned status. So we assign this to now our status. So this will be our returned status. So after we are done with that, I think we should be okay. So now when we go to our page, that is the Razor components for our book issuance list, we should actually get the status of our issuance. So I want, instead of starting with the issue date, we can have the book name. Then we'll have the student's name there. That's fine. So I'm going to arrange the order of this. Then here, I want us now to have issuance status. So you'll just have the status. Then here we'll also have issuance status. So after that, this should be, this should be this way. We are going to get now here the status. Then on the status, you get the description. So this we should get the description here. Then on our status, when you are getting the list on our repository service, we need to include, so get all here. We also have to include status. So include status. It's not book, sorry. We should be dealing with book issuance. So on our book issuance under get all, we need to include the status as well. So that is our status. Then we should be able to get the description. So if we launch our app now, we should be able, when we add a book issuance record, we should append it to a status. Then that status should be seen when we view the record. But before that, we need to add our system code. Remember, we added our system code has book issuance status. So when you add here, we should be able to say this is book issuance status. The description is that. Save it. Then when we come to system code details, we should now add, then we say we should have the issued status. We can say book issued status. Then this will be our book issuance status. Save it. Then we need to have a returned. Those are our two statuses. Returned status. So we'll say this as well as book returned status. Then our category is book issuance status. So there we go. So when we go to our issue book, we don't have any record for now because we cleared. So we say issue new book. Then we provide the date. So I'll just say 2024. Then the due date should be this 2024. Then you can select the class, student, the book type, and you can have the book good condition. That is our notes. Then when you say save issuance, there we go. You can see we have our book name, the issue date, due date, a class name, student name, and the issuance status, the book's issuance issued status. I think we are taking the description instead of the code. So on our page, we should take the code. So this is our list. So I'm going to take here the code. So let me just apply the changes. Then we see. So there we go. There you go. So you see now our status is issued. So this is our status. So what happens to our return? So what happens when you click on return, it should take us back to our returned books page. What I want us to do now, instead of updating the book here, we were calling the update function. So we've updated another one called return book update async. So this one, we should be able now to return a book. Then we get a new status. But before even launching our app, on our returns list, on our returns book list, we were checking if we were checking if we were getting all the list, then we were checking on return date is not null. So what I want us to check, I want us to check where the status dot code is equals to returned. So I want us to check that status will be now returned. So once we have that, we should get any record, any book issuance records with status returned will be on our history. So let's just check on our app, then we see what happens. So if we go to our books issuance, we should see that our book is issued. So assume we want to return this book. So we'll click return, then we say that guy returned the book today. Then the other details is okay, then we can just say returned. So when we save the details, we'll see that our book issuance status is returned. Then when we go to our returned books, it has a filter. You see the issue date, return date, and that date. Then I think the return date is not saving, so let's just check why. So we say return book, return date. We are having the return date and so we are using issuance, return date. There we go. Then everything is fine. So for the book returned a books list, I want us to have, instead of having the class here, I want us to have, let's remove the class. I want us to have the status. So I just do that, then I can say status, then dot code. So you're able to see the status of the book. There we go, I say status. So the other one also, we can call it our book issuance, we can call it status instead of, so we just call it status. But now on our list of books, where on this books issuance list, you see we issued a book here and the status is returned. I want us to ensure the only list that you can see here are those that has been issued. So what I want us to do, I want us to borrow what we have done on our returns book list, where we load the data, then we clear. So let's just copy that, go to our book issuance list. So here, I'll just copy this and have it here. So I'll just say issued, issued books. Issued books is equals to data where status is issued. Then we can now say clear all the books issued history. Then we now loop through the books that has the issued status. So if we just click that, apply the changes, we'll be able to see now that our list. So if we go to our book issuance, you see the list is empty. But when we go to our return books, we are able to see there is a book that has been returned with status returned. So I think we can remove the ID aspect on our return books. Let's just remove the ID here because we don't need use it as well. So I want us to do that for now. Then there's one thing that I want us to update. So, and let's just see how our app will look like before we do that. So if we just come back here, then you see this is now we have the issue date, return date, student's book name, the date and the status. But I want us to do something. So when you see on our application, we have the status, but I want us to have that status with some colors so that we are able to make our application more appealing. So what I want us to do on our status here, I want us to add a class. Then for that class, so I want us to add this a class here, and the class we can have it as text. Then you can say you can have text info.
So there we go. Then you can also have these as you can have the same class here. You can just leave it as it is. So let's just see. So if we launch our app, let's see how our return status will look like. So there we go. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So if we go to return books, you see the color has changed. So what I want us to change, I can say maybe let's have a different color here. You say warning. Let me just apply that, then see. So there we go. So the status is returned. So I want to do the same for the issuance. So if we go to our issuance list, I can also have a different color for our status. So I'll just have that, then I can say this is a success. So I'll apply the changes. Then once that is done, we can create another, we can issue another book. So let's just issue another book. Then we see how that will work. Then due date, then we have our return, our due date, class, the student, and the notes. So if I save, you'll see we now have our status as issued. Then for this book returned, I want us to change this color. This color looks a bit, so you can have this as a BTN, then you can say this is a warning. So I think that color doesn't look more like kind of a good. So you can have a BTN warning. Then we can have BTN. So let me just apply these changes. So we see how it will look like. Then we'll be able to, so the changes were applied. There you go. So that button is a bit small. Let me just remove this. So we apply that. Then let's see how it will look. So you can see this is how now the buttons looks like. So we now have that. So let's try to add some few books now. So we'll do the validations. So don't worry. We are just doing now trying to map our app, but we'll come back and do the validations. So we'll say goods. So let's issue another one. This is 2024. Don't worry about the validations. We'll actually do that. Subscribe. So for those who haven't subscribed, actually we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and we don't subscribe. So please subscribe so that you help us to reach more people. So just do that. Then subscribe. So hit that like button, subscribe button down below. Then you help us to create more videos. So this is how our app look like. So we've added more. So let's just remove this ID here. So I'll just get rid of that ID, and also I'll also get rid of this ID here. So if I save that, apply my changes, and go back to my app, I should be able to see that is okay. So let's return one book. So I'll just do that. Then I can, these other details are okay. Then returned, save. So you see our book has gone. So if we come to return books, we are able to see. So that is it, guys, for today. So I want us to just modify that. So on our next video, we'll be checking more on what we need to do, maybe the logging screen and the rest. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today I want us to deal with something called authorization and authentication in our Blazor series. So as you can see on our application, we have the students. We are able to navigate to students, add a student, do all those details, then parents, add a parent, check on the teachers, go to the subjects, add a subject, departments, add a department,
And also when we are adding a department, if you come here, you'll see that we have a created by and the created on. But now we've just added this as a, we've just actually coded this. So if you go to our application and check on our services, you'll see that most of our services, we have been providing the name a macro code as a text. So you'll see this is the text, but I want us to do something. Instead of doing this, I want us to authenticate the user who is actually logged in and capture some of this information before even then we are able to get the correct person who is logged in. So in our application, we are using .NET Core identity. So if you come here, you'll see that on our tables, we have the SPNet users. So if we select this, we were able to go through this on our initial point. But now we changed this to some kind of template. So we want to actually ensure that we have that information before logging in. So I want us to do something. On our users, you see we have the username, the email, the normalized email, and the password. So I want us to create a class. So I want us to come to our, I want us to add some details to our identity users. So how do we do that? I'm going to add another class here and call this application user. Then when I add that, I'm going to use, say, public. Then on this application user, I'm going to have inherit identity user, identity user. So that is it. So I need to install this. Let me just check that. Then that is it. Then here I can actually add another field. Let's call full name. I don't know if we have the first name, middle name. Let's just check. We don't have, so we can actually do that. So let's come here. I want us to add first name. Then we can do that. Then I want us also to add I want us to add the middle name. I also want us to add the last name. Then on this last name, I can actually take now and get the full name. So on the full name, I'll just say full name. Then my full name will be a combination of some items. So I'm going to do this to get my full name. Sorry. So my full name will be first name. So I can do that. Then I can also do my full name will be middle name. Then I can also do my full name can be, so my full name will be first name, middle name, and the last name. So another information that we can capture, let's see what is missing. We have that. Do you have a phone number? Yes, we have phone number. What other thing can we have? We can have gender. Let's have gender. So we can say gender. So this is when registering users. So, and this gender, I want to have gender ID. Then I'll say get. Then this gender ID, I want it to be a foreign key from the system code detail, what we had done. So follow our video so that you're able to understand what we are doing here. Then another thing that we can do, we have the email. Another thing that we can have for the user, we can have a string for a photo. So then we'll be able to upload that at some point. So let's just capture here photo as a string. Then another thing that you can add here will be, we have the photo. We can have, we have the username. Another thing that I want to add instead of gender is I want us to, apart from the gender, I mean, I want us to add the role. So I want us to add the role for each of the users who is logged into our application. So for the role, this will be a string. So this will be string, then we'll say role ID. So the role ID, then we need to inherit this from our identity role. So for the role, I want us to have here we'll say identity role. Then we'll say that is a role. There we go. But also when we'll be creating roles, so we now have the role ID, then we'll be linking that to the roles. So another thing that you can have within a user is we can maybe indicate the status of that user, whether he is active or not. So you can actually have here is active, and you can have this as Boolean. Then for the is active, a user can be deactivated. So you can actually have a deactivation date. So deactivate, can say deactivated on, and you can have this as a date time. Then what other thing can we have as a, so another thing that you can add is the last activity date. So let's have the last activity date. This is when the user logged into our application. So last activity date. So you can have that as a last activity date. So I think that is it. So another thing that I want us to do on our roles, when you come to our tables, the user roles, this is where we'll be creating roles. This is where we'll be creating our roles. So what I want us to do is to create another class called application roles. So I want us to create application role. Then I want us to inherit from identity role. Then here we do public. Then we can add some information here. So you can have, maybe we describe what the role is. So you can say description. We are building on top of the identity role. Sorry. Then another thing that you can add is who created that role. So you can say created by ID. And remember, the person who created this role should come from application user. So this is a foreign key, application user. Then this will be our created by. Then this created by, we can also have created on. So we can say created on. So this will be date time. Another thing that you can say is maybe these roles are being reviewed. Then you can say reviewed by. So this is reviewed by ID, and this should be a user within our application. So we have that. Then we can say this should be reviewed by. So once we have that, so we had actually used application identity role on our user class here. So I'm changing that to take the details from the application role. So after we have that, I want us to modify something. So I want us to modify something so that we are able to use this on our application. So when we go to program.cs, we have so I want us to go to program.cs. We have our identity role. So you see here we are using application user. So let's just confirm this application. I think we had actually done this. Where did we create it? So come to this data. So we have it here. Yeah, so let me just copy copy these two. I'm going to cut them. Then I can maybe replace it here. Let me just have them here. Or we remove this. Let me just remove this instead of cutting that. So we have these two. So we have application role and application user. So if I come to application DB context, I want to modify my application here. So let me just, we can borrow these two. Let's just paste here on our, let's just have it here. There we go. So we have this and we have this. Let's see, yes, everything is okay. So if we come here, you're able to see that application user cannot be used as a parameter. So if I come to program.cs class, there we go. So this one, I should actually get it. Sorry. So application role and user should actually come from data. We change the namespace so that it is able to locate our. We also change this one. Change this one. Then this one should come from shared. So that is fine. And also this is fine. So when you come to application DB context, we should be able to now get this from application user. And here we are okay with that. So what I want us to do, we've added those two things. But what I want us to modify something small on our application DB context, such that on our application DB context here, we are going to say identity DB context, then application user. Then I also want us to have application role. Then on this application role, I want us to say, so let me just modify this. I want it to look this way. We have application DB context, identity DB context, application role. Then we can have this as can say string. Then we can close it that way. Then what we need to have is our, I want us to have our constructor. So let's just do public. Then we say application DB context here. We'll actually have a DB context option, context options. Then we do that. Then this should be that way. Then this should be that way. So what is wrong with this? It's saying our cannot be used as a T in the generic. So this is public. Then identity DB context, application user, application role. There we go. Then I want us now to go to our program.cs. Then I want us to modify something. So come here. Then we say application DB context, here services. I want us to use add identity. So add identity, then do application user, then also do application role, then do that. Then we have our application DB context, add sign-in manager, default token providers. I think that is okay. Then if we come here, we have add our application DB context here. Then there we go, that's fine. So if we go to application DB context, this is saying, so let's address this error and see what is wrong. So come to application roles. So let's just remove everything here. I think there was an issue. Yeah, we are using SPNet core identity. Then for application user, let's also remove everything here. Then import, we are using that. System codes details, we should be using that. So if we go back here, then the error is gone. We now have our application user and application role. Then for the program.cs, we've modified this to application user and application role. So what I want us to do, let's go to NuGet package manager console. Then here, I want us to clear. Then we can update add migrations. Add migrations, then say application user. So if we add a migration, we should be able to modify our SPNet users table. So if you come to this table, SPNet users table, we should be able to now add the additional fields that we missed, that we've just modified. So let's check. So we'll add migrations. So let's just do update database. This will be updating our tables. So this will add all the fields to our application, that is SPNet users. So you can see all the details is fine. So if we come to our SPNet users table, you should be able to find all those columns that we've just added. So you can see username, normalized username, email, normalized email, phone number. Then if we go to the end, we'll see we have the first name, gender ID is active, last activity date, last name, middle name, and the photo. So those are some of the fields that we just added. So if we launch our app, we should be able to have our app running. So I want us to now make use of some of those fields and try to modify and even register a user. So you can see our app has launched. So if you can see we are now able to see all the data, the students, the books, the countries, and the rest. But now I want us to do something. So if we come to our application, I want us to go to our program.cs file. Then I want us to add this service, add authentication, and even add authorization. So add authorization. Then on our app, I want us to say app.use authentication, then app.use authorization. So if we do that, I want us to go now to our layout. So let's go to our components, then our routes. So as you can see on the routes, we are using the authorized route view and we navigate to our main layout. If not authorized, then I will redirect to login. So on our landing page, I want us to say on our landing page, we should ensure that our application is authorized. So I want us to say at using Microsoft.SPNetCore.authentication. So if we do that, then I want us to say at attribute. So at attribute, then I want us to have authorize. So if we do that, I want us to say Microsoft.sp.netcore.authentication. So you can also have authorization here. Authorization. Then I want us to have attribute, then authorize. So we need to have authentication and authorize. So you can also have here, you have our components, then you can say your components dot authorize, then that is it. So if we do that, let's just launch our app and see. If we do that, we should be able to get our application now requesting us to log in when we go to that page. You can see. So this is what is happening. So you can see user that account, we can actually register a user. So on the registration page, you can see we have only the email, password, and the confirm password. But what we did on our application user, if we go to our model, on our application user, we added some few fields. So on our application user, we added the first name, middle name, last name, photo, agenda, full name. You have whether it is inactive or active, then last activity, and even the activation date. So I want us to do something here. For now, I want us to have, for the photos, I want us to ensure that this can be nullable. Then last activity date cannot be nullable. Then the activation date, we can have it as nullable. Remember, once we do that, we need to update our database. So I want us to update those two fields. So I'll do clear, then add migration, then user details. Then it will actually update those two columns. So once those two columns are updated, then we can actually register a user with other details. So let me just do that. Then update database, press enter. Our database should be updated. So if that is updated, there we go. That's fine. So what I want us to do now, go to our components, then accounts, then pages. So under register here, you'll see that we have some few things. So I want us to add more columns, fields I mean. I want us to add a column for first name. So the input first name, so we need to define it on our model here. So this model, we need to have it, we now need to provide all these fields that we had here. So I want us to copy those fields on our application user. So come to data, then application user. I want us to copy this. Then we need to add it to our razor here. Model. So here we need these fields. So here we need the first name, and we can say this is the first name. Can remove that. We say it is actually required. We also add another one for middle name. So this is middle name, this is middle name. Then we also add another one. We can say that is last name. Last name. Then we also have can also have a photo, but now you know it will be null. So that is a photo, and you can remove this. Then you can also have gender. So let's have a gender. So you can actually, let's just leave this as it is. Leave this as it is. So gender, we have the gender ID. So this is an int. Here, this will be photo. And this is gender. Then you can say this is 0. Then once we have that, our full name will be that. Then is active. You can see we have it that way. So you can just do that. Then is active, I'll just require this will be always true. So let's just have that as true when registering. Then deactivated on, that is nullable. Then last activity date, you can always have these as the date, time, then dot now.
So we can do that. Then as long as we have these fields now, let's go to our application. So at the top here we have, so you can have the first name. So that is the first name. We can bind it here. This is first name, and this is first name. I'll just remove the placeholder and I can zoom this a bit. So after we are done with that, we can now add another field for middle name. You can just do middle name. Then this middle name, I'll do it this way. You can here do middle name. Then I'll also do, can also do last name. Oh, we have the last name. We have defined our last name. Let's confirm. Yes, we have it here. So our last name, we need to have it here. Then we have our last name here, our last name here. This is our last name. Then this is our last name. This is our middle name. We can confirm that. Then the next thing that we need to have is our, what other thing? Let's confirm first name, middle name, we've added that. Then the gender. So we need the gender. So for the gender is actually a drop down. So what I want us to do, I want us to borrow what we had done on our other pages. For example, the students page. So I'm just going to borrow, or parents. So I'm going to borrow our drop down list here. And this is what we should be having here. So after we are done with the first name, we need to have that. And here now we will say gender. So our gender will be having, we bind this to input, then we say gender ID. So the gender ID, we also bind this to gender ID. Then we say select gender. Then we do that. Then for the, so on when this page is loaded, we need to initialize and load some details. So I'm going to, so let's see if there is an initialization, create user, input model. We don't have it. So I'm going to add it down here. So I'm going to do that. Then for this one, we are going to import system code detail. I want us to import something. So we are going to have this using shared models. So we are going to have that here. So using shared models. Then after that page is loaded, we need to get the list of the genders. There we go. There we go. Then you also need a service to get the system code details. So we've added some of the information to our application. So what I want us to check is we need to add some of these details. So we've added on our register page, we've added the first name, the middle name, the last name. We have two last name here, so I'll just remove one. Then we've also added the gender. So this is gender, and this gender is a drop-down list, and it should get the data from our system code. So this is when you initialize, we need to load these codes, get the codes by the gender, then we look through. So we've also added on the input model, we've added the first name, middle name, last name, photo, the gender ID, the full name and the last name, the last activity date, and the deactivated one.
So since we've added this, we need now to register our user to our application. So when we click on register, we should be able to save a user to our application and now log into the app. So let's just confirm and see what will happen. So if we launch our app, there we go. You can see we are being redirected to the login. So if I just click register a new user, there we go. You see we have the first name, middle name, last name, gender, email. So the gender, you see we are actually getting from our system codes details here. So I want us to register. So I'll say macro code, then James, or you say admin. Then our gender, this is male. So this was email. So we can say admin at test. Then we can have password. So I'll just do that small password. So if I click register, it's asking for a photo. Did we say photo is required? Yes, that's what we did. So that should not be the case. So let me apply that changes. Then we should not. So we made our photo to be nullable. So that is fine. So if we go back to our app again, so let's just save, say macro code, then admin, then our gender, then email. So this is admin at admin. Then you can say password. Then you also have a password. So if we register, our photo is still required. So let's just, we can actually add a photo here, but it will not be saving anything. So let me just add here. Then I'll add it as input file. Then you can have it as a photo. It will only be taking the text. So then we'll be working on a documents attachment. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So you can say user photo. So user photo. Then we go. So if we launch, we should add now our user. Then attach a photo. Then we should be in a good position. So let's just confirm. There we go. We register a user. So click register. Then macro code, admin, attach a photo. Then that is it. Admin, say admin 123, admin 123. So if we save, the password must have at least one non-alphanumeric character. So you can see we now validating our password. Then we can register. So there we go. You can see cannot insert the value null to first name. So our first name was null. Let's check. Let's confirm our first name. We need to confirm if we did the binding. So if you on submit register, we need yes. So there is something that we need to do. So after we have done that, we need to now append some details to the user. So I'm going to say a user.firstname is equals to input dot first name. So we're going to do that. Then we are going to have we are going to do the same for the others. So we'll do the middle name. So that is how we pass values. Sorry, here this middle name. Then we have the last name. So we are going to do for the activity, for the fields that we just added. So then we are going to also say full name. So our full name will be that. Do we have this? No. So let's just have these as middle name, last name. Then we can say photo is equals to photo. What other thing did we add? We added the first name, middle name, last name, photo, and the gender. Yes. So then the gender, we'll also do gender ID. Then here we say gender ID. So if we do that, let's now relaunch our app and try to, but before that, I want us to do something. For the user.activity, we can say here last activity date. We put in today. Say date time dot now. So that is it. So let's launch our app. So we have these around 6 fields that we need to update. Then it will create the user with the password. So let's just check and see. Create a new user. Then we have macro code, then admin file. So we have our file there. Select gender, email, then password, then register. There we go. So we've actually now registered. Then we need to click confirm. Click here to confirm your account. So if we click it, our account will be confirmed. When we come back to our database, we should actually check that we have our admin as email. Then you have our hashed password. Then when we go to the fields that we added, you see we have the macro code is active, admin, code, and the photo. So the photo is actually nullable. Then I want us to ensure when we register someone, we actually set them to active. So we can say is active. Then you can actually say this is true. So that is it. So once we have that, everything will be fine. So we've actually registered now as a user. So we can now log in. So if we go back to our admin, you see we are being asked to log in. So I just log into our application now. So if I click login, we are now taken to our dashboard. And you can see now we can be able to navigate to our user details and the rest. So, and we can go back to the dashboard. So to see the user who is logged in, when you go to our home page, we are able to actually see and provide the name of the person who is logged in. So let's just go to our Razor component, then pages, then home. So under home, we can actually see the person who is logged in. So let's just look at the layout, then navigation menu. Then you can see here, you can provide the person who is logged in. So let's just say on our navigation menu, these are the books. So where we have macro code, you see this one? So where we have macro code, we can actually indicate the person who is logged in. So let's just have this here. So we go here, we can have this, we can close it.
authorized, and it must be in an authorized view. So if that is authorized, then you can get the name of the user. We can actually say full. We can get the name. So let's just say identity.name. So if we launch our app, let's just launch our app, then we see. So if we launch our app, I've also added some links just below to ensure that whenever we want to register, so I have an authorized view, authorized, then I have links for creating an account. So for creating an account, for logging out, and if you want to register and log in. So let's just see how our app will look like. So if we launch, there you go. We are getting, there is no registered type user manager. So did we add anything at the top here? Yes, so let me just remove this. I need to remove all of this. So let's just have that navigation manager, then launch our app. So if we launch our app, we should be able to now see the user is logged in. There we go. You see there is no user here. And you are able to see we have now the register and login. So if I just log in using my password, login, then if my app is logged in, then I'm able to see my email. You see this is now admin@com. Then I have my email here and I'm able to access my application. So that is it for today. So I want us on our next video to now, when we click logout, we are actually taken to a very different screen to have our own separate login page than this. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So today we are going to enhance our application so that we ensure that the login screen appears not within our main application. So what you're going to do, you're going to use our template. So remember, we have been using this template, Admin LTE. So I want us to use this template and actually feed into our application. So this is the layout. So I'm going to copy this layout, then go to our application. Then I'm going to our accounts folder, then a login page. So on this login page, I want us to use now this layout. So I'm going to paste this here. Then I'm going to now rename this. I can just do this. Then I can say this is macro code. Then I'm going to remove this. So remove this. So here we are going to say this is students management, the students management system. Then here we are going to do add. So we can actually borrow from our main layout how we did it. So that was on our layout navigation. So this is the root. So let's just use it on our login. So I'm going to replace that, have it this way, have it this way, then this one, going to remove this. Then at the bottom, we also have it this way. We change the root here, change the root here. Then I'm going to save it. So the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to use now on our navigation the input. I want us to replace this input. So the first thing first, I want us to copy this form and I want us to replace with what we have here. So this form, we replace it that way. Then for the inputs, we also take the input, just copy all of this and come to the input here. You see this is the input, so I'll just copy all of this, paste it here. Let me just confirm the class. So this is the class, so I can remove all of this, then I can have that. Then we can do the same for the password. I want us to copy the same here, then replace with what we have for the password. So I'll replace it here. You can see. Then remember me, so I'm going to copy. So after that, I can copy this as well. Remember me. So let me just copy this label. Then we have it here. So I'm going to have it this way. So that is it. Just check for label for remember. So just do that. Can say oh, then I can have this here. Then we now have our sign in button. So I'm going also to take the sign in. So we'll call this login button. That's fine. Then I'll have my div here for the forgot your password and the rest. So that one. So after this, I'm going to do away with the social media links. So I'll just remove that. Then these are the ones. So let's see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. So I'm going to use so I'm going to replace this here. So after that, we can now have our edit form. We can now have our edit form after this. Then we can remove this form here. So if we just do that, so we'll have this. We'll have our remember section here, then our edit form. Then let's now see what else. So we can remove that. Any other thing? I think if I just do this now, I should be in a position to eliminate that. So we can have this as a title. Can do away with this. So I can do away with this and just leave it. And do that. So if we launch our app, so let's just try to launch our app and see what will happen. So if we launch our app, we see how our page, our login page will look like. Then we update. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, comment down below as we enhance this application. So let's just wait and see. So that is our app launching. There you go. You can see now we have our email, password, but now this doesn't look the same way as this one. So what is the challenge? So we come to our app. We need to ensure that these so this one. So let's confirm. So our type is that we have these, so I can just have this group here. So I'll do that. Then inside here for the label, I'll just do that. So we have input, we don't have any label. So what we need to do, we need to remove this label. So I can also remove this label. Then I can come here and use this option, then I'll just add it here. So if we do that, apply our changes and see if that will work. So let's just wait and see until our application refreshes. There we go. So you see our changes has been applied, and we can now use this. So we've now added our navigation link, but now I want us to not to load this screen at this other end. So how do we do that? So I want us to do something. So I want us to create a layout. So I've done some of the items, so I'm going to take you through. So I want us to create another layout. So I've created a layout called login layout. Then I've added my styles. Then I've actually inherited from the layout component base to ensure that this is a layout. Then I have my styles. I've added some styles. Then on my styles, I have the folder here. So this is the folder. Then I have all the styles here. I've just downloaded this style and I'm going to map it to our application. So I've downloaded and copied all the files to my application. So you can see we have the login here, the styles, the fonts, images, and even the JS. Then I've created that is this layout. Then on my login page, I've actually added now the details, replaced the sign-in screen with my styles from the login, from the template that we just downloaded. Then at the top here, I'm going to have defined the layout. Remember, we have the main layout. So if we don't specify this main layout, let me just remove it. So if we try to launch our application, our main layout will actually fall within the main layout. So our login layout will be, our login page will be within the main layout. So if we just try to log in, you will see. So this is how this is working. So you see this is our login screen. So I'm trying to adopt the template that we created. But what I want us to achieve is to ensure that we don't have this navigation at the top. So to do that, we have to specify our layout here. So this is the login layout, and I've actually specified the styles. So these are the styles, and these are the JS. So if we go to our app, if you come to our app.razor, you'll see this is the main layout that our application is using. But we want to separate this from the login layout. So under the roots, why is it picking that? You'll see under the authorized root view, we have specified the default layout as the main layout. But now I want us to have a different layout than this one. So that's why on our login page, we need to specify our layout. Then on our login razor, we specify this layout. So if we launch our app, we should be able to have that layout and login screen similar to what we see here. So we should be able to have this on our application. So let's launch our app and see. So there we go. So our app is launching. So let's see. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment. There we go. You see we have now our screen here, similar to what we've just downloaded, and it is actually redirecting us to the account login. So why is it redirecting us here? So when you come to our application under home, we need to specify something. So under our Razor components, then we go to our Razor component, then we go to pages, then home. We need to have this. So we need to specify, we need to add this attribute authorized, and it's actually getting it from ASP.NET Core Components Authorization. So if we do that, it will actually redirect us to our login page. And the same thing that is being done under our main, where is it?
under our roots. So you'll see if it is not authorized, it is actually redirecting to login. So if you see this is it's checking if it's authorized or not. So if we come to our app, we can now log into our application. So if I just do that and click login, our application will now log into our, you see it is already logged in, and you see we have already specified our admin page and even our user. So within here, when we click that, we should be now able to take the books, issue books, create counties, and the rest. So that is it for today. Remember to subscribe, like the video, and comment down below. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series. So we've been creating the students management system. So we have the students. We also have parents. We have teachers. We also have subjects, departments, and even library. So for library, you are able to issue books. You are able to create a new book, create a book with the author, indicate the number of copies, and even select the book category. So when you save that, this record will be saved and you're able to see even the details. So the next thing is to issue a book. You can actually issue a book to students. So you select the issue date, you provide the date, you also provide the due date. This is when the book should be returned. You select the class and the students, and also the book type that you want to issue. Then you provide some notes. Then once you save, you should be able to see that it has the status issued, and you can actually return a book. So to return a book, you actually kind of click the button, you select the date that the book was returned, then you can give more information. So you can say goods, good condition. The book was returned in a good condition. So once you have that condition, once you have that, you save. So the book will move from this section. You see we have now 3 entries here to the third entry, return books. So we have the returned books where you can see the issue date, the due date, student name, the book name, and the return date. So some of this information, as you can see for the students, you're able to tell the students details, but you can also tell the person who created. So then we have the countries. You're able to see the countries, so you can save a country within our system, and then the system codes and the code details. So what I want us to do today, I want us to add our academic here, where we will be tracking our academic years. So to do that, I want us to add another model. So I've actually kind of restructured our app now. We have our models on our client, on our WebAssembly. Then we have other things on there. So we have the pages and even the models here. So I want us to add another model. So if we just click add, we add another class, then we call that academic year. So let's just click that, then say academic year. Then for academic year, we'll need 2 things. We'll need some items. So for one of the property is the ID, which is our primary key. Then we have, we say the description or the name. Let's just call it academic year name. Then we can say, we can have the start. So this is the date, time. So the start date, we can have the start date, and you can have the end date of the academic year. So you can say end date. Then you can also indicate whether the academic year is running or not. So here we can say, we can have as status. Then here we can have it as an int. So then we can have this as the status to be a foreign key. So we'll have this as system code then this will be status ID, then the other one will be our status. Then we can have we can include notes. So let's just add notes. So we can have a notes, and this will be string. Then we also need to track the person who created and modified. So we'll inherit from the user modify activity, which will give us all the other fields. So after doing that, we need to add this to our application DB context. So we'll come to our data, then under application DB context, we include so we'll include this as a table. So I'll just copy that. Then I'll have my academic here. Then this will be our table name will be academic years. So after we are done with that, what you can do is to now add migrations. So I'll just add migrations. So let me clear that. Then I'll say add migration, then academic year. So that is the name of our migration. Then press enter. Then if everything goes well, our migration file will be generated with all the changes that you want to effect to our database. Then for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video. We notice most of you guys are watching our videos and you don't subscribe. Please subscribe and like the video. So our file has generated. So then we are going to now update the database. So we'll just do update database. So if you press that, it should be able to update our database, create a new table called academics, and with all the fields. So you can see everything is okay, and this is the command, create table with all these fields. So since we have that, I want us to go to the next part, whereby we are going to create the components to actually save our academic year. So to do that, I want us to go to our pages, create a folder. So let me just minimize this. I want us to minimize this. Then we need to create a folder here inside our pages called academic years. Then inside our academic years, we need to add a razor component to give us the list of academic years. So this one will be academic year list. So we'll say academic years list. Then once we have the academic years list, I'm going to borrow something from countries to help us get the list of academic years. So I'll just paste it here. Then I'm going to have these as academic years list. Then here we'll say this is academic years list. Then we can say add new academic year. So that is our button. So we'll actually link it to our add academic year section. But for now, let's just do that. Then for the academic year, we'll have our model here, academic year. Then we'll have these as academic years. Then our model will be academic year. And we'll have these as academic year. Then we need to load all the academic years. So I'll say these load all academic years. Then these will be here. Then we need to get all our academic years. So what I want us to do before even proceeding and doing anything is I want us to create a service. So we need to create the repository for our academic year. So I'm going to create here a class. So it's actually an interface. Is AI academic year repository. Then when we press that, I'm going to copy one from our country. Then this one, I'm going to replace it here. Then this one, we are going to say academic here. Then you'll have these as academic here, we change all of this. So after modifying that, we need to implement these repository. So what we need to do is to create a service. I'm going to create a service, academic here, repository service. Then I'm going to call it, so I'm going to call this academic here repository, and this should actually implement our, so this should actually implement academic repository. So that is it. Then I'm going to borrow all the aspect in all this in our country and paste it in our academic here. So if I just do that, then I'll be replacing only the academic year model. So this is academic year. Then I'll just be replacing academic year model here. Then I just do that. Then I can say this is data, this is academic years. Then we return data. Then the same thing to the rest. I'm going to do academic years. Then this should be data. This is data. Then I'm going to remove data from academic countries, academic years, I mean. Then this should be first or default. Then once we have that, we should return here data. You should also do the same for this should be academic year. Then we also, for the get all, we want to get the academic years, and we want to have that. We also have these as academic year, and this should be data. Then we have these as data. Then we have these as data. We also have these as data. We have these as data. Then we want to get academic years by country, by an ID, so we'll do that. Then for the update, we need to pass the academic year model. Then this you can say it's data. Then we updating academic years. Then we save and we return that. So if our model, if everything is okay, then we should not see any errors. So you can see we don't have anything. So after that, the next thing to do is to register it on our program.cs class. So I'm going to register that. So how I'll just do this, then say academic repository, then do that. Then that is it. Then I'm going to import this to our import razor. Then I'm going to have my inject the academic repository. So I'll say academic repository. Then this will be academic service. So since we have this now, when we go to our academics list, when we load all the academics, we should use now our academic service to get everything. And this will be data. To get these, we will loop through and actually now add it to our academic list. So since you have all of this, we can now loop through all the academics. So we'll say this will be academic years. So this will be academic years. So sorry. So we'll say loading academic years, and we are looping through the list of academic years and here. So for the academic year, what do we want to see? So I think we can be able to see the start date, end date. So you can say the name. We may want to see the name, then start date of the academic year, start date. Then we can see the end date,
then we can see we can say is running. So this should be able to tell us if the academic year is active or not. So then we can actually see I think that will be fine. So we can have here the name. Then here we can say start date. Then we can have these as end date. Then we can have these as status. So we'll need the status, then we'll need the description. So for the status, then we'll now need to have edit, and for the delete, I think we will not be having delete. We can have two things. So we can have the delete. Yes, we can have the delete, and we can have another action, maybe to activate. So I'll just do here activate. So I'll just do activate. So for that, so we will need now to update our, so yeah, if there are no lists, then we'll say there is no academic years list available. Then let's now add our Razor component to add the academic years. So this will be add academic year. So add academic year. And I'm going to use the add country Razor code. So I'll just copy that. Then here we'll say add academic year. So add academic year, then we'll say add new academic year. Then after that, let's just modify the code below. So this will be our academic year. Then we need to define our academic year object. Then that is the user ID. This is okay. Then for create, we need to say create academic year. So then for the object here, the academic object, we need to specify that we are using the academic. Then for the service, we are using academic service. Then this one, we need to navigate it back to our list after adding. So we should take the navigation page for this, should be academic years list, and we should specify it here. So once we specify that, we should be able now to add our academic year details. So if I just go back to our on validate submit, we use the create academic year, then our object will be using now the academic object, and this is add academic details. So that is our form name. So the first thing to start with will be the academic year. So I'll just put in there. Then this should be the name of the academic year. So I'll just do that. This should be the name, and this is the name. Then the next thing is the start date of that academic year. Then I can have the start date here. Then I can also do start date. So start date, and this should be start date. But now we want this to be date, so we'll do input date. Do the same for the end date. So we'll just do here end date. Then this will be end date. Specify our end date there. So this should be end date as well. This is also end date. Then the next thing is also to provide, let's check on our model what we have defined. So on our model, we need the start date, name, status, and the notes. So we need to provide the notes. So the status will actually append the status in the background. So these will have the notes, and this is, sorry, So this is the notes. Then we have here the notes. This is the notes. We have the notes here. And this is input text. Input text area. You can call this input text area. Then after that, we need to save academic year. So after we've done that, our academic year is there. Then it should be good to save the data. So, but before doing anything, I want us to, so I'll just remove this. I want us to add another. So this add academic year on our list, we should specify that when you click add new academic year, this is the page that it should navigate to. So we have add new academic year and it should take us here. So let's add edit. So let's add an edit component. So we'll say edit academic year. So we'll just do academic year. Sorry. Academic year. So after that, I'll copy the one for edit country, but we'll reuse some of the details that we have. So what we have at the top here, so we'll say this is academic year. So we are navigating to academic year, edit, and this is we pass an ID. Then this should be update academic year details. Then below here, we should now say update academic year. Then for the object, we are using our academic year object. So I'll just copy, let me just copy what we have here because we'll be using most of it. So I'll just do that. Then for the form, I'm going to reuse these edit form. So I'll just copy all of it, then come to edit, and I'm going to minimize this and paste it here. So we'll have all our data. Then the only thing that we need to change is our academic object. We should be using our academic object. So we need to load first. We load our academic year that we want to edit based on the ID. So then the service that we are using is the academic year service. Then we get by an ID, and this ID is the parameter that we have it here. Then we need to load it. So once we load it, once you click update, we need also to modify the modified by and modified on. Then we need to call the update method from the academic service. Then once that is updated, we need to navigate back to our academic year list. So how this is our list, our route. So we should get back to that. Then so this academic, so this should be academic year. So once we have this academic year, we should update it here at the top. So this is what should happen. Then this should be update. Then since we have that, we should be good to go. So that is okay. So this is models. Then this is the list. Let's check this. Yes. So here we should have the academic year dot ID, then the name, then this should be start date, end date, and you have the status. So you should actually begin with the namings of your Razor components. Then this should be academic, this is academic, and this is academic. So when you click edit, it will take us to now academic, edit academic year. And we should be in a good position now to modify our data. So let's clean our project and see. So this is academic year. That's okay. So let's just edit, rebuild. We see if there is anything wrong with our code. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So on our edit academic here, we have the name update country. So where is it? So update academic here. Yes, so I don't think there is anything like that here. Yeah, I think I've seen the issue. So if you go to edit academic here, we were using the academic year object, and here we were passing the country object. So that is it. That's the challenge now, copying the code. So if we just go and rebuild again, you should be good to go. You can see it's also still failing. So let's just check where the issue is. Cannot convert an int to string. So where is that? Yes, I think we have an issue. So on the name, we actually specify the name as int. This should be string. So we need to rectify that. And we have now to update our database. So we'll have to run a migration. So we say add migration, then updated academic details. So if we press enter, then our migration file should be generated, and we should be in a good position to now update the database. So let's wait and see. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So we'll just do update database, press enter, and our table will be modified. So let's just wait and see. There we go. Everything is okay. So if we just rebuild our app now, we should be fine. So let's just see. There we go. So everything is building. Then we are good. So everything is fine. So, but now we need to have our navigation page. That is the link to our academics, linked to the, so I want us to categorize our application. We introduce another submodule. We call that submodule administrators. So I'll call these system settings. Then I'll call these system administration. So I'll call, so for the system settings, I'll have the country, system codes, and the system code details. Then this one I want to have now all the things linked to the administration of the system. So one of them that we are going to have here is the academic year. Academic year. So we'll have the academic year. Then we need to navigate to the list of the academic years before even doing anything. So I'll just go to the, so I'll just copy that. Then to our nav menu, we'll add that link. Then I'm going to remove this. So we'll have our academic year. So we'll say academic years, which will take us to the list. So if we just launch the app, we should now be able to view the academic years and add a new academic year. So let's just see how our app looks like. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to our channel. Comment down below in case you need something from this application. So we'll be enhancing this application as we go along. So we're able to log in now, admin at 1. Then I'm going to log in. So if we log into the application, it takes us to the dashboard. Then we now have the system settings and the system administration. So for the academic year, if we click on it, it takes us to the academic years list. So if we add new academic year, we should say 2023-2024 academic year. Then we should actually state the date. Maybe it's January 1st, 2024, and it should end in 2024. Then we can say April. So then the notes, you can say this is
can say 20. So you can have 2023, 2024 academic year. So if we do that, we should save our academic year. So there is something wrong. The academic year has not been saved. So why is it? So let's go to our add academic year. I want us to check something. For our add academic year, we need to ensure that our academic year service is being added. So if we go to our service, let's go to our service. I want us to can actually put a breakpoint here. Then go to our service for academic year. Then on our academic year, we should actually check if everything goes on here. So if we go back, try to add, say 2024, this is 2024, and this is April. So if we have our notes, 2023, 2024 academic year. Sorry, so this should be academic year. So if we click save, we should be able to see our object here, how it looks like. So we have our created by and created on, end date, we have our name, notes, and we have our start date. So what is the issue? So if we proceed, we should get our model here with all the data. So if we proceed again and save, there is an issue with our, did we update our database? Let's just confirm that we updated our database. There we go. So let me just launch our database. We see what is happening. So if we connect, I want us to see our tables. So this is our students Blazor app. Then if we go there, we should be able to see our, so where is our academic years here? So our academic year, you'll be able to see, we check if there's something being saved. You see there is nothing being saved. So we have our modified on, modified by notes, and the status ID. So there's something we missed. So the status ID. So we need to actually get the status of the academic year. So when saving, the same thing we did with the book issuance. You see, this is the status that we actually added to our academic, our book issuance. So when we add, we should be able to have an active status. So we'll say active status. We have then we can say academic year status. So this will be our system codes. Then you can say this is active. So we need to have our academic year with status. So we were missing that. So we need to update our status ID. Then we assign it to our active status. So you'll say active status.id. So since we have now that, we need to create this. So we are going to launch our app. So I'll remove the breakpoint. So if I launch our app, we should be able to do two things: create our status and now initiate a new record as an academic year. So let's just launch our app and see. So there we go. So here I'll just log in. Then we need to create our status for our academic year. So every academic year record that we create should have a status. So you'll need to create a system code with our academic year status. Then if I save it, I should be able to see that in our academic year here. Then I also need to kind of have our system codes. So the code should be active, and this is active. Then it should be tied to academic year status. Then I should also create another one called inactive. Then I can have it here. Then I'll say academic year and save it. So if we go back to our academic years,
and click add new. We can do the same here. Then we have the 2024 and this is 04. Then we can say 2023 academic year. So this should be 2023-2024 academic year. 2024 academic year. So if I click save, we should check if everything also is fine. So let's check on our academic year. Here, check again. So if we click add new, same thing, 2024, this is 2024, 04, and we have academic, say 2023, 2024 academic year. Then if I click save, I should get my data here, which is okay. Then what I need to confirm is our status ID. So if I just proceed, do we have our status here? Yes, it's getting the active status and the ID is that. Then we have the system code. So if I assign that, I should now be able to save my data. So let's just confirm if everything is being saved here. You see, our data is being saved. So what is the issue? The issue is now retrieving our records. So if we go that way, you see we are getting an error here. So when we get on our academic repository, for the get all method here, we should actually include our status. So that is it. So if we stop and relaunch our app, we should now get the two records that we've just saved. So you see all these two records, we should get it from our list. So you see we have the academic year, we have the start date, end date, and we also have the status and the notes. So let's just log in, then see what will happen. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So I'll just log into our system, admin. Then if I just log in and go to our academics, we should be able to get the list of, you see, we have the list of the academic years that we've just done. So we have the is running, then we need to have another button, another row here for our page, for academic years list. So here we should say delete, then we should have activate. So we do activate, then here we can do anything, another color, then I apply that changes. So if we do that, let's go back to our app. If the changes applies, it will refresh. There we go. So you see it is now activate. So if we click edit, it should take us to the edit screen. You see the update academic year details, and we have the academic year and the details that we saved. So if we update it, it will update our academic year. So I want us to do something for this. So activate and deactivate. So if you see here, this is active. So we don't have to activate something that is active. So we need to have a deactivate if it's active. So what I want us to do here, I want us to say if we say academic, so you say academic dot status dot code. So if academic dot status is equals to active, then I want us to show this. So if that is active, I want us to show that, else if it's not active, we can deactivate. So I want us to have this. So actually we can have just one. So let's just have this table row, table data. but you can have this control inside here. So can have that. Then I'm going to close it here. Then else, if it's not active, we can now say this is else. Then you can copy this and you can have this as deactivate. So this is deactivate. So if we do that, and this should be, so this should be success. So it should look like kind of green. So this, if it's active, this should be deactivate. So we can say this is warning. So this should be deactivate. Deactivate. Then this should be activate. So if it's deactivated, we should activate. And then this should be can have it as primary. So if we apply these changes, we should be able to see changes in our buttons. So you see deactivate because these statuses are active. So that should be active. But if it's inactive, we should actually activate. So we are going to leave it at that point for today. So on our next video, we'll be announcing this. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series. But what I want us to do today is actually to display the list of users that we've just added to our application. So when we register users, we are able to save the data to our ASP.NET users table. So as you can see, these are the users. So I want us to display these users on our application. So what I want us to do within the system administration, I want us to add the list of system users. So I'll just come to our app. Then I want us to create a folder for users within our application. So I'll create a folder called users. So I'll call users. Then I'll add a razor component for the list of users. So I'll call these users a list. So I'll call these users list. Users list. Then once we do that, we should be able to now have a list of users. So I'll pick a list of some of the details that we added. For example, the academic list. So I'm going to replace it here. Then I'll just modify. So here is add a user. So we'll be able to add a user as well from our application. So once we have that, then we need to change our model. So this is application user. So we'll be using application user, then we'll say user object. Then to add a user, so we should actually get from, I think we've picked the wrong one. So I want us to get from the list of users. So this is the, so this will say users list, users list. Then we'll say this is a system users list. So this is the system users list. Then we can say add new system user. Then for the add new system users, then we'll say loading system users. So these system users, I'm going to have here application user. Then here we'll say all users. So when we initialize, we need to load users. So I'll say load all users. Then here we'll get all the list of users. Then we need to loop. So we'll actually loop through the list of users. So I'll just use this. Then for our users, I want to display the name. I'll just display let me just have this, then we can say user, can call it a user. Then for the user, we will display the full name. So we'll display the full name. So what do we capture? Also, we can display the username. You can also have a user, then you can have username. Then we can also have a phone number if they have. Then what other can we have? Can have a phone number, then we can also have gender, and we can have yes, gender and the last activity date. So I'll just do user, then we say gender. So I'll do gender dot description. Then I'll also do user dot last activity date. We'll just do last activity date. So we are able to tell when was the user active. Then so I'll just get away with this. So I'll get away with this. Then what I need to do here, we will be using user. Then this is user. So before we actually proceed, there is no list. So there is no users list available if there is no list. But now what I want us to do is to create a repository for users. So let's add a class. So we're going to actually add an interface. Then we say iUser repository. Then for the iUser repository, I want us to just clone what we have for the list of users. Now for this list of users, I want us to say to have all these methods here. Then I'm going to have these as application user. Then here we'll say this is user, this is user, application user, application user, application user, and application user. Then you will need to create a service for this. So I want us to create a service. So on our service, I want us to add a service called user repository. So just remove the I. Then if we add that, we should actually implement now the all this. So I'll just copy this. Then I'm going to on our user repository. Remember, it should actually implement our iUser. So we'll do iUser repository. Then this will be user repository. Then this will be now application user. So this is application user and this is application user. Then here we will have users. So here you'll have users. Then we include gender. So we'll include gender. So here you'll just do gender. There we go, using that. Yes, so here we should include gender. Then this is status, so you can actually remove it because this is adding a user. So here we'll say user. Then here I'll also do so I'll actually show you some of the methods that you can use to add users. So let's just pull. So this is a delete. Then this should be string. Then so we'll say users. So this is removing a user. Then you save the changes. Then this is application user. So this is, we are getting all the users. So just get users. Then here we include gender. So this should be users. This should be gender. Then I just remove the rest. Then get by an ID. This should be users. Then this should be string. Then that is it. Then we return application user here. Then the same thing here to update a user. Sorry. We can actually update a user. Then this is users. Then you do that. So since we have that, so what other thing are we missing? I think should be okay. Yes, so on our I repository, because we've changed some of the things, we need to go back to our I user repository. And for this string, we need to change this to string and also this to string. So our user ID is actually GUID. That's why we are changing that. So when you come to our service, so the error should have gone. So, but now I want us to introduce something on these. So to manipulate users, I want us to introduce the user manager. So I'll just do private, then read only. So then user manager. Then I'm going to have my application user. Then I do user manager. Then here I'll also do the same user manager. So I'll just do user manager here. Then I do that. So inside the user manager, now I can assign. So I'll just say user manager is equals to user. So this should be user manager. So can do that. Then I can say this dot user manager. There we go. Another thing that you can do is so I want us to also have the user manager. Then I can also have role manager. Then this should be application role. Then this will be role manager. So I'll just do that. Then we can also have the same thing here. So I'm going to have my role manager, which we'll be using to manage our roles. Then I can also kind of assign this role manager is equals to role manager. Can also add another one called sign-in manager. I'll also have sign-in manager, and that is also taking now the application user. Then you can have a sign-in manager. I'll just do that. Then I'll also copy this and have it inside my constructor. Then this will be, I can also assign it to now so I'll just do this, dot role, should be sign-in manager. Then I assign that. So to get the list of users, we just use so we just use the get context users, then we include gender. So this should suffice. So what I want us to do now, we need to register this. So I want us to register our user repository on our program.cs. So I'll just come here. Then I'm going to register this, and I say I user repository. Then I'm going to use my repository service here. So that is it. Then for us to use it, we are going to inject it to our imports.razor. So I'm going to have this here, and I can actually say I user repository. Then I can say this is a user service. So that is user service. Then when I come to my Razor page to display the list of users, I can now use my user service to get all the users, and I can look through and assign the users to my list. So once I do that, I should be able to get the list of users. So since we have that, I can now have our page. So to add it to our navigation, let's go to our navigation menu. Then under the system admin, just within the academic years, we can actually have it at the top, and we can call it system users. So for the system users, to navigate, you need to go to users.
So I think that is the list, our route to users list, as you can see here. So if we just launch our app, we should be able now to get the list of users from our application. So let's just launch and see if we have all the users list. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. Remember to like our videos, comment down below, and we should be good to engage. So let's just see how our app looks like. So from now within our application, we should be able to register users, manage their roles, and even deactivate and activate some of these users. So as we proceed, let's try to complete this application so that we're able to do other things. So hope you guys are liking the video, because you are going each step at a time, and every video is actually giving us a new experience. So I'm going to log into my app. Then within this app, you can see we now, under the system administration, we have the system users that we've just introduced. So if I click system users, you can see it has given us the name. So we need to change our, I think we didn't change our titles at the top. So we should say full name. Then we should say user name. That is the username. Then we should check, we'll say phone number. So that is the user phone number. Then we should also say gender. That is the gender of the user, and we can say last activity date. Last activity, we can just say last activity. Then we have so if we apply these changes, we should be able to see our application updating and reflecting with the new details. So if we just do that, you should see we have the full name, username, phone number, gender, last activity, delete, and active. So these two lists, I want us to change this to something else. So if we have the list of users, what can happen? So the list of users we can edit. So I want us to have these as edit. I want us to have a view. So we'll have here view. So we'll have these to view. This should be view, I mean. Then another one we can have as we can maybe have another one for password. So you can have a password. Then this is to change password. So this will be password. So you can change password from our application. So if we apply the changes, we should have the buttons. So you can see you have the full name, username, last activity, delete. So this should be edit. So just go here and we say edit. Then if we apply the changes again, this should change to edit, view, and password. So you can change the color for this. So let's have it a different color. Say this is a primary. So let's see what is the color if we do primary. So there you go. So you see we now have the edit, view, password. So that is it, guys. So today we were just able to preview the list of users. Then on our next video, we'll enhance this so that we can register users within our subscribing. So on today's video, we are going to continue with our Blazor series. So as you can see on our app, we have academics module, we have a library module, settings, and administration module. So for those who are watching, so we are on day 21 of our video. So you can actually consider watching our previous videos. So you can actually consider watching some of our previous videos so that you're able to understand where we are. So we have the students. We can actually add students. We have parents. We can add parents. Then we have teachers. We can add teachers. Then subjects. We can also add subjects. And we have a library where we can add books. So I think there is something that we added. Then we have countries, and we have under system administration, we have system users. So you can see the system users who are actually able to log into the to the application, and also we have system codes and the system code details. So another type of settings that I want us to do today is how we will be able to manage grades. So what I want us to do is to add one of the models. So I'll just come to our models. Then I want us to add a model called grades. You can call grades. So on these grades, we'll be able to define grades and the marks. So I'll just do grade. Then on this grade, I want us to have, so here we can do public int ID. Then I'll just do, so one is the grade code. So this will be string. Then I want also to have a grade point. Can have after the grade code, we can have a grade name. Then after the grade, then we can have the mark. So for the mark, these will be ints. So you can say mark from. So this is where we'll be defining whether if you have an A, so where does the mark begin? So then we have the mark 2. So this is the range. So we are defining the range of our grading system. So then after the grading system, I want us to have kind of some notes. So we'll just have here notes. Then all these details, I want us to inherit from our user modify activity, because we'll actually be checking all the details of, so the created by and the modified by, in case something happens to our grades, so we are able to track the activities. So after doing that, I want us to come to our application DB context. So our application DB context, then we can add our table. So I'll just do public DB set. Then I'll have my table there, which is actually grades. So that will be my table name. Then I'll do get set. So that will actually define our table. Then get set. There we go. So after doing that, the next thing that you need to do is to actually apply migration. So I'll just go tools, NuGet package manager console. Then here I'll now apply my migrations. So I'll say add migration. Then I'll do grades. So that is the name of my migration. Then I'll need to stop debugging. Then if I do that, my migration should be able to so there we go. So as it starts, let's see. So our migration file has been generated, and you can see we are able to have our grades table being created with all these fields. So the next thing is to actually apply that migrations to our database. So I'll just do update database. Then once our database is updated, we should be able to have those tables. So if everything goes well, then our table will be created, you can see. So after we are done, the next thing is I want us to now create the razor components for adding grades. So I'll come to my pages, then add a folder. So under this folder, I'll say grades. Then I'll add a razor component. Then this razor component, I'll call it grades, add grade, or grades list. So that is where we'll need to first display the list of grades. So for the grades list, I'll pick one of the options from the countries, and we reuse them. So after copy that, so I'm going to have here, so I'll say this is a grades list. Then here will be grades list, then add new grade. So this is where we'll be adding grades. Then at the bottom here, we'll define our grade collection. So these will be all grades. Then these will be our grade. So after doing that, on initialization,
then we need to load all the grades. So I'll say this is all grades. Then I'm going to apply it here. Then after that, all our grades, after we load, we need to do this. So, but for now, I want us to comment this, then I'll show you how we'll come back to this. So after we've comment that, so let's comment that. Then on this list of grades, I want us now to loop on our table and display them. So here I'll just say all grades. So if we don't have anything, then you can say loading grades. Then here we'll display the grades. Then here we can have the grade code. Yeah, we can have the grade name. We can have the mark from. So you can have the mark from. Mark from. Then you can have the mark to. You can have the mark to. Then we can have that. Then here we'll showcase. Here we can have the all grades. Then this is ID. Then you can say this is grade code. Then you can have grade name. Then here we will do our mark from, and we can do now mark to. So there we are. So the next thing is to now we can do grade. So when you click edit, it will open grade, then edit. Then we pass here, we can say this is a grade. You can use that to avoid confusion because we've just copied this code. So I'll just replace that and have a grade, as you can see. So then this will be grade. So after we have done with that, we now have our list of grades. So this is our list of grades. But I want us, before even going anywhere further, I want us to go to our repository and to create a repository for grades. So I'll just do an interface. So I'll just do an interface, then call it iGrade repository. Then if I add that interface, I'm going to copy one of our repository. For example, we can copy for department. So I'll just copy this methods. Then I'll come to my grades. Then I can have it here. Then I'll now replace this with grades. Then I'll do that. So grade. Then after that, I'm going to create my service to implement that interface. So I'll just copy this name. Then on my service, I'll create a class. Then I'll call it a grade repository. So I'll call it that way. Then this grade repository is actually implementing iGrade repository. So after that, I'll copy the department methods that we have here, because it actually, so that we don't waste time. Then I'll go to my grade repository and actually paste all the code here, then just alter some few items. So I'll change my constructor name. Then on the add async, I'm passing now grade. Then I'll also do the same here. Then these should be grades. Then on a delete as well, I'm doing grade. Then this is grades. Then this is a first or default async. Then on the this should be data. So just do data. Then this is data. So this should be data. Then you can also do here grades. Then this is data. And we can now return also data. So the next thing is to pass here grade as well, or when we want to get the list of grades. So I'll just do grades. Then get by an ID, I'll also pass a grade. This is grades. There we go. When you want to update, we'll also pass our model of grade, and we expect to return a list. We expect to update a grade details. So after we have done with this, so we now have our service and our interface, and everything looks okay. So let's go to our program.cs. Then we need to register that. So just copy that, and we now define our I repository here, I grade repository. Then our service will be grade repository. So I'll just copy this, and we can do that. So after we are done with that, I'll go to my inputs, and here, then I'll just now import my service. So I'll just import my service here, then I'll use I grade repository, then I'll say this is a grades service. So after we've defined this grade service, that means we can go to our grades list and now activate what we had commented, this one. So if we do this, we uncomment this line of code. Then we now use our grade service to get all the data, and we can say this is data. This is data. Then we now add the list that we get here, we add it to all the grades, which is a collection of all the grades list. So after we have done with that, we now have our list of grades. But how do we add the grades to our application? So we need to add another Razor component to actually cater for adding new grades to the system. So we'll say add new grade. So if I do that, I'm going to borrow one for academics, Razor component. Then I'm going to use it under grades. Then here, I'm going to just indicate add new grades. So we'll be adding new grades. Then just before doing anything, we need to define our grade object here. So I'll just do grade. Then this will be grade object. So after doing that, I want us to use this grade object. Before even that, you can say this is create a grade. So this will be our create grade, and we'll define our own validate method. Then anything within this form should now reference our grade object. Then the form name, we can say grade details. Then the first thing to add is, so we'll define now here, we say the first thing to add will be our grade code. Grade code, then this is a grade code. Then here you can say grade code. So after doing that, we can replace the name here with the grade code. Then the next thing is the grade name. So here we'll do grade name. Then here we'll do grade name, and here is grade. So grade name, this is the object. Then here we'll do grade name. So this name should be similar to this. Then the next thing is the mark from. Mark from, and this is actually input number. This is input string, text I mean, then that is text as well. So input number, we are talking on mark from, then this is a mark from, this is also mark from. Then after that, we need to define this is a mark from. So this is mark from. Then we can do away with that. So I'm going to define mark to. So I think we have notes there. So I'm going to define another one, mark to. Then here we'll have now mark to. Mark 2. Then this should be Mark 2 and this is Mark 2. Then the notes, we now change these to be grade object, and I believe this is notes, yes. So once we have that, then we say save a grade. Then we should be able to save the grade. So on hitting on create grade, it will now come here, and our object now will have the values. So we are now passing the created on and the created by values for the person who is logged in and the date the record was created. Then we pass now that to our service, which is the grade service add async. So grade service add async. Then once it is added, it will take us back to the grades. So the grades is our navigation link. If you come to our list, at the top here, we define that to navigate to that page, you actually use this route, grades a list. So that is what we will use. And after that, what we need to do is we need to define here. This should be add grade. So after we add grade, we need to come back to our list where we have the add button. We ensure that this is referencing our add grade link. So that is how you do that. But now after adding the grade, what happens? You should actually update. So I'm going to create another Razor component for updating. So I'll just say update grades, update grade. So then when I press enter, I'm going to copy the same thing for academic and paste here. But now what I'll do on my form, I'm going to minimize and remove it. Then go back to my add form. I'm going to minimize and copy it. Then come to edit and replace it there. So then I'll change so this will be update grade. Then I'll change my object here to look the same way we had done for addition. So I'll say grade. Then the only thing that happens now is here we need to load a grade. Before you edit, you need to get the grade values. So I'll just load on initialization. Then our grade object should have values. So it will take the grade service and get by an ID. So this is a grade service. Then we get by an ID, and this ID is this one. It's actually a parameter. For you to navigate to this page, you have to pass this parameter. Then our object now, after updating, you should now update using the modified by, the person who modified, and the person who, and the time. Then we'll use our grade service to pass the new values and the updated timestamp. Then we navigate back to our list. So that is how we do that. So the next thing is here we'll say update grade. So this will be our method. So this will be update grade details. So after doing that, I'll go back now to my on validate, then update that. Then on the grade object, it is using the grade object. So at the top here on the navigation, we need to define the URL. So this will be grade, then edit, then we pass the ID. So this is a parameter. So this grade edit, when you come to our list where we were indicating edit button, we should now use the grade, then edit, then we pass the grade ID, which defines the same parameter we have done here. So after that, at the title, we say update grade details. Then I think we should be okay now to launch our app. But before launching our app, we've defined all this, but we have not added it to our navigation menu. So to add it to our navigation menu, remember, we go back to our components, then layout, then nav menu. Then we are going to have these on our system settings. So on our system settings, after the country, just before the countries, I'm going to add another thing called grades. And for you to navigate, we navigate to grades list. There we go. So I'm going to launch this app. Then we're now able to see what we have done. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below. And if you are willing, you can actually buy me coffee, a hot one. I will really appreciate. So let's launch our app and see. So for those who are coming back, welcome. And for the new subscribers, please subscribe. We notice almost 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you don't subscribe. Please subscribe so that you also help us reach more people. So I'm going to log into my app. Then I'll just do that. So if I click login, it takes me to the dashboard. Let me just confirm my password so that we are able to log in. There we go. So we have now the dashboard. So under system settings, you'll see we have now the grades. So if I click grades, you'll see it is actually loading grades. So we don't have any grade yet. But for us to add the grade, you see at the top there, we have the add grade link. So to add a grade, you'll just click add a grade. Then you'll be prompted with the grade code, the grade name, the mark from, and mark to, and the description. So this is where we are going to manage our grades. So the first thing we can say, our grade code, we can say A+. You can say this is A+. Where is my plus? A+. So that is our first grade code. Our name should be, we can say A+. Then mark from, we can say for you to get a marks for you to get an A+, you must have scored 80 up to 100. Then you can say not very, you can say excellent. So if we do that and click save, you see there's something that has happened. So it has actually taken us back to the list, but we are not sure whether our details has been added. So what we need to confirm is when we go back to our grade service, where we actually add here. So we try to add another grade. We say A now, but we say now we want to add A. We say this is A stand. Then we say the mark is from 70 to 79. Then you say this is very good. So if we click save, there we go. So we have our model. So you'll see we have the created by, the created on, grade code, grade name. So we missed something. We missed our grade point. So on our grade point, we need to have added that field. So we'll go back to our page, add page. Then we need to define our grade point. So that is the field that was missing and it's not nullable. So that's why we were not able to add the details. So I'll just come before the grade, after the grade name, and I'm going to have the grade point. So here we'll say grade point. So this is a grade point. Then here will be grade point. So after we have the grade point, then we can actually copy this and do the same thing to our edit page. So on our edit page, we also expect the grade point. And we can also add it to our list to display the list of points. So here we can say we want to see the grade. So I'll just do that. Then here I can say grade. So here I'll copy that here. Then I'll want to have a grade point. So I'll define that to point. So after that, I'll now add the values now here and say grade point. So after doing that, I launch my app. Then we should now be able to save grades, edit grades, and preview the list of grades that we have within our application. So if you found this video very interesting, comment down below, like the video. And if you really like the video, you can even go forward and buy me coffee. I'll also appreciate if you buy a hot one. So let's just log into the app and see what happens. So if we just log in, so I'll just key in my credentials, then log in. So after logging in, we can now go to settings, then grades, then add a new grade. You see now our grade point is here. So I'll just add A+. We say that is A+. For the grade points, I'll say this is 5.00. Then I'll say this is 80 to 100. Then you say that is someone who is very, so say that is excellent. So then I save. So if we come back to our breakpoint, you will see that now the grade point has a value. So I'll do that and proceed. Then if we go back, you'll see that our values has been added. So I can add another one for A, that is A stand. Grade point, you can say this is 4.00, starting from 70 to 79. Then this is very good. Then if I save, then we are able to see that. I can also add another one. We say A minus. So you can say this is A minus. Then this is the points are 3. You can say 3.50. Then this is A minus can start from 60. Then you say to 69. Then you can say this is good. So if I save that, you're able to see. Then I can also add a B. So you can say a B plus. So you can say a B plus. Then we'll say this is B plus. Points will be 3.00. Then here our B plus will start from, let's say 50 or 65. We say 55 to 69. 59 I mean. So this will be 59. Then you can say here it's also good. So if we save that, you see, you can also have another grade. We say B. So we say B stand. Don't know if that is the correct naming. So then here we'll say 2.80. Then these will start from 50 to 54. Then this is, you can say good. So that is how you now have our grades. So grades is part of our system, and we have defined this because we will be going now to actually see how we append and have a grading system to students and doing everything. So the next thing that I want us to do is we'll be able to now try to create kind of exam schedules. Consider subscribing. So on today's video, we are going to see something very interesting. So we are going to try to minimize some of the work that we are doing on our application. So as you can see, we have the students module where we can create students. We have the parents where you can create parents. We have the teachers where you can create teachers. We also have subjects where you can add subjects. And we also have departments where you can add departments. Then under books, you can actually add books. You indicate the book name, the author, the category, the number of copies, and you save. Then under library, you can also see the issue book. We can actually issue books, and we can actually return books. So the next thing that I want us to do, we have also the grades. We can add grades. You specify the grade code, the name, the point, the mark from, and the mark to, and you provide the notes. Then you'll be able to see all these grades. So this is what we did on our last video.
So for those who are watching, you can consider watching our previous videos so that you get to understand where we are. Then we have the countries. You can add countries. Then we also have our system codes where we are storing all our codes. Then we have the system code details. Then the next thing that we have also under system administration is the system users. These are actually the users who are able to access our application, and we have the academic years. So we were able to set the academic years within our application. But now what I want us to see, if you go back to our code, you'll be able to see that for each of the module, we have a repository for it. So this is something that as our application grows, we'll be able to do a lot of work. Creating most of these repository for each of the module can be tiresome. So I want us also to try something, and we need actually to keep our code clean and simple and actually reuse some of the functionalities. So what I want us to do, I want us to create a generic repository. So I'll just click new. Then we click generic. So I want us to say this, I want us to create an interface called generic repository. So generic repository. Then once you click that, you create that interface. I'm going to stop my application so that you're able to see what's going on. So we have it here. So we have the generic repository here. So on our generic repository, I want us to use the same methods that we have. Us to use the same methods that we have been having within our various repositories, as you can see. So I'm going to copy one of them, then go back to our generic repository and paste it here. So I want us to make, instead of passing models for each of the specific modules, I want us to pass a generic, these methods to be generic. So here, I'm going to have these as, so I'm going to say for the add, I'm going to say T entity. So I'm going to do that. Then here I need to import, so this is T entity. Then this one will be, we need to have, when we add, we pass our model. Then I want us here, we also pass entity, and we'll say this will be entity. Then for the entity, we need to say the entity will be, whereby this will be entity is actually a class. Then I want us to do the same for the update, where we'll be updating, we need to supply our entity. Then this will be entity. Then we can say this is, then we need to say where T entity is actually a class. For the delete, we need to do the same. So here we'll do the same here. Then we say here we'll be passing, we can actually pass, we'll be passing an entity. So I'll just do that, then say entity. Then here we'll say where T entity is our class. Then for the get all, so I'm going to say here, I'm going to use enumerable. Then I'll say here we'll have our T entity. So I'm going to use this. Then for the get all, we'll also get all the data. So this is actually the one for retrieving the records within our database. So there we'll say where T entity is a class. So we do that. Then for the get by an ID, we also do the same. So this will give us a single record, and we need to supply our ID. Then we can actually have an ID there. So for the delete as well, we can actually say we can supply an int ID. So that's fine. So we now have our generic repository, which we have not tied it to any model. So as you can see, now I want us to create a service, a generic repository service, then come to our services, then new, then class. Then we are going to have our generic repository service. So this, we are going to call it generic repository service, or we can just call it that way. Then for the generic repository service, we are going to implement now our I generic repository, and we are going to, so we can actually implement our interface, and it will generate all those line of codes. So you can see it has actually generated all of them. So for our generic repository service, I want us to have our constructor here. So I'll just do that. So sorry. So this will be a generic repository. I'll just do that. Public. Then this will be our generic repository. So this should be class. We can have class. No. So we need to have it here. I'm wondering what is the issue. So this will be generic repository. So this is our constructor. But now we'll be having, so this will be that way. So we'll be having our generic repository constructor here. So what I want us to do on our generic repository here, I want us to expect a T context. So we can say T context. Then on our T context here, we will say where our T context is actually not a class, but it is actually a DB context. So you can say DB context. So after doing that, you'll see on our, so this is wrong. So we'll do that. This is also wrong. So after doing that, you see we have now our T context, I generic, where T context is our DB context. Then we'll say here private. Need now to define our T context. So we'll say T context will be our T context. So this will be our T context. So for this, we'll need to have, so we can now pass our T context here, and we can assign a value. So this is our T context. So the next thing that I want us to do for the add async. So when we add, we need now to save the data. So we need to save the data here. So what we'll do, we'll say that, so we'll just do await, then context dot set. So our entity now, which is T entity, I'm going to copy this. Then we are going to add now async. Add async. Then we pass the value of our entity, this one. Then the next thing after that is, after we've added, we need now to save it. So we'll just do await context dot save changes async. So this will save our record to the database. So this is save changes async. So after doing that, we are expecting to return our entity. So we can actually return our entity. Then we go to the next one, which is delete. So for the delete, we'll do context, then dot remove by an ID. Then if we remove by an ID here, we just do, so here we have T, so T entity. Then we just do that. So we need to set. Here I'll just say await, then set that, then remove. So remove by an ID. So I'll just do that, and this one you can do that. So here we are expecting, so remove, we are expecting an entity. So what I can do, let's just change this to entity. So we'll just do entity here. Then we'll do remove entity. Then after removing, we need to change to actually save it. So I'll just do here save changes. Then this one, after saving the changes, we need to, so here we can actually do remove. But let's just remove, then we pass this. We do that way. Then await context, save changes, async. Then here we need to return. So we need to return our entity. So why are we getting this error? So on our delete, on our generic repository, we were passing this. So I'm going to do here entity. So when on our service, so we have delete async, then here we need to say async. Same case to our, so that solves our problem. So when we go to our get all, here we are now retrieving all the records. We'll just do context. We can actually do return, then await, then we say context dot set, then we pass our entity here. Then we say after doing that, we now list async. So we do that, then we save, it will give us the list of records. Then the next thing is to get by an ID. So to get by an ID, we can do the same thing. So I'm going to copy this, but we are now getting the first record. So I'll just do find async, then we pass the ID that we've just applied for that specific record. So this will also need async here. Then it will actually set, so this is set entity, then find async. So here we have task, get by an ID, then here we are missing something. So here we should say that is where T entity is a class. So this is a this is okay. So after doing that, I think there is an issue with our generic repository here. So we need to define that this is also where T entity is actually a class. So after that, you'll see that we now have the last one, update. So for the update, we'll also do context dot attach. So do dot attach, then entity. Then we can do, here we'll also do async. So after doing that, we will do context. So here I'll just do context dot entry. Then I just do that state, then entity modified. Then I'm going to save my changes. So I'm going to copy this and update it here. So after saving my changes, I also need to, do we need anything on tasks? So you can just update. So I'll just do task update, and I'm going to modify here also for the update. So I'm just going to do update. So after doing that, we now have our methods and we have everything in place. So the next thing that I want us to do is to actually register this generic repository service to our program.cs class. So if you come to our program.cs class, you see we have been registering all these services. So if I just come here, I want to now do builder.services.add scope. So .add scope. Then I'm going to do type of. So type. So I'll just do type of. Then after that, I'm going to have my generic repository, which is the interface. So I'm going to have my generic repository here. So I'm going to copy this. Then I have it here. Then after doing that, I'll also do type of
I need my generic service now. So I'll copy this and just remove I. Then on my generic repository, it actually expects a DB context. So I'm going to use now my application DB context. Application DB context. So after doing that, then the next thing is to close. So that way. So this is actually, this should be this way here. So after this, then I close, then this one. So this should be generic, type of generic application DB context. Then here we should not close, we open it. Then we have it that way. So this is type of I generic. It should be this way. Then this should be this way. Yes, that way. So we have brackets here, type of I generic. Then we have that sorted. So we now have our I generic service. So the same way we've been doing, we go to our import service, we go to our imports razor, then we now inject our, so we now inject, so we just inject our generic, our I generic repository. Then we can call this now, you can call this general service. So after doing that, if we just clean our project and build, then we should not be having any errors. So if you build our project, we should not be having any errors. But now I want us to see how this plays out. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video. And if you like the video more, you can actually buy us coffee and we'll appreciate. So actually buy us a hot one and we will really appreciate. So as you can see, our application is running. So everything is okay. Application has built successfully. So what I want us to do, if we just run our application, let's see what happens. So we have not actually used this service, but I want you to see how we have been doing and having all these services, but we can actually have it, or we can replace all these high repository with just a single one. And going forward, we will not be creating these repositories. It will now be easier for us to run fast when dealing with this project, and it will also be easier to maintain in the long run. So let's just see. And you can actually imagine if you use that one, you'll actually save a lot of time, even complete the project more fast. So I'll just try to log in. So then I want you to see something. So if I go to the recent module that we added, that is grades. So I'm going to just go to grades. So if you add a grade here, so I'm going to add just a single grade. So I'll say D stand. So then the points, I'll just put any other points. Then these can say 0, 0, then poor. So if I click save, you can see my grade is being saved. But now the service that we are using when we come to our grades, we are actually using, so if you come to add grade, we are actually using grade service. And this grade service translates to I grade repository. So what I want us to do, I want us to replace all these services. For the add grade, I want us to use our generic service. But on our generic service, for you to add, you can see we are adding grade, but we need to ensure we pass our model. So that is our grade. So that is it. And we should be fine to add our grade. So these are the only changes that we need to add. So if you come to our list of grades,
I'm going to also say, instead of grade service, I'm using a generic service, and I ensure I pass my grade entity there. Then all should be fine. The same thing to my updates. I'll come to my updates. Then instead of grade service, I'm passing generic service. Then I use grade here. Then get by an ID, do the same. Then supply my grade there. So after doing that, I can now proceed with launching our application or apply the changes. Then we should be able to see what happens. So if we apply the changes, we can actually add another grade with our now generic service. So let's just begin and see. So if our service has complete changes has been applied, yes. So if I click add and say maybe E and say 0 or 01, let's just have 1, then 1 to 10, then we say poor. So if we click save, we should see that our grade has been added. You see, i.e. the ones that we just added. That means our generic service works. So what I want us to do now, for all our projects, for all our modules, I want us to go, for example, the modules that we have been able to create. We have the academics. So academics years, I'm going to replace this with our academic year. Then we will get the details. For the academics as well, I'm going to replace this, and we have it here as a academic year. Then, sorry. So I'll just do that. Then that is it for academics. For editing, I'll replace academic service with that as well. So it's academic year. Sorry. So we do that. Then here as well, we get by an ID academic. So we'll just do academic. Then we do that. Then the next thing is to replace the others. So if we go back to the other modules like books, we can also use our generic service. Also, you can see here, for the system code, I can replace with that. Then I can now say system code details. So that is my system code detail. Then if I do that and pass my string, I think the service that we used, or this was a different method. I think we'll be able to add it on our, let's just remove it. Then I'll show you how we add that. For the book, for the create book, we can do the same. Book. Then our book should be added. Come to books list to retrieve the list of books. You can actually use the book service, and you can say here book. Then you should be able to get our books. Edit books. We also use the same. We get a book by an ID, and here we are using a book entity. Then same case there. Update, we'll also use generic service. Then get, so this is book. So you can imagine when all these modules now, we'll be creating all these repositories. So for now, we can, so having a generic service will actually work best. So I'll just do that, book issuance. So I'll just do book issuance. So that will be our model. And here you can see it is expecting. So generic service, and we are also getting all async. Then what is our model here? It's actually book issuance. So this is book issuance. This is actually book. Yes, so this should be book. Then students, we are using generic service. Then you can get as all async. This is actually we get. Yes, so here we also do students. So if you do that,
You see here, this is books. Is a list of books, and here we can actually say to list. So here I can say to. Yes, I've actually seen why we have that. So instead of doing that, we can actually go back to our generic repository. Where is it? Here. And for the get all, we can actually do here list. Then go to our repository, our generic repository. Then that is the interface. Then here we can actually do list. Or instead of, yes, we can, let's just change that. Then for that was add book issuance. So you can see now should be able to, that should be able to work for this. So after that, you can also use the same for the issuance. We add issuance, then we see now book issuance. So there we go. Then let's apply the same for the books list. So under issuance, we do here, then we do book issuance. So we do that. Same thing applies there. For editing, we also do the same. Here we'll do generic service. Then here we do book. It will give us the books. Here we'll also do students. So here we say get all. So this will be our get all. Then here we say student. Then there we go. Then for the update, we also do, and we say here student. There we go. And our book, this is actually book issuance. We are updating book issuance. So there we go. So after doing that, here you see we have a result. So that means our update should actually have a result. So let's just, I think we removed it. So let's just add it. So you're expecting a T entity. Then go back to our generic service where we were expecting that here. Then after that, we kind of need to return. So we say return entity. So after doing that, we should be fine. If we go back to our edit, that should solve this problem. So go back to our generics return book. So I'm going to use here, then we say book issuance. I think that is it. So these are actually books. So that is book. Then here we have generic service, then get all, and here we need students. So there we go. Then return book issuance. Here we actually say, so this is updating. So we'll just do update async. Then we'll do book issuance. So after doing that, we are okay. Then we go to the next module, return books list. Should be able to use now our so that is return books list. Here we have a generic service. Then we use our book issuance. So that is our model. Then there everything goes well. For add new country, I'm going to replace add with that. Then here we say country. Then for the countries list, I'm also going to use that. Then I'm going to, this will be country. Then delete country. Here we do that. Then we supply. So for delete, I'll show you how we get that. So for delete, we'll actually say variable. Then this is, we say country. Then we do await. Then we say generic service dot get by an ID. So we get by an ID. then country. Then we actually do that. Then after getting by an ID, this is a ID, so this should be an ID. Then after getting by an ID, we can actually now delete our country. So you can say generic service, then we pass our model there. We pass our result. So after passing the result, then the country will be deleted. So the next thing is to go to our edit, update our edit. We use that, then do country. So you just do country there. Then load countries, we get by an ID. So this will be country. So that is country. Then everything goes on well. So you can actually now go updating all the other submodules. And if we go back to our project and see, we should be able now to work with all the others as sections. So if maybe just to show you, before even launching our project, I want to show you how that works. So to remove, we need now to remove the others because we are not using them. So let me just stop the project. Then if we go to program.cs, I'm going to remove, we have it here, program.cs. I'm going to remove, we've added for academics, so I'm going to remove academics. We've added for books, so remove for books. We've added for book issuance, I'm going to remove that. Countries, I'm going to remove that. Then the same thing so for those ones, we're also going to do the same under import so that you see our repository in action. So I remove that, then book issuance, I'm going to remove. For academics, I'm going to remove. For the country, I'm going to remove. So that you see, even for the grades, I think. So we added for the grades. Let's see, for the grades. Yes, we added for the grades. So let's go to our imports and actually remove it. So under imports, we are going to remove this service. And we'll also do the same under our program.cs class. So I'm going to remove this. So as we launch our project, we should be able to add our records without anything, without any issues or errors. I think there is an error, so let's see what is the challenge. There we are. So this is under edit, yes. So under edit, we should actually use our generic service. Then here we need to add our book issuance. So that is it. So if we launch our project, we should be able to access our students. We still have an error. Where is it? Under return books. Yes, so we have the same thing here. We have book issuance. We can actually check another one. Under book issuance, returns books list, return book, edit book. I think we are good. So let's launch our project. So we have another error under country service. Yes, we need to get all the countries, then we say, so that means when we removed our repositories, we will be sure that our project is now working based on what we have done. So if I do that, launch our project again, it runs this time round. We still have another one under delete. So we do country. This is country, yes. So we have that. So I think we saw another error. It's under edit. So we have the generic service. Then this is a country. So there we go. Let's launch our project to see. So for those that we removed, I think the project is now okay. So we should be able to log in, create some records with now our generic repository. So I've just made it simple, but we'll be able to enhance it as we go forward because our project is now growing bigger and bigger every day. So our next video, guys, will be
how to now manage documents uploads and even images uploads on our project. So if you're following us, comment down below and we should be able to enhance this application together. So let me log in. So let's see. I've forgotten my password. Hope not. Yes, so there we are. So under academics, remember we removed some details under students and even books, but we are now getting an error. So I'm going to just remove this. So we'll be able to show you how we should be able to move around with this one. So I'm going to remove that for now. Then do that. Let's just proceed. So this is just meant for CRUD. Then we should be able to see how our application works. So if I go back to our application, there we are. So there we are. So we have system, then add password. Then if I just launch our application, so if we go back to countries, then click country, then we say Zambia. Then we say Zambia. Using our generic service, click save. We should be able to see that we have our country saved. So we've actually used now a generic service. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, comment down below. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series. So on our today's video, we're going to upload files or even images on our application. So on our students module, we were able to capture some details about students, that is adding a new students, where we were able to register a student with the registration number, first name, middle name, last name, email address, phone number, country, gender, and even the date of birth. So some of these sections, we are missing images. So for example, parents, you can actually upload a photo of a parent. So we need to actually add that. So for students, I want us to cover something interesting. I want us to add a way to upload a student photo in our application using a Blazor. So to begin with, let's just go into our model. Then we check if we have our model. In our model, we check if we were capturing photos. So you can see we don't have anything, but I want us to capture the photo name of the student when we are registering the student's details. So what I want us to do, I want us to modify our model. Then we just have here, we say photo. So after adding that, we can do the same for parents. So we change the same for parents. So let's just look for the model. This is the model. We can add a photo. So once we do that, the next thing that we need to do, I'll just stop my application. We need to run migrations. So we need to add migration. So I'm going to say add migration. Then I'll say photos. Then add migration. So this will now include the two fields that we've just added to our database. So that is the photos for parents and the photos for students. So to update the changes, we can do update database. Then once we press enter, those two tables will be updated with the photos column. So after doing that, I want us now to introduce something on our app. So let's go to our interface, that is pages, then under students. So I'm going to student. Then under student, I want us to add a section for us to add to upload a photo. So I'm going to copy this code here. Then do that. Then inside here, I'll say student photo. So that will be the name of our field. Then instead of doing input date, I'll do input. I'll say input file.
Then these, I'll remove this. Then have remove the binding as well. Then have that. So what I can add something called accept. So this accept will allow us to only limit the kind of files that we want our application to accept. So I'll do PNG. I'll also do JPEG. So that will actually allow us to limit the kind of files that we can upload. So after doing that, I want us to do something here. I want us to add on our code, inside our code here, we do public. So we just do public, then I browse. So I browse file. Then you can say this is a file. Then do that. So after doing that, I want us also down here to create a class. I can say private. Then you say async task. So this should be async task. Then I want us to do, we say load upload file. That is our method. Then inside here, then here I want us to do input change, input file change event. Then we put there E. Then once we do that, I want us to say now take our file and we assign it e.file. So then we'll have our file there. So the next thing is on our input file, we'll say on change. So we'll say on change is equals to, so that should be on change, then we do that. On change is equals to load file. So we'll do on change is equals to load file. This should be double quotes. Then we'll do there at load file. So this is double quotes, sorry. So we do that way. So on change, load file. So if you load the file, so our I browser file will be appended with our file. So the next thing that we need to do is to create some of the things here. So what I want us to do is we need to capture the file name, the file details, and even upload that file to our application. But before we begin, I want us to create another method. And that method will now give us the option to upload the file. So I want us to create another method here. So after doing this, I want us to create another method. Here we'll say private, then async, then task. So this method will give us an absolute path of our file, and that path is what we'll be saving to our database. So we are expecting to get a string of the file. Then so we'll say here uploaded file. Then this will be like that. Then we'll check if our file is null. So we'll do if file is not, let's say, is not null. If our file is not null, then we begin to do something. So else, so if our file is null, then I want us to return, we return an empty string. So we just do return that. Then if our file is not empty, so what should happen? So if our file is not empty, what should happen? So I want us to first do one thing inside here. So I want us to create the file name. So I'll do string file name. Instead of using the file name that the user has just uploaded, I want us to automatically reassign a new file, which is actually auto-generated by the system, instead of saving the file names that has been uploaded by the users. So we'll just do path. Then we do a change extension. Then into brackets, we say here path. We say path, then get random file name. we get random file name. Then here, so this will give us a random file name. Then we now pass also the extension. So we say path, the extension of that file. Then we say get extension. So we get extension of our file now. So, and we will get that by passing our file dot name. So let me minimize this so that you're able to see. So that is a file name dot name. So this will give us actually our file name, and it will assign a unique ID, that is the unique file name, which will be saved within our application. So our path, where are we going to save this file? So I want us to create a path. So we'll say string path is equals to path dot combine. So we are going to combine the path. So this we are going to actually see where we are saving this data, this file. But before we actually do anything, remember we need to have defined where our file will be uploaded. So to do that first, let's just go to our app settings. So on our app settings, we need to define our directory. So here I'll just do comma, then I say file uploads. So this file uploads, we need to define where our file will go. So I've already created a folder under my D, under my local disk D, and here I have a D, then documents upload. So I'm going to copy that. So I'll copy that, then paste on my app settings. So you can see we have a backslash documents. This is the path that I want us to upload our file. So then if you are done with that, go back to our students form. So under students. So after we are done with that, I want us to get the path. So to get that path, I'm going to say path combine. Then I want us to use the I configuration. So to do that, we are going to inject it at the top here. So I just say at inject. Then we do I configuration. Then we say config. So we are going to use that. Then at the bottom here now, we want to access now the app settings file. So here I'll do config, then dot get value. So we want to get the value of our folder, and the value that we want to retrieve is actually what we've added, these app settings. You see these uploads, we want to retrieve it. So we'll do get config get value, then we are expecting a string. Then on our string, we need to get the value of the name of the value that you want to get is the value of app file uploads. So we'll pass that there. Then after doing that, we need to, we'll pass that there. Then after doing that, we need to define, in case we want our system to create a subfolder within this folder. So I'll want to have another folder, let's say students. So this is where all the uploads for the students will go. Then after that, I'll need to pass the file name that will be saved. And this is the file name that we have auto-generated, and we already have the correct file name that you want to save. So after doing that, this will be our, so let me just minimize so that you have a clear view. Yes. So after doing that, then I'll just do comma. So this is now our path. But you can see there is something here. It says there is possible null reference argument for parameter path. So we are sure that we have the value for this file upload. So to do that, we can actually add an exclamation mark there. Then that will be solved. So the next thing is, we remember we have our file uploads, which is actually this one. But for us to upload the file, we want to create a subfolder called students. So how do we do that? Remember, we will not be creating those subfolders manually, but we will want our application, once we just upload the file, it will create those subfolders automatically.
So I'll just do directory, then dot create directory. So I want to create that directory. So I'll combine my path now. So I'll try to get my path. So that is a path dot combine. Then here on this combine, I'll also get this value. You see this? So I'm going to copy this. I want to get the full name of our storage. So this is the correct path. So I'll just pass the path here. Then after we have that, I want to create now our students. You see this? So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So it will create that path. So this is the path that will be created. I need to close it again. There we go. So directory.create, then it will create, it will get the file uploads, which is actually this one. Then inside the file uploads, it will create a folder called students. So after we've created a folder, what next? So here we've created our file name, we've created our path, and we have actually created now the directory for the subfolders. So we want now to save our file. So to do that, we'll just do await, then using file stream. So I'll do file stream, then I'll say file stream is equals to new, then I'll pass my path. So I'll say path, then comma, file, that is file. So this will be file mode dot create. So we want to create. Then after doing that, I want now to read. So I'll just do await. Then our file dot open stream. Then sorry. So I'll just do open stream. Open stream. So that is a stream. Sorry. Open stream. This should be open read. Open read stream. Then close it. Then do copy async. So after doing copy async, then you pass our file stream here. Then close it. There we go. So after doing this, we should be now in a position to upload our file. But you remember, we need to return our file, our absolute path here. So just below here, I want us to do something. I want us to return our absolute path, because that is what we'll be saving to our database. So I want us to create a string. So we'll just do string file. We can say relative path. Relative path. Then we'll just do path dot combine. Then we'll pass our path. So which is our absolute path will be now the students here. So we'll take our students, then comma, then we pass our file name. So this is our file name. Then what we need to return for this method now will be our relative path. So here we'll just do return relative path. So this method will now give us our file name. So after doing this, remember now we've created our file and we have uploaded our file. But we need, once you click on save student, we get the file name and append it to our model. So we need to move to our create student method, which is actually at the top here. If you check on our form, on validate create student. So we come there, then once you click create student, we come here and say stud. So stud is our object, stud object. Then we do dot photo. So this is the photo is equals to, then we do upload dot. So we do upload, I mean here we are getting a file. So we'll do await, upload, then this is a method. So when you do that, we are expecting to get our upload file. So here this is, yeah, we missed something. You see, this is an int, so we need to change that. So on our model, we actually placed it as an int, so that should not be the case. So that should be string. Sorry for that. So I'll just go to student, then here we'll say string. And remember, we did a string, but we already have some records, so I'll just have these as nullable. Then let's check the same for teachers. I think for teachers is a nullable. So after doing that, I'll do migrations. So I'll just apply migrations. Then I'll just clear. Then add migrations. I'll say photos student. Add the migration. Then after adding the migration, we should be in a good position to update the database and now try to create a file and actually create a student who has a file attached or a photo. So once our migrations is done, then we should be able to update our database. So there we go. So I'll just run update database. So if you're watching our videos and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And if you feel the videos are good, you can also buy us coffee, and we will appreciate. Even if it's a hot one, we will really appreciate. So after that, I'm going to my add student. Then you'll see now this is resolved. So you see student photo, it is expecting a string, and this will give us a string. So I want us now to check. If you go back to our folder, you see we don't have anything. So I want us to run our application and try to upload an image. Then we should be able to have a folder called students created, then our relative path saved to the database. So before doing anything, even trying to test our application, let's confirm. So let's confirm we've added our render mode. So ensure you've added at render mode interactive server. Then down here, ensure we have input on change load upload file, then accept.png, JPEG, and JPG. Then on here we have browse file, then load upload file. This is our file, upload file. Then we are getting our file name, which is actually auto-generated. Then our path. So we have our file uploads. Then we have our students. So for our ensure we have the correct file uploads name here. So this is the name, file uploads, and it is going to our directly D documents upload, which is actually what we show you. So when you come to our add students page, ensure we have our relative path, which is students, then file name. Then we have our directory.create directory. We have path combine. We get the value of the file path, which is documents uploads. Then we create our subfolder. Then we read and create our file. Then we copy and we return this. So when we are saving our students now, create a student method, which is actually part of what is at the top here. Create student method. That is when we pass our student.photo, we pass and we retrieve our upload file. So once we have that, we can actually now test our application. So I'm going to apply changes if there is any. Then go to our students, and we are going to create a student. So I'm going to create a new student. Then I'm going to say T, that is the registration number. Then I'm going to just put in some weird characters here. Then email address, then address, then we have a phone number, then that, then we have a mail, then we have date of birth. Then I'll choose now the file to upload. So I'm going to upload one of my thumbnails. Then if I click save, this should be saved. So if you go back to our folder, you see we don't have any folder created. So I'm expecting when you click save student, you should actually save our folder file and save our student details. As you can see, we have our student details saved. If you go to the database and try to retrieve all the students, you will see we have the last student record. and you'll be able to see we have the file name. So we actually have the file name. So you can add students and we'll be saving these file names. So if you go to our directory, you'll see that we have a student folder, and inside the student folder we have our file, and the name of the file, you see, it is actually randomly generated. So you can also add another student. So let's add another student, file name there, the first name I mean, then the email, then phone number, country, date of birth. Then we select another file. So, and if you are keen, if you click select, you'll see that here at the custom files, it is actually accepting the PNG, JPG, and the JPEG. So we are only able to see the images. So if we select that and click save, you see we have our last file, the student here. Then if we go to our database, we should be able to see our student records, and we have our student name. And you can see it is actually saving student / then the name of the file. If you go to our directly, we're able to see the images. So that is it for today, guys. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video, and comment down below. See you. So on today's video, we're going to proceed with our students management system using Blazor. So as you can see, we have some modules for academics, students management, parents, teachers, subjects, departments. You also have books, where you can create books, you can actually issue books, and you can actually return books. We also have a section for settings, where we are able to manage some settings about our application. You can also capture some system administration aspect, whereby you will have the system codes and the system code details. So what I want us to do today on our application, I want us to add a module for hostels management. So I'm going to create on our application, we're going to models. So I want us to create a model for hostels. So if you go to our application under models, so I'm going to create a model for hostels. So I'll just call it hostel. So there we go. So you just do hostel. Then our hostel will have, so we are going to have hostels, we have rooms, and we have the types. So I want us to create first the hostel, then we'll create the hostel types. So first thing, we need to have a, so we'll do here public int id. So that is our primary key. Then we are going to do hostel name. So I'm going to do string. Then we have our hostel name. So we'll have our hostel name. Then here we will have our hostel type. So here we will have so here we'll do int, then we'll say hostel type. So for this hostel type, I want it to be a foreign key from our system code detail. So for those who are following, so this will be hostel type, but this one will be hostel type ID. Then we will have our, so we can actually have our address. So you can say here address. Then we can have the intake, or we can say number of rooms. So hostel, then you can say number of rooms. So in that hostel, then we'll be able to have also, we can have the description. You can say description. So you can just have this. Then you can now have the user create activity. Then once we have this, we can now create the hostel rooms. So I want us to create the, so we have the hostel, but we need to have the hostel rooms. So do we really need this here? Because we are creating another table for the hostel rooms. So it will be tied to this hostel. So we should be able to have the total number of rooms. So I'm going to remove that.
So then I'm going to create another model for hostel rooms. So here I'll call it hostel, then room, then I'll do public int, then ID, then we do that. Then we can have our room number. So we'll have room number. So room number, we can have it as a string. So let's just do string. That is our room number. Then we can, so this will be room number, room number. Then the next thing is to have, we need to tie our rooms to the hostel. So I'm going to tie these two. So I'll say here int, then this is hostel. So I'll say hostel ID, and this hostel ID is actually a foreign key from our hostel table. So I'm going to do here hostel, then this is hostel. Then once we do that, I'm going to have the room type. So I'll also have category of rooms. So I can say here room, so room type ID. Then here I'll do system code. This should be from the system code, and this is a system code ID. So this will be room type. Then the next thing is I want to have now the number of, beds within this room. So I'll say number of beds. Then I can actually do the cost per bed. So that you're able to track this when students are actually booking rooms. So I'll just do here decimal. Then this will be cost. So I'll do cost per bed. Then I'll actually capture now the description. So I'll do string, then a description. So after I've done with that, so we've created our hostel, and we have the hostel rooms. So we go to application DB context, then we add our tables. So I'm going to add them here. So here we'll do DB set, then hostel. Then our table name will be hostels. So if we do that, I'm also going to do hostel room. Then these will be hostel rooms. So that is our table. So the next thing that we are going to do is to actually add migrations. So I'm going to add migrations. So for those who are new to this channel and you are following, please like our video, subscribe, and comment down below. So I'm going to say add migration. That is our command. Then we'll say hostel rooms. That is our migration name. So if everything goes well, our file should be generated and we should be in a good position to update our database with these new changes. So that is add migration, then hostel rooms. So our application is running. So we notice most of you guys are watching our videos and you don't subscribe. Please subscribe so that you help us to reach more people. So as you can see, our migration has completed. So we are going to do update. Then we say database. So if we do that, we should be able to update our database with the new tables. You see here, we have the create table hostels with these IDs and columns here. So then we have our primary keys and the foreign keys that we specified. So these are the foreign keys and the primary keys. So if we go back, we'll see that our migration is complete and our table has been created. You see these are SQL commands. It has actually created our tables. So if we are done with that, then the next thing that we are going to do is to add our pages. So I'm going to create a folder under pages called hostels. So I'll just create a folder here called hostels. So I'll create a razor component. Then I'll say hostels list. So if I do that, Did we create a folder? No, we actually created a page. So I'm going to, so let's just go back here. We need to create a folder first. So we should create, we called it hostels. Then let's check where is our hostel page that we just created. Let's minimize this. Then we should be able to get it. So for our hostels, here it is. So I'm going to drag it here. Then we have it under hostels. Then I'm going to create another page for add hostels. Add hostels. Then under hostels list, I'm going to borrow one of the list that we just created. So I'm going to do the academic year list. So I'm going to copy everything here, then paste under hostels list. Then within hostels list, I'm going to change this to on our root page. Our root should be hostels. Then this should be hostels list. Then we'll have to add new hostel. You say add new hostel. Then after that, we are going to say loading hostels. Then we have that. So below here, we need to define our list of hostels. So we'll say all hostels. So this is our collection. Then we have here hostel. Then on this hostel, we need to loop through. So we are getting a list of hostel. And the good thing, guys, is we are actually using our generic service. So we don't have to be creating services all over. So I'm going now to use that, and we should be in a good position to move fast. So you see, so here we'll be able to have that. Then we have, so under hostels, what do we display? So on our model, we have hostel name, address, and description. So I'll just display the ID, hostel name, and the address maybe for now. So I'll just say here hostel name, then hostel address. Then here I can do hostel description. So I'll just do that. Then I'm going to remove the others. Then here we'll just we are looping through all hostels. Then this will be our hostel. So here we have hostel. Then that is the ID. Here we do also hostel. Then here we will do hostel name. Then here we will do hostel. Then this will be the address. Then we'll also do here hostel, and this is the description. So we'll also do, so we'll remove this, and I'm going to remove also these ones. We just remove, we are just left with two buttons, edit and delete. So I'm going also to add this here. We need just that one. Then we say there is no hostels. So if there is nothing in our grid, so we say there is no hostels list available, and our page should be complete. So the next thing that I want us to do is to load the, to add the so the next thing that I want us to do is to add the hostels, add hostels page. So I'm going to copy the one for add academic. Then it is kind of the same, so we are changing some few items. So here I'll say add hostel. Then I'll say here add new hostel. Then so at the bottom here, we are using our hostel model. So we'll just do hostel model. Then this will be, we'll say hostel object. So I'm going to use now our hostel object. So here I'll do hostel object. Then this is add hostel. Then here we'll say maybe hostel name. So we don't have much information here. So I'll copy our object there. This will be hostel name. Then I'm going to copy this here. Then I'm using that. Then you can do hostel address. Then for the hostel address, I'm going to have our object is hostel object. Then this is address. Then I'm going to have that. Then this is address. Then I'm going to use address here as well. Then we'll have our hostel description. So we'll do hostel description. Then here our hostel, we'll choose that. I'm going to do that, then say address. Then here also it's address. Then here we'll also have address. So after that, what other thing are we missing on our hostel? So we've added the name. So we are missing the hostel type. So on our academic, on our add hostels, we need a drop-down list for. So actually for the description, I'm going to use input text area. So check also here, the input address should be input text. Confirm that. Then at the top here is okay. So after that, I want this drop down here. So I'm going to copy one from books. So if we go to the books page, we had a drop down list. You see this one. So I'm going to copy this. Then we add it under hostels. So we want to select the hostel category. So here we'll say hostel type. So then I'm going to do away with that. Then I'm using my hostel object. Then this is, let me minimize this so that you can be able to see. Then we can say hostel type. So we are using the hostel type ID. Then we say select hostel type. So that is our default value. Then we have our hostel object here. So then here we'll say save hostel. So after doing this, I want us to do something. So if you come to hostel, so what we copied under add books, we should actually load. So we should actually load we should define our hostel types. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'll define my hostel types here. So the hostel types we said is coming from our system code details. So I'm going to say hostel type categories. Hostel type categories, and this is the categories that should be the options when you are selecting here. So here we should say hostel type. So you see this error has gone because we'll be looping through the list of our categories from the system code details. But where are we getting this list? So on initialization of when we just load our page, we should actually pre-populate. So I'm going to copy the same code on our add books. We should pre-populate the list from our system code details. So I'm going to copy that, then add to our add hostels. Then just within here, I'm going to pre-populate our hostel category. Then I'll give it the name of hostel types. So it will give me all the options. So for the create method, you are going to say this is a create hostels. Then our object, remember our object is hostel object, then that is it. Then we have we pass our object, then here should be hostel. So when you add, we are using our generic service, then when you add, it should take us back to the list. What is the navigation URL of our list is hostel, then list. So we are going to update that here and update it here. So that should define our page, and we should be in a good position to now save our create a new hostel within our application. So I'm going to copy this method and then just append it here so that we are okay. Then on our list, for us to click add new hostel, we should navigate to add hostel. So that should be our URL. Then before even doing anything, I want us to go to our layout to add now the navigation to hostels. So if you go back to our application, then under components, then a layout, then navigation menu, we should now be in a position to add a new module. So I'm going to copy this module for library, then paste it down here. Then I'm going to say here hostels. Then I'm going to say hostels list, and I'm going to have another one for hostel rooms. So if I do that, I'm going to remove this, and for you to navigate to the hostels list, so we'll just do hostel list. Hope that is the correct navigation. So let's just confirm our hostel is hostels. So we missed something there, so I'm going there, then we say hostels list. So if we do that and we launch our application, we should be able to create a new hostel and add a hostel to our app. So let's just launch our app and see. So if you're new to this channel and you have not subscribed, please subscribe, comment down below, and also give a suggestion in what you want us to include on this application. So there are some of the requests that you are making, guys, and we are actually considering them. So don't worry. So you can see our application is launching. So, and we should be in a position to log in. And so I'll just click here. Then I log in. So once log in, I should be redirected to the dashboard. And on the dashboard, I should see my module. So you see my module here. I have now hostels, and we have the hostels list and the hostels rooms. So if I click hostels list, it should take me now to this page where we don't have any hostels yet. But when I click add new hostel, it should give me the options to add the hostel name, hostel address, description, and the hostel type. But you see on the hostel type, we don't have anything. We said our options will be defined under, we define our options under system. So let me just check. We define our options under system codes. So here we'll add a code called hostel type. So hostel types, this is hostel types. So what are different types of hostels? So for the hostels types that I want us to define within our application is one is the girl and boys hostels. So I'm going to define here. Then if I click new, I'll define this is hostel types, and I'll say boys. Then I'll say boys hostels. Then if I click save, my hostels with boys will be saved. So if I go there, I'll be able to see this. So if I click another one and say hostel, then I'll have girls hostels. Then these, so these should be girls. Just do that. Then here I'll say girls hostels. Then it is a hostel type. So then I can do another one called maybe combine. So it can be a combined hostel for both. So I'll say combine hostels for both girls and boys. Then I'll just do hostel and save. So I should be able to see I have 3 options for hostel types. Now if I go to my hostels and go to the list and say add new, I should be able to see my hostels here. You see I have boys hostels, girls hostels, and combined hostels. So the first name of my hostel, I can just call it boys hostel 1. Then I'll say this is located in school campus. Then I'll just do here maybe school campus. Then I'll choose this is boys hostels. So if I do that, this is campus, sorry. I do here campus. Then if I save, our hostel should be saved. But what is happening? So let me just go back to our add hostel. Then we go here and then check what is happening when we say create here, add async. So if we do that, let's go back to our app, add new, then you say boys hostel 1, school campus, that is our description. There we go, and we say save. So you should get that our model, we have the address created by ID, created on. You see the description is null. The hostel name, we have the boys hostel. Hostel type, it has an ID. So the issue is on our description. So did we provide the description? Yes. You see, we actually gave the hostel description, but the input text area is indicating address. So that is where the issue is. So here we should check it's actually description, and here we do description, and also here description. Then we can proceed, and so it should apply our changes. Then if everything is okay, let's go back and maybe reapply the changes. Our application should refresh, and we should be now ready to create a new hostel. So if we do that, let's create a new hostel. Then here we say school campus. I'm going to copy that here. Then I'll say boys. So if I click save, we should be able now to get our description added. You see? So this is the description. And I believe that was the only thing causing an error. So if you go back to our application, we should be able to see that our record has been created. So let me do away with the here. I've actually removed the breakpoint. So if I click add, I can now do hostel 2. It is within the school campus. Do that, and I say it's still boys. So if I save, I'm able to see the school campus. I should add another one, 3, school campus, and it is still boys. I can create another one for girls. I can say girls hostel. Then this is within the school compound. Then I can say this is a girls one. You can see I can add another one for girls as well. This is hostel 2. Within the school, you can say this is a girls. You can also create another one for girls. I can now create maybe, say, let's say combine hostel 1 within the school campus. You can say this is combined. You can also create another one for combined hostel 2, and this is then I can do that and combined. So you can see, guys, we are able to save, create a new module for hostels, and we have been able to save hostels. So I leave it today there. So then in our next video, we are going to see how we will need to map hostels to rooms, and now do rooms booking. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video below. So today we are going to proceed with our Blazor series. So as you can see, we actually created an hostel within our application where you provided the hostel name. So then you provide the address, the description. So say combine hostels. Then you select the hostel type, whether it's girls, boys, or combined. So that is how we did on our previous video. So we were able to create a hostel. So in our application, you'll find we have students management where you can add students. You can even attach a photo. Then we have parents. You can add parents. Then you can also add teachers. You can have subjects. You can actually add a subject. Then you can have departments. And we can have a library where you can add books, indicate the number of copies. So you can issue books, return books. Then we have now the hostels that we added. So then we have the grades, countries. So you see, you are able to capture that. Then system codes, and we have the system code details. So on today's video, I want us to, when we created hostels, we should actually also create rooms within these hostels.
So on our previous video, when we come to our models, we created the models for hostel. So you can see here where we are capturing the hostel name, the hostel type, and our hostel type is coming from the system code details. Then we have now the hostel rooms where we are indicating the room name, the hostel ID. We are tying our rooms to hostels. Then we are indicating the type of the room, the number of beds, and the cost per bed, and even the description. So then we actually added our migrations. So this is already a table within our application. You see, we added this as a table. So what was pending was to actually have an interface where we can create the hostel rooms. So what we created is the hostels. You see, we have it here. So I'm going to create another folder where we can have our hostels rooms. So I'll just stop my application. Then here I'll just say rooms. So I'll do hostel rooms. Then within the hostel rooms, I'll now create a list of rooms. So I'll create a new Razor component. Then I'll say hostel rooms. So hostel rooms list. Then if I press enter, I'll be able to have my Razor component. So I'm going to copy the hostel list details, then just duplicate here. Then you're going to change, so we'll say this is hostels rooms. Then you can say add new hostel room. So we'll be adding rooms, and then you can say hostels rooms list. Then this is where we are saying loading hostels rooms. Then down here we are now dealing with hostel room model. Then this is all hostels rooms. So this is our collection. Then we will get the list of hostels rooms. So you'll be using hostel rooms. Then this is the rooms that we need to add. So this general service will give us the list of rooms. Then we can actually add them here. So we look through the list of hostels here. So you check if it exists. If not, then you can do that. Then I can now do, so you can say room name, room number. Then you can say room name. Do you have, can say number of beds. You can have cost per bed, and you can have a description. So here I'll just do description. Then at the top here, you'll see you have a room. So you'll say room number. So I'll remove this. Then you can say number of beds. So I'll say number of beds. So I'll say number of beds. I'll remove these. Then we have the cost per bed. Then remove that. Then I can do description. So I'll say description. So this will give us the list of our hostel rooms. So then here we'll say if there is nothing, so you can say there is no hostel rooms list available. So then if we do that, I'm going now to have my hostels rooms list on my navigation menu. So I'll just go to my navigation menu, and within our hostels category, I'm going to add here hostels rooms. I'll just copy this. Then I'll say hostels rooms list. So if we launch our app, we should be able to access now that list, and we should see our hostels rooms list. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So this is a series of Blazor that we are doing. And if you're following, you can actually subscribe and comment down below in case you have any suggestion that you'll want us to do. So there we go. So I'm going to log in. So I'll just do that. So if I click login, I should be able to log into my app.
And if I come to hostels, I have my hostels rooms, and you can see loading, then there is no hostels rooms list available. So if I come to our folder now, I'm going to add a section. So I'm going to add another as a component. So I'll say add hostel room. So I'm going to add a razor component that will now help us to add the hostel room. So I'm going to copy the list, the data from add hostels, then I'm pasting it on our add hostels rooms. Then you're going to change. So I'm going to say this is add hostel room. Then here we will say add new hostel room. So we are adding a new room. So what are the details? So here we'll say room number. So here is room number. But before even proceeding with that, let's change our object. So our object name should be hostel room. So then this is our hostel room object. So if I do that, I'll now come here and say this is hostel room, then this is number. So that is hostel room number. We change this. So let me minimize this so that you're able to see. Then here I'll say number. So that is the hostel room number. So that is our first field. Then we can do cost per bed. So we want to track the cost per bed. So we have room. So you can say here cost per bed. Then this is also cost per bed. So I'm going to have here cost per bed. This is also cost per bed. Then I can also do, what other thing are we capturing? So I'll just paste this. So copy that here. Then you can do description. So you can say room, sorry. So I'll say room description. Room description. So there we go. So that is it. Then if we've captured the room description, so we've captured the room number. So we need to capture the hostel where that room belongs. So let's go back to our add room. So you can say hostel name. So we need to capture the hostel. So here we'll say hostel ID. So we need to have our object here. So I'll say hostel ID. Then here I'll also say hostel ID. Then this is select, we can say select hostel. So I'll show you how we'll need to map this list of hostels. Then if we've captured the hostel, then we need to capture the room type. So I want us to duplicate this section here. So we are going to duplicate that drop-down list. Then we'll say here a room type. So you can actually have these as room type. Then, so our hostel type, hostel name to be the last item to be selected. So here I'll change this to room type ID. Then I'll have these as room type, and this is a room type. Then this will have hostel ID here, hostel ID, then this is hostel ID. So this is room type. Then we have down here we have the hostel name. After hostel name, then we need to capture the number of beds. So I can have it at the top here, the number of bed. So I'll just do number of bed, number of beds. Then I'll say here number of beds. So this will give us the number of beds in the room. Then after we have that, what other thing are we missing? So we have the cost per bed description, number of bed, room type. I think we are good to go. So I'll just come back here. We have the hostel. Then we'll say save hostel. We'll save room details. So after doing that, for us, we need one thing. So one is we need to display the hostels categories. So I'll say hostel categories, and this list is coming from hostels. So we are displaying the hostels data that we just entered. Remember, for you to capture the rooms, you have to register the hostels. So the next thing that we need to display is the room type. So that is coming from the system codes. So these, I'll say room types. So I'll say room types. So hostel categories, we need to loop it here. And in our hostel category, we have the ID and we have the hostel name. So the name is what we'll display, but we want the ID to be saved to our database. Then for the room types also, we need to loop through the room types. So this is select room. So I'll say select room type. Then here we are going to loop through the room types. Then we can say room type. Then here I'll just do that. Then this is so I'll do here room type ID and room type description. So that's okay. So the next thing that we can do after we have our hostel types here. So we need to get, so on initialized, we need to loop through and get the list of, so here we'll say room types. So here I'll just do room types, and these room types should actually, the value should be appended to our room types. Then we also need to load the hostels. So I'll hold the lost hostels here. I'll take this, come here, and here we don't use this. So here I'm going to just say generic service dot get all. Then I'll just pass my hostel model. Then do that. Then I want everything. So this will give me all the hostels. So since we have all the hostels, we now need to save the data. So after you've selected everything, you've keyed in the room number, keyed in the cost per bed, the number of beds, room description, room type, hostel name, and you are ready to go. So you should save this data. So to save it, I'm going to say the method here is create hostel rooms. Room, I can do that, create hostel room. Then I'm going to have it here. So this will be my method here. Then after that, our object to be used is this one. This is the model. Then here we can say add hostel room is our form name. Then after doing that, what we need to do is when we have our create room, we should now take our object, which is hostel room object. Then we do that. We assign the created on and the created by, and we now general service add a sync. Then we save hostel room. So after doing that, then we navigate back to the hostels list. So our route for the hostels list, hostels rooms list, is the hostels rooms list. So that is what should be here. So we should navigate to hostels rooms list. So I think that should be okay. So if we just now go back to our application under the list, when we are on the list and we need to click add new room here, we need to tell our app that when you click it, you should take us to add hostel room. So if I just launch our app, we should be able now to create a room and view all the details. So I think there is an error. So let's just check what is the issue. So there we go. This is the issue. The object that we should pass here, it should be hostel room object. So let's launch again and see if there is anything. We have there, cannot convert. Yes, so let's check on our form. So here we do text, here text description. The number of beds, we can actually do input number. Then the cost, you can also do that. Then that's fine. Let's see. So it's saying the hostel does not contain created on and created by. Yeah, I think we don't have it on our hostel. So we'll do away with this. Then I'll just launch. But we'll be able to modify to ensure every data that we capture should have the person who registered and the person who modified. So our app is now ready and launching. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below. So we notice some of you guys are watching our videos and you don't subscribe. So please support us so that you help us to reach more people. So, and you also motivate us to do more of these videos. So I'm going to log into my app. Then I'll just do here, pass my password. And if I click login, I'm going to my hostels. There we go. So if I go to hostels, then hostels list, I should be able to see all my hostels. Under rooms, I should be able to see nothing here. So if I add new, it should give me now these options for add new hostel room. So if I just say room 1, then I say this is 6,000. The number of beds is 4. I say good condition. Then I say the room type. We don't have the room types. Why? We need to specify the room types under the settings, system codes. So I'll create another code called room types. Then this is then we'll create the options of room types. So what are the different options for room type? So we need to know the kind of options that we want to, when we are adding rooms, we need to specify. So I just create that. So if then I come to system code details, so this is the system code details. So if I click new, then I say my is 1 bed, then I'll select your room type. So then so the code here is 1 bed, can do now 1 bed. So that is my room type. Then if I click, I can say 2 bed. So this is my code. So the room with 2 beds, then I do that, then save. So then if now I come to hostels, then hostels rooms are new. I should be able to see those options here, 1 bed and 2 bed. So if I just do room 1, cost per bed, I can do 6,000. Number of beds, I can say 4, and say here good condition. Then I'll do 1 bed, then select the hostels. So you see the hostels that we keyed in are actually pre-populating here. So I'll say this boys hostel, then I say save room. So if I save room, you see it is now a room 1. Number of beds is 4. Cost per bed is 6,000 and the description is in good condition. So I'll add another one. I'll say this is room 2. Cost is 7,000. Number of beds is 5. Is in good. Then I'll just say this is 2 bed and it is actually in the combined hostels.